The Impossibilists, a brief profile of the Socialist Party of Canada by Peter E. Newell. In memory of Jeff Verco, 1925-2006, a friend for 66 years. Preface. The following is not a detailed academic study of the socialist movement in Canada in general, or a specific history of the Socialist Party of Canada in particular. That was not intended. It is hopefully a profile. A more detailed account would have been possible, but in the view of this writer would have been boring to all but academics and professional historians. Although masses of facts could have been gleaned from existing correspondence, journals and newspapers, records and reports, and reminiscences, including tape recordings, much has been either lost or widely distributed at numerous locations. Much SPC material was lost in the Winnipeg floods. Other archives have been moved from Winnipeg to Victoria or Vancouver. Is, then, what follows accurate? In the main, yes. Nevertheless, it is inevitable that some accounts as well as some dates may be incorrect. Indeed, some of the reminiscences, including taped accounts by old-timers such as Bill Pritchard or Jim Brownrigg, are known not to be accurate in some details. Even so-called electoral results at the time could not be said to be correct. Official results from Alberta, for instance, often merely refer to the candidate as SOC-SO, Socialist, without differentiating between the Socialist Party of Canada and the Social Democratic Party, or even an independent socialist. Some official reports include percentages, others do not. Some accounts and reports are taken from local newspapers which were not even at the time accurate. Generally, where the result is reported in, for example, the Western Clarion, it states whether the candidate was a representative of the Socialist Party of Canada. This writer, however, has done his best to give as accurate a general account of the socialist movement, its theories and policies, as well as many of its often colourful members, as possible during the last 100 years or so. That is all. Peter E. Newell, Canada. An introductory note. Canada is the world's second largest country. Russia is the first, with a land area of almost 10 million square kilometres, covering 7% of the Earth's surface. From Lake Erie in the south to its northern borders on the Arctic Ocean, it measures 4,800 kilometres, and from east to west it spans more than 5,000 kilometres, putting Vancouver on the Pacific coast closer to Mexico City in Central America than to Halifax in Nova Scotia on the Atlantic seaboard. Canada has 2 million lakes containing 50% of the world's fresh water. It has 18 islands of more than 10,000 square kilometres in area, including one, Baffin Island, which is almost the size of France, and another, Ellesmere, which has a glacier twice the size of Switzerland. Its prairies alone cover more than the combined area of India, Pakistan and Nepal. Yet much of the land is still a wilderness. Almost 50% of its territory lies within the zones of permafrost, where the ground is frozen to a depth of 400 metres, and where the winter temperature falls as low as -60 degrees Celsius. Indeed, Canada's climate is of the extreme continental type, with scorching hot summers and long winters, where the temperature remains below freezing in every part of the country, except for a small area in the southwest. In fact, the cities of Montreal, Ottawa and Toronto experience winters in which the temperature may fall below zero for more than 150 days in the year, although as elsewhere in the world, Canada has felt the effects of global warming in recent years, all of which means that barely 12% of the country's landmass is suitable for farming, concentrated mainly in the prairies of the West. Nevertheless, the area is almost equivalent to the combined areas of England, France, Germany and Italy. Canada, moreover, is rich in fish, furs and timber, as well as minerals of more than 60 different types, including iron ore, copper, gold, nickel, uranium, and crude petroleum. Yet for all its size and natural wealth, the country has only a little over 32 million inhabitants. In 1881, Canada had a population of 4,435,000, of whom 3,400,000 lived outside urban centres. 40 years later, there were 8,800,000, of whom 4,800,000 resided in non-urban areas and 1,660,000 lived in cities of more than 100,000. The majority of Canadians, past and present, live within 300 kilometres of the United States border, while 4/5 of the country has never been permanently settled. During the American War of Independence, 1775 to 1783, the English-speaking people of what is now Canada remained faithful to the Crown and to Britain. Furthermore, thousands of Empire loyalists moved up to the colony from America. In 1791, a constitutional act divided the old French colony into two parts, Upper and Lower Canada, which correspond with today's Ontario and Quebec. Lower Canada remained overwhelmingly French, but Upper Canada had an English-speaking majority. Both were granted limited representative government, as were the maritime colonies of New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, and Prince Edward Island. In 1815, following the end of the Napoleonic Wars, Canada received its first large-scale British immigration. By 1837, agitation for more representative government led to armed rebellion in both Lower and Upper Canada. In 1841, however, Lower and Upper Canada were reunited and became the joint colony of Canada. In 1848, Canada and Nova Scotia were granted responsible government in all local matters. And in 1858, the Crown Colony of British Columbia was created. It was united with the colony of Vancouver Island in 1866. In 1867, by the British North America Act, Quebec, Ontario, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia were joined together into the self-governing Dominion of Canada. In 1870, the new province of Manitoba, formerly part of the Hudson's Bay Company domain, joined the Dominion, and 1 year later, British Columbia federated. In November 1885, the Canadian Pacific Railway was completed. In 1896, the Klondike Gold Rush began. By 1905, the provinces of Alberta and Saskatchewan also joined the Dominion of Canada. Newfoundland, however, did not become part of the Dominion until 1949. Acknowledgements. The acquisition of all the sources for this work took about 7 years, the writing of it less than 7 months. Surprisingly, obtaining documents on and by the Socialist Party of Canada for the period 1990 to 2005 proved more difficult than for the previous 85 years. Following are thanked for providing all the correspondence documents, emails, leaflets, pamphlets, and other publications, except books cited in the sources, and tapes, etc., used and or quoted in the book. Adam Buick, formerly of Luxembourg and Brussels, for many documents, emails, and other information. John Ayres, the present General Secretary of the SPC, Cobourg, Ontario, for a number of leaflets as well as copies of the SPC newsletter and report. Peter Campbell, Kingston, Ontario, who supplied numerous copies of early SPC and trade union publications as well as the relevant election results. Marie Gladys Cat, Scarborough, Ontario, who wrote an account of the Toronto Local and the SPC's controversies in the 1960s, and also provided a number of taped conversations by John Aarons and the late William Pritchard. Ronald Elbert, Boston, Massachusetts, USA, who gave me a number of taped conversations by John Aarons, Bill Pritchard, and William Roddy between 1974 and 1976 for providing a copy of his university thesis, The Paper War, Conflict and Democracy in the Socialist Party of Canada, 1960 to 1970, as well as more than 750 photocopies of reports, statements and correspondence relating to the SPC's 1960s internal disputes. The late George Jenkins, Victoria, British Columbia, for supplying many SPC documents and leaflets. Sean M. Kopczynski, Duncan, Vancouver Island, British Columbia, who provided useful information on Ukrainian workers' involvement in the Canadian Socialist movement and gave me a copy of Peter Krawczuk's book, The Ukrainian Socialist Movement in Canada. Jim Plant, Sawbridgeworth, Hertfordshire, England, who supplied all the copies of the Western Socialist containing articles on Daniel DeLeon and letters and articles on DeLeon. Keith Sholey, Kingston upon Hull, Humberside, England, who as the archivist of the Socialist Party of Great Britain provided me with numerous reports and obituaries of former members of the SPC and for correcting and editing the original manuscript. Charmian Skelton, Woking, Surrey, England, who exchanged views with me on the SPC and provided a photocopy of a rare copy of the SPC pamphlet, Slave of the Farm, by Alf Budden, which she had acquired from the late Edgar Hardcastle. Steve Zalai, Victoria, British Columbia, a former General Secretary of the SPC, who provided many articles, emails and publications on the Canadian Socialist movement. Steve Shannon, Mississauga, Ontario, is particularly thanked for his encouragement when I had become dispirited. And lastly, Julian Vane of London, UK, for proofreading and adding and correcting last-minute material. It is, however, regretted that Mrs. Lillian Mackenzie Dodds, formerly Lestor, a surviving daughter of Charles Lestor, refused to provide me with any information regarding her late father. Penn. Chapter 1. The Origins of the Socialist Movement in Canada. Prior to 1900, according to the late Jim Milne, in his brief history of the Socialist Party of Canada, socialism to this point was a mixture of reformism, Christian brotherhood, and not much else, and only at the turn of the century did the studies of Marx and Engels show noticeable influence. This was largely true. Early influences included the writings of Charles Dickens, Thomas Carlyle, John Stuart Mill, Herbert Spencer, Charles Darwin, and the Bible. Such books as Looking Backward by Edward Bellamy and Merry England by Robert Blatchford were eagerly read by many workers in Canada. Methodism and the Christian socialism of John Ruskin, as well as British Fabianism, added to the confusion. Even Madame Helena Blavatsky's theosophy had some influence among so-called feminist socialists. Many Finnish, German, Ukrainian and Jewish workers in Canada had previously been exposed to social democratic, reformist, as well as nationalist ideas in Europe. Italian workers had been indoctrinated with anarcho-syndicalism. Many workers from Britain had already been influenced by such Labour and Independent Labour Party leaders as John Burns, Tom Mann and James Keir Hardie. Labourism took root mainly in the east and centre of the country. The Socialist Labour Party, the first political party claiming to be socialist in Canada, was the Socialist Labour Party, an offshoot of the Socialist Labour Party of America. Until 1890, the SLP of America had been a largely reformist organisation, dominated by German-speaking members. Following the arrival of Daniel DeLeon in that year, the party was moved towards an anti-reformist position and by 1900 had removed all reforms from its platform. The Socialist Labour Party of Canada was formed in 1896, mainly in the eastern provinces where it had sections, locals or branches, in London, Montreal, Toronto and Rat Pottage. A local was established in Winnipeg, and in 1898 another was formed in Vancouver. In the same year, the SLP contested elections in Ontario, where it called for equal pay for men and women. while at the same time demanding that women should be prohibited from occupations detrimental to health or safety. Also, in 1898, de Leon declared that the Socialist Labour Party must have an economic arm. He proceeded to found what he called the Socialist Trade and Labour Alliance, which then waged war on the American Federation of Labour, AFL. In 1899, the Vancouver local of the SLP established a local of the STLA in the city. Founded as a general labourers' union, it never had more than a handful of members and soon collapsed. In both the United States and Canada, de Leon insisted on unquestioning acceptance of his policies and hurled invective on any who deviated from his line. His followers in Canada did likewise. However, a number of the SLP's members, particularly in Vancouver, found it increasingly difficult to cooperate with the DeLeonists, and by 1899, a number of them quit to form a socialist club, which in April 1900 became the United Socialist Labour Party of British Columbia, USLPBC. Shortly after, the SLP became an inconsequential sect. The USLPBC became the Socialist Party of Vancouver. Unlike the Socialist Labour Party, the United Socialist Labour Party of British Columbia, Socialist Party of Vancouver, cooperated with the AFL-affiliated unions. Within weeks of its formation, it claimed a paper membership of 250. In the British Columbia general election, the USLPBC, with the support of the Vancouver Trades and Labour Council and the local branch of the Canadian Socialist League, nominated William McLean, president of the Fishermen's Union, as its candidate in 1900. Although he was, and still is, proclaimed as the first socialist to contest a British Columbia election, McLean's platform was cluttered with reformist planks, according to Ross McCormack, Reformers, Rebels and Revolutionaries. The Western Canadian Radical Movement, 1899 to 1919. Moreover, his campaign focused on corporate domination and opposition to Asiatic immigration. He received 683 votes, 4.46%. The Conservatives won the election. The Canadian Socialist League. During 1898, former members of the Socialist Labour Party of Canada formed, first with a local in Montreal, the Canadian Socialist League. The CSL largely emerged in the summer in the east of the country. It soon made rapid progress. A loose federation of locals, each was permitted its own programme, as long as it was consistent with socialist principles. These principles were never sharply defined, comments Ross McCormack. Supporters of John Ruskin's Christian Socialists joined the Socialist League, as did a number of Fabians. The CSL was dominated by George Wrigley, who helped to establish the Citizen and Country, a social reform weekly, which, according to the Western Clarion, 3 July 1903, gradually developed into an avowed socialist paper under his editorship. Wrigley was the organizing secretary of the League until he moved, some time later, to British Columbia. His wife, Edith, edited the women's column of the Citizen and Country. She was also active in the Ontario section of the Women's Christian Temperance Union. In June 1902, R. Parmeter Petterpiece, an itinerant printer from Ontario, who since 1900 had been publishing The Eagle, began publishing the Lardo Eagle, a miners' journal which supported the Canadian Socialist League. He then disposed of The Eagle and bought an interest in the Citizen and Country. He moved the Citizen to Vancouver and, in July 1902, with the assistance of George Wrigley, began to publish it as the Canadian Socialist. In October of the same year, he changed the name yet again to the Western Socialist. He later purchased the Clarion, published at Nanaimo on Vancouver Island, and merged the two together with a strike bulletin of the United Brotherhood of Railway Employees as the Western Clarion, which first made its appearance on 8th of May 1903, and that it remained until 1925. The United Brotherhood of Railway Employees was, at that time, on strike throughout the west of the country. Explaining the inclusion of the strike bulletin in the merger, it was felt that an overlapping of work existed, and the UBII, possessing no male privileges, was shortened in its range of influence, writes Milne. It was also hoped to establish in the Western Clarion a labour paper that will do full justice to the labour movement, industrial and political. A circulation of 6,000 copies 3 times a week was guaranteed. During the summer of 1900, Wrigley called for the establishment of a British Columbia socialist organisation. There was cooperation between the United Socialist Labour Party and the local branch of the Canadian Socialist League, when in October 1900, delegates from Nanaimo, Vancouver, Victoria, and several other places met in Vancouver to hold the first Socialist Convention. A red flag flew over the hall throughout the duration, despite efforts by the police to pull it down. The delegates were urged to assist in building up and strengthening the trade union movement, as well as promoting class-conscious political action. McCormack. The delegates agreed to establish a provincial federation of the Canadian Socialist League. It made the collectivization of the means of production as one of its demands. The platform was, however, basically reformist. The federation never got off the ground. Nevertheless, by 1902, the Canadian Socialist League had more than 60 locals in various parts of the country, including Manitoba, New Brunswick, and the Northern Territories, but mainly in Ontario and British Columbia. The Socialist Party of British Columbia. Between 1890 and 1900, a number of works by Marx and Engels in English became available in Britain and America in fairly cheap editions. They included the Communist Manifesto, Capital Volume 1, Wage, Labour and Capital, Value, Price and Profit, Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, The Condition of the Working Class in England in 1844 and the Poverty of Philosophy. Many of these were published by Charles H. Kerr and Co. Chicago. Limited, but more expensive, editions of Revolution and Counter-Revolution in France, the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, and Class Struggles in France had been published in London. Such works by Marx and Engels began to circulate among workers in Canada by the turn of the century. Some who read Capital admitted that they found it heavy-going. Most of the workers who migrated to Canada from Europe and Asia were looking for a better life than that which they had experienced previously. Many imagined that Canada would be different. Often they were disillusioned. Conditions, even in 1900, were not unlike those described by Engels more than 50 years before in Birmingham and Manchester. Indeed, the infant mortality in Montreal was worse than in Calcutta or Shanghai. In Winnipeg, there was no main drainage in the city until the 1920s. Vancouver was much the same. Most workers toiled between 55 and 60 hours over a 6-day week. Between 1880 and 1900, capitalism developed rapidly, first in the east of the country and then westwards as far as the Pacific Ocean. British Columbia and Ontario became industrial areas, embracing, in the words of Jim Milne, some of the country's harshest industries, mining, logging and fishing. It's not surprising, therefore, that parties claiming to be socialist emerged in the West. Nor is it surprising that the writings and ideas of Marx and Engels influenced an increasing number of workers in the west of Canada. In the summer of 1901, socialists in Vancouver, led by Ernest Burns, decided to revive what had been the Vancouver local of the Canadian Socialist League under the name of the Socialist Party of British Columbia. Numerically, it got off to a good start by absorbing almost all of the League's branches in the province, as well as some DeLeonist remnants. It adopted the platform of the Socialist Party of America after some very warm discussions. McCormack. The newly formed executive committee was, however, instructed to draft an additional set of immediate demands. They then agreed on a composite platform which would represent the average ideas of the membership. It read as follows: direct legislation. 2. Proportional representation. 3. Abolition of property qualification for voters and candidates at municipal elections. 4. Abolition of the system of cash deposits for candidates at provincial elections. 5. Adult suffrage. 6. A minimum wage law, fixing wages at not less than $2 a day for adults. 7. Reduction of hours of labour in all trades to 44 a week. 8. All coal mines to be owned and operated by the province in the interests of the people. 9. Graduated land tax similar to New Zealand law. 10. Free medical attention to all needing it. 11. Scientific and practical management of fisheries, forests and waterways in the employment of unemployed labour on useful, productive work. 13. Extension of powers of municipalities. 14. The education of children under 14 years of age to be free, secular and compulsory. Textbooks, meals and clothing to be supplied to children out of public funds when necessary. Municipalization and public control of liquor traffic. 16. Abolition of poll and personal property tax. 17. No more bonusing private individuals or corporations with land grants or cash subsidies. Western Clarion, 12 January 1907. Such were the reforms demanded by the Socialist Party of British Columbia in 1901. Not surprisingly, criticism came from several quarters almost immediately, the subject of which we shall return to later. The Socialist Party of Manitoba was founded in 1902. It had an object, platform, and list of immediate demands. Object: the socialization of the means of production, distribution, and exchange to be controlled by a democratic state in the interests of the entire community, and the complete emancipation of labor from the domination of capitalism. Platform 1. All organizers or administrators to be elected by equal direct adult suffrage and to be maintained by the community. 2. Legislation by the people in such wise that no project or law shall become binding till accepted by the majority of the people. 3. The abolition of standing armies and the establishment of national citizen forces. The people to decide on peace or war. 4. All education to be compulsory, secular and industrial, with full state maintenance for all children. 5. The administration of justice to be free to all. 6. The means of production, distribution and exchange to be declared and treated as collective or common property. 7. The production and distribution of wealth to be regulated by the community in the common interest of its members. Immediate demands. 1. The public ownership of all industries controlled by monopolies, trusts and combines. No part of the revenue of such industries to be applied to the reduction of taxes on property, but to be applied wholly to the increase of wages and shortening of the hours of labour of the employees, and to the improvement of services. 2. the education of all children up to 16 years of age, and state and municipal provision for books, clothing and food. The establishment of provincial colleges for the education of both sexes. 4. 8 hours or less to be the normal working day, or not more than 44 hours per week, and a minimum wage to be fixed in trades and industries by legislative enactment. Imprisonment to be the penalty for employers and employees infringing the law. 5. The establishment of a public employment bureau, the provision of useful work for all unemployed at current wages. 6. The establishment of adequate pensions for aged and infirm workers. 7. Equal civil and political rights to men and women. Abolition of financial and property qualifications for candidates and electors at all elections. Canvassing to be made illegal. Election days to be legal holidays. 8. Abolition of the Senate. Establishment of initiative and referendum, proportional representation, and right of recall of representatives by their constituents. 9. The establishment of an exclusively national currency and the extension of the post office banks so that they shall absorb all private institutions that derive a profit from operations in money and credit. All fire, life, and other insurance to be operated in the interests of the whole people. Tn. No further alienation of dominion or provincial lands. Grants to be revoked when conditions of grant have not been fulfilled. Land to be leased only until such time as it is utilized by the community. 11. All revenue to be raised by taxation on land values, by cumulative income taxes, and by inheritance taxes. 12. Municipalization and public control of the liquor traffic. 13. The establishment of free public hospitals, convalescent homes, medical service, and dispensaries. The Voice, November 7th, 1902. Jim Milne notes that the party in Manitoba had some distance to travel on the road to socialist understanding. Indeed, its policy and program was pure reformist labourism. In fact, shortly after, the SPM fielded a candidate in the Winnipeg civic election as a Labour candidate, was endorsed by the local Labour Representation League, and did not even mention the word socialism during the campaign. Nevertheless, it did produce a number of genuine socialists such as George Dales, who later became editor of the Western Socialist and Dominion Secretary of the Socialist Party of Canada. The Socialist Party of Manitoba did not have a very large membership, the province being largely agricultural, and the party membership being confined almost entirely to the city of Winnipeg. The Socialist Party of Ontario. The Socialist Party of Ontario was formed in 1903 at a convention of the Ontario Socialist League. The convention was attended by about 50 delegates from Colt, Guelph, London, Manitoulin, Mount Forest, Orilla, Paris, and Toronto. The convention began by passing the following resolution. We, delegates of the Socialist League of Ontario, and comrades unaffiliated throughout the province, in convention assembled, affirm our belief in the materialist interpretation of history, that in every historical epoch the prevailing mode of economic production and exchange, and the social organization necessarily following from it, form the basis upon which is built up, and from which alone can be explained the political and intellectual history of that epoch, and declare our allegiance to the program of international revolutionary socialism as the only class-conscious movement to attain this desired end. We declare our aim to be the organization of the working class and those in sympathy with it into a political party, with the object of conquering the power of governments and using them for the purpose of transforming the present system of private distribution into the collective ownership of all the people. The newly formed Socialist Party of Ontario, it would seem, had a better understanding of society than did the Socialist Party of Manitoba. The resolution, moreover, did not contain a list of immediate demands, palliatives, or reforms. Nevertheless, the convention concluded with the following statement: while accepting many so-called reform measures, such as direct legislation, proportional representation, public ownership of utilities, etc., as democratic and therefore socialist, we recognize the fact that when administered by a capitalist government, they can at best be but palliatives, and therefore set our faces rigidly against any alliance or fusion with any independent or so-called reform party advocating any or all of these or other demands that do not include the aims and purposes as herein declared, but shall pledge our representatives to vote for any and every measure that shall be for the betterment of the working class in field and factory, all of which nullified the original resolution of the convention. Previously, in May 1902, a number of self-proclaimed socialists, excluding 8 socialist Labour reformers, participated in the Ontario federal elections. They were S. Carter, South Wellington, 413 votes; S. Corner, South Toronto, Wellime Dull, 63 votes; Margaret Hyle, North Toronto, 81 votes; J. A. Kelly, West Toronto, 5 votes; J. Macmillan, Manitoulin, 1 votes; J. Simpson, East Toronto, 5 votes; H. G. Wilshire, West Elgin, 425 votes. All were probably members of the Ontario Socialist League, which in 1903 became the Socialist Party of Ontario, and, at the beginning of 1905, participated in the founding of the Socialist Party of Canada. Little is known of most of the candidates, except perhaps James Simpson. According to one account, Simpson received in the May 1902 election 375 votes, 6.4%, in East Toronto. In January 1905, he was a candidate, almost certainly on behalf of the Socialist Party of Canada, formed that month, in North Toronto, where he received 211 votes, 2.3%. A year later, he increased his vote to 250, 3.8%. At the general election in January 1908, he was nominated yet again for North Toronto, where he obtained 220 votes, 2. His name does not appear again as a candidate. The Revolutionary Socialist Party opposition to the adoption at its foundation in the summer of 1901 of the list of immediate demands by the Socialist Party of British Columbia came primarily from Nanaimo members. Everyday conditions in the coal mines of Vancouver Island in general, and Nanaimo in particular, seemed to confirm the doctrine of the class struggle and the need for a socialist revolution, comments Ross McCormack. And, he continues, the controversy quickened between the gradualists, who contended that while the coming revolution was assured by history, it was only practical for socialists to work for the relief of the working class under capitalism, and the so-called Impossibilists, who argued that not only was the reform of capitalism impossible, but the efforts to achieve reform could only delay the advent of the cooperative commonwealth by diverting the proletariat from the class struggle. In actual fact, while the Nanaimo socialists argued that struggling for reforms would delay the establishment of socialism, they did not claim that the reform of capitalism was impossible. They therefore decided that they must found a completely separate revolutionary party. First, they invited Eugene T. Kingsley to Vancouver Island. Some years previously, Kingsley suffered an industrial accident in California, which resulted in the amputation of both his legs. While recuperating in hospital, he read quite a lot of the writings of Marx and Engels. He then joined the Socialist Labour Party of America in Oakland. He became an active propagandist for the SLP, and was several times that party's candidate for Congress. For a time, Kingsley was loyal to DeLeon, But when de Leon moved away from purely political activity and towards industrial unionism, Kingsley opposed him and resigned from the SLP. Kingsley's political views were largely those of the pre-1900 Socialist Labour Party and of Karl Marx. He rejected reform, and he regarded political action as the only way forward for the working class. And so he came to Vancouver Island. Ross McCormack adds that the introduction of revolutionary impossibilism to British Columbia was not brought just by Kingsley, but had its roots in the pre-1900 Socialist Labour Party and the British Social Democratic Federation, some of whose members had emigrated to British Columbia and Vancouver Island. Early in 1902, or perhaps late in 1901, the Nanaimo members of the Socialist Party of British Columbia resigned, and shortly after formed the Revolutionary Socialist Party of Canada, with branches in Northfield, Ladysmith and Vancouver, as well as in Nanaimo. They obtained the Clarion as the party's journal. Just how many members the Revolutionary Socialist Party had is not known, at least to this author. A few years later, the Nanaimo Local of the Socialist Party of Canada, of which the RSP was then a part, had 30 members. The Revolutionary Socialist Party, at its formation, probably had between 60 and 100 members. On the 1st December 1902, a writ for a by-election was issued for North Nanaimo. The government Conservative candidate was William McInnes. His opponent was Parker Williams, a member of the Revolutionary Socialist Party. The RSP platform was the abolition of capitalism and the wages system, and no immediate demands or reforms. The outcome was McInnes 26-3 votes, 62.92%, and Williams, on behalf of the RSP, 155 votes, 37.08%. According to the Canadian Parliamentary Guide, 1903, and the Yearbook of British Columbia, 1903 by R.E. Gosnell, Parker was the Socialist Party of British Columbia candidate. They do not list the RSP separately from the SPBC, as does Milne in his History of the Socialist Party of Canada. William Wallace Burns McInnes is listed as the government candidate. One or two old-time Canadian socialists have claimed Parker Williams was the world's first revolutionary socialist parliamentary candidate, and the Revolutionary Socialist Party the world's first genuine anti-reformist political party. One of its foundation members was James Pritchard, father of William Pritchard, who later was a well-known member of the Socialist Party of Canada and the Workers' World Socialist Party of the United States. James Pritchard was born in Wales, but moved to Salford, near Manchester, to find employment. For a time, he worked in the Ehrman and Engels textile mill. Before emigrating to Canada, he became a steel workers and women's chain makers union organizer. He may have been a member of the Social Democratic Federation in Salford. After moving to Canada, Pritchard led the drive to organize coal miners on Vancouver Island into the Western Federation of Miners, where he worked as a miner. In 1903, he was blacklisted and moved to Vancouver. He died on 15th April 1952, aged 90, still a member of the Socialist Party of Canada. In the autumn of 1902, James H. Hawthorne-Thwaite, the independent MP for Nanaimo, joined the Revolutionary Socialist Party. Previously, Hawthorne-Thwaite had been the leader of the Nanaimo Labour Party. A clerk employed by the Nanaimo Coal Company, he had been a real estate and mining promoter. He was first elected in Nanaimo in 1901 by acclamation. Again, the Socialist Party of British Columbia. In the fall, probably September, of 1902, with delegates from the Revolutionary Socialist Party in attendance, the Socialist Party of British Columbia held its second annual convention to debate a new platform and constitution. According to Janice Newton, in her book The Feminist Challenge to the Canadian Left, 1900-1918, there were no women present. A few of the delegates argued in favour of retaining the inclusion of immediate demands in the platform, including the demand for women's suffrage. Nevertheless, the majority opposed such measures. According to Jim Mill, in his History of the Socialist Party of Canada, there were further discussions between the SPBC and the RSP, the result being the coming together of the two parties, the rejection of the former reform programme of the SPBC, and the adoption of the advanced programme of the RSP, which had probably been drawn up by Eugene T. Kingsley, in cooperation with James Pritchard, Parker Williams, and other members. The convention of the United Party, held on 8th of September 1903, confirmed this action in a resolution carried unanimously, resolved that this convention place itself on record as absolutely opposed to the introduction of palliatives or immediate demands in propaganda work, as being liable to retard the achievement of our final aim, that the Socialist Party of British Columbia henceforth stands firmly upon the one issue of the abolition of the present system of wage slavery as the basis for all political organisation. The programme and the platform on which members and parliamentary candidates were expected to take their stand was as follows. We, the Socialist Party of British Columbia, in convention assembled, affirm our allegiance to and support of the principles and programme of the International Revolutionary Working Class. Labour produces all wealth, and to labour it should justly belong. To the owners of the means of wealth production belongs the product of labour. The present economic system is based upon capitalist ownership of the means of wealth production. Therefore, all the products of labour belong to the capitalist class. The capitalist is the master. The worker is the slave. So long as the capitalists remain in possession of the reins of government, all the powers of the state will be used to protect and defend their property rights in the means of wealth production and their control of the product of labour. The capitalist system gives to the capitalist an ever-swelling stream of profits, and to the worker an ever-increasing share of misery and degradation. The interest of the working class lies in the direction of setting itself free from capitalist exploitation by the abolition of the wages system. To accomplish this necessitates the transformation of capitalist property in the means of wealth production into collective or working class property. The irrepressible conflict of interests between the capitalist and the worker is rapidly culminating in a struggle for possession of the power of government, the capitalist to hold, the worker to secure it by political action. This is the class struggle. Therefore, we call upon all workers to organise under the banner of the Socialist Party of British Columbia with the object of conquering the public powers for the purpose of setting up and enforcing the economic programme of the working class as follows. 1. The transformation as rapidly as possible of capitalist property in the means of wealth production, natural resources, factories, mills, railways, etc., into collective property of the working class. 2. Thorough and democratic organisation of industry by the workers. 3. The establishment, as speedily as possible, of production for use instead of for profit. The Socialist Party, when in office, shall always and everywhere until the present system is abolished, make the answer to this question the guiding rule. Will this legislation advance the interests of the working class and aid the workers in their class? If it will, the Socialist Party is for it. If it will not, the Socialist Party is absolutely opposed to it. In accordance with this principle, the Socialist Party pledges itself to conduct all the public affairs in its hands in such a manner as to promote the interests of the working class alone. On the 8th of October 1903, the Western Clarion commented, The Socialist Party of British Columbia is just 2 years old, one in the reform and one in the revolutionary stage, and stands upon the clearest and most uncompromising platform in the world. Later that year, the Executive Committee of the SPBC, which controlled the Western Clarion, elected Eugene Kingsley as editor. By the end of 1903, the Impossibilists virtually controlled the SPBC. Socialist Party of British Columbia elections. On 3 of January 1903, the Western Socialist urged workers in elections where there were no socialist candidates to write socialism on the ballot paper. A few weeks later, during a local by-election, the Socialist Party of British Columbia issued an election manifesto in which it declared no consistent socialist can support or vote for any of the three candidates, and this party recommends all voters in sympathy with the principles of the BC Socialist Party to go to the polls and there register a protest against capitalism by marking their ballots thus, "I want socialism." Western Socialists, 5 January 1903. The voting laws in British Columbia at this period required a 12-month residency in the province and a 60-day residency in an electoral district for candidates and would-be voters. Janice Newton notes that such laws were used by employers to disenfranchise socialists. Often, before an election, workers would be laid off, thus making it difficult for them to settle and build homes. And mining companies also had restrictions on workers building homes on land owned by the companies, adding to the difficulties of workers establishing settled families in the areas of the logging and mining camps of British Columbia. Such actions, argues Newton, reinforced the masculine character of the early socialist movement in Western Canada. Nevertheless, at the 10th provincial general election the same year, the Socialist Party of British Columbia first nominated 13 candidates. The number was reduced to 10 on nomination day. They were John Ross McPherson Fernie, 221, 26.12%, John Reardon, Gran Fawkes, 232, 30.89%, Ernest Mills, Greenwood, 229, 35.34%, Samuel Shannon, Caslow, 164, 24.74%, James Hurst Hawthornthwaite, Nanaimo City, 486, 43.98%, Parker Williams, Newcastle, 288, 40.06%, John William Bennett, Revelstoke, 186, 22.04%, John Thomas Mortimer Albion, Vancouver City, 1,328, 5.31%, Robert Stebbings, Vancouver City, 956, 3.82%, James Cameron Waters, Victoria City, 697, 5.45%. Their opponents were, in the main, Liberal and Conservative Party candidates, although there were 3 autonomous Labour candidates, one of whom ran on a Liberal-Labour platform, and just one candidate representing the tiny Socialist Labour Party group. Hawthornthwaite and Williams were elected to the British Columbia Parliament, as was William Davidson, Slocum, 358, 44.67%, an independent Labour socialist who associated himself with the SPBC representatives in the legislature. All the Socialist Party candidates, including Hawthornthwaite, stood on the revolutionary anti-reform platform. But as Ross McCormack remarks, Hawthornthwaite was really a reformist, but was elected on a revolutionary platform. Another prominent member of the SPBC, Bertha Merrill, who was the first woman executive committee member in 1903, accepted the party platform of common, collective ownership of the means of production, the class struggle, and was opposed to religion. She said she was a free thinker, but at the same time she supported demands for women's suffrage, which had been dropped from the original SPBC reformist platform. The subject of reforms, as Mill notes, was much discussed among Canada's early socialists. Socialist Party of British Columbia members of the legislature were soon confronted with reform measures introduced by Liberals, Conservatives and others, which, directly or indirectly, may have been to the benefit of workers or sections of the working class in the province. As we have previously noted, the platform of the SPBC rejected immediate demands, palliatives or reforms. Generally, the membership was of the view that the party should have nothing to do with reforms, that it should oppose them at all times, as they would retard the achievement of socialism. Only the abolition of wage slavery could benefit the international and British Columbian working class. Nevertheless, another view was that the Socialist Party should concentrate on socialist propaganda and educational work, but that members elected to Parliament or provincial legislatures should examine reforms and support those approved by the party. The official attitude, writes Milner, was a mixture of these in line with the party platform, affirming that the party would support legislation advanced in the interests of the working class. In practice, this meant that, while opposing reformism of other political parties, the Socialist Party at public meetings and in the legislature could support measures considered to be in the interests of the workers. The Socialists did not advocate reforms and then, like other so-called socialists, call them revolutionary. The existence of reformers within the socialist movement in Canada would prove to be a problem for at least 10 years, particularly with regard to the Socialist Party of Canada. The Socialist Party of Canada. In recounting the origins of the socialist movement originated, it is important to describe the conditions and industries in which most of the workers, many of whom became socialists, existed. It is the story of militant class conflicts. It is also the story of conflicts between American-controlled craft unions and emergent industrial and general unions. J.M. Bumstead, in his monumental The Peoples of Canada, a post-Confederation history, says that on one subject Canadian businessmen, large and small, could agree. The organisation of labour was regarded as an illegitimate combination designed to erode the right of the individual to run his business. In Bumstead's view, early labour organisation was mainly successful in the more skilled trades. It was particularly hard to organise in the resource industries. The growth of secondary manufacturing and a service sector created a working class, or proletariat, that clearly saw its interests as different from those of the bosses. Organising on the factory shop floor, he notes, was not an easy matter. Since one of the effects of increasing industrialisation was to reduce craft identification, which combined with mechanisation produced considerable worker alienation. Many of the late 19th century labour organisations were foreign imports, chiefly from the United States. The railroad brotherhoods moved into Canada with the expansion of the railways in the 1870s and 1880s, and the American Federation of Labour, led by Samuel Gompers, leader of the Cigar Makers Union, concentrated solely on craft organisation in particular industries. Strikes and lockouts were the most common weapons of both the workers and employers. Bumstead notes that British Columbia was the leading province for labour unrest, although after 1900, strikes became common everywhere in Canada. In British Columbia, the Western Federation of Miners, a vigorous opponent of craft unionism, became powerful in the provincial labour movement. At the beginning of the 20th century, the Western Federation of Miners launched a crusade against the American Federation of Labour, AFL. However, the mining companies in both the United States and Canada refused to recognize the miners' union. Indeed, the employers, particularly during the 1902 strikes, were ruthless. In 1903, the Western Federation of Miners founded the American Labor Union, ALU, in opposition to the AFL. Leading members of the ALU, including Socialist Party of British Columbia members Cameron and Wrigley in Victoria, Ben Bakes in Vancouver, Charles O'Brien in the Kootenays, and James Pritchard and Samuel Mottishaw of the Vancouver Island miners, encouraged the miners to affiliate to the American Labor Union. However, the ALU was mainly dependent on the Western Federation of Miners for its funds and membership, and a majority of its members were unskilled workers. Many were bartenders, cooks, lumbermen, and teamsters. During 1903, the United Brotherhood of Railway Employees, UBRE, an American Labor Union affiliate, called a strike against the Canadian Pacific Railway. The UBRA was a general, industrial union which organized all railway employees, skilled or unskilled, into one union as opposed to the various AFL-affiliated craft unions. The UBRA contained a considerable number of members of the Socialist Party of British Columbia. In January 1903, the Canadian Pacific Railway began efforts to break the UBRA local in its Vancouver freight department. The union claimed that the railway employers forced their members to strike by intimidation, dismissals, and the use of spies at almost every meeting. Many workers supported the UBRA contributing funds and refusing to handle freight, but the Canadian Pacific Railway brought in strikebreakers from the United States, and the police shot Frank Rogers, a socialist, while picketing. The American Federation of Labor refused to support the striking rail workers, and in the end, the United Brotherhood of Railway Employees was defeated. The American Labor Union continued to expand its membership at the expense of the AFL-affiliated craft unions, at least for a while. But by the end of 1903, the craft unions, largely through the efforts of the employers, supported by the AFL, regained control of the various trades councils, including Victoria, where Socialist Party of British Columbia members were ousted from the executive. By the beginning of 1904, both the American Labor Union and the Western Federation of Miners had declined, and in the Vancouver Island coalfields, the Western Federation lost out to the United Mine Workers of America. Without the support of the Western Federation of Miners, the American Labor Union rapidly collapsed. Bumstead correctly notes that socialists were to be found everywhere in Canada after 1900, and both their existence and their political successes in local and municipal elections are still among Canada's best-kept secrets. The most militant socialists, he continues, were in British Columbia, where socialism represented both a political... But he is not correct when he assets that the Socialist Party of Canada was organized in 1904 in BC as the result of a merger of Marxists and the Canadian Socialist League. He is, however, right when he adds that labour unrest in British Columbia was particularly strong among miners, for whom the common categories of skilled and unskilled held little meaning. In such an environment, the Impossibilists did very well. During 1903, there was pressure, mainly from Manitoba and Ontario, but also from British Columbia, for the formation of an all-Dominion Socialist Party, incorporating the Socialist parties of British Columbia, Manitoba, and Ontario. Despite the reform programs of the Manitoba and Ontario parties, some felt that the three parties had much in common. However, on 9th May 1903, the Western Clarion reported the Executive Committee of the Socialist Party of British Columbia as follows. The matter of forming a National Socialist Party was discussed, and it was considered that no benefits would accrue to the party in the meantime from affiliation with other socialist organizations in the Dominion. as the expense of sending delegates to national conventions would be too heavy for the party at the present stage, considering that we have more work in this province than we are able, financially, to carry on. It was decided, therefore, to leave the matter to the next party convention. At the third annual convention of the SPBC, it was decided that the time was still hardly ripe for a national party, but it was agreed that at a later date arrangements be made to send organizer Kingsley on tour to the eastern provinces in order to educate the inhabitants thereof to the philosophy of real socialism. Western Clarion, 11 September 1903. As previously noted, the Socialist Party of British Columbia had been quite successful in that year's provincial election. Unfortunately, however, the Western Clarion was forced to suspend publication at the end of the year until June the following year, due to the parlous state of the party's finances, caused in the main by the cost of the election campaign. Nevertheless, the Socialist parties of British Columbia, Manitoba and Ontario carried on, through correspondence, negotiations throughout 1904, and the SPBC, in particular, continued to grow in numbers and influence. As Ross McCormack comments, British Columbia was the cradle of socialism in Canada. On Thanksgiving Day, the Socialist Party of Ontario, at its convention, passed a resolution adopting the non-reformist platform of the Socialist Party of British Columbia and informed the SPBC that it was ready to affiliate with it. A resolution passed by the Socialist Party of Manitoba on 11th of December 1904 was sent to the Socialist Party of British Columbia, which held its fourth convention on 30 and 31 December of that year. It read, "Comrades, I am instructed by the Socialist Party of Manitoba to forward to you a copy of a resolution passed at today's meeting, as follows. We, the Socialist Party of Manitoba, endorse in its entirety the present platform, pledge and general construction of the Constitution of the Socialist Party of British Columbia, and we pledge ourselves, in the event of the BC Party inaugurating a movement to organize a Socialist Party of Canada on the same lines, to join this party. Further, that this resolution be forwarded to the executive of the SPBC, the Ontario SP, and that it be sent to the Voice, Western Clarion, and Port Arthur Standard for publication." At the Socialist Party of British Columbia convention, the delegates were advised, owing to resolutions and representations made by the locals in Winnipeg, Toronto, and Fredericton, besides correspondence from comrades scattered throughout the Dominion, it will be necessary for this convention to consider the advisability of organizing the nucleus of the Socialist Party of Canada, noting carefully the action already taken by Eastern comrades and their acceptance of our platform and program, as at present constituted. A resolution was therefore submitted to the convention by J.G. Morgan and seconded by E.T. Kingsley, that the party name be changed to the Socialist Party of Canada, and that the party proceed with organization. Western Clarion, 28th of January 1905. The resolution was adopted, and the membership was balloted. Acceptance was unanimous. A few weeks later, a group in Edmonton, Alberta, joined the merged parties, as did a recently formed Socialist Party of the Yukon. The Western Clarion noted on 15th of April that the application from the Yukon had 21 signatories. According to A. Douglas, the Secretary of Socialist Party of the Yukon, it had 50 members in Dawson City, but a greater number are out on the creeks. Conditions in the Yukon Territory and the Klondike were even worse than in southern British Columbia or in the mining communities on Vancouver Island. Recounting Jack London's descriptions and stories, Robert Baltrop in his Jack London, the man, the writer, the rebel, writes that when the gold rush to the Klondike began, hundreds of thousands were attracted by the possibility or hope of striking it lucky. Few did. London was attacked by scurvy for lack of fresh vegetables. Jack London notes, however, that the mining camps had a great deal of political consciousness. In cabins and in front of log fires, many of the men would argue all day over economics, philosophy, and science. Groups would often discuss socialism. Jack first joined the Socialist Labour Party in Oakland, California, moving on to the Socialist Party of America soon after its formation. In 1916, Jack London resigned from the SPA, and in September, 2 months before he died, he welcomed the founding of the Workers' Socialist Party of the United States. Whilst in the Yukon and in Dawson City, London, like many others, may have heard Charles Lester orating on socialism and the Socialist Cooperative Commonwealth, as London described it. Another writer, who also spent the same 2 years in the Yukon as Jack London, was William C. Owen, who became a socialist in California in 1884, but who, after studying and translating into English some of the writings of the anarchist communist Peter Kropotkin, became a supporter of the Mexican revolutionary Magon brothers, and later an individualist anarchist, rejecting what he called state socialism, unionism, and parliamentary activities. The Socialist Party of Canada adopted the platform of the Socialist Party of British Columbia in toto. A Dominion executive was elected, comprising John E. Dubberly, Chair, Alf Lear, W. H. Flowers, G. Peters, A. J. Wilkinson, Charles O'Brien, and R. P. Petterpiece. Kingsley and Petterpiece were elected organizers, and Wilkinson treasurer. There was as yet no general secretary. Its first meeting was held on 19 February 1905, according to the Western Clarion of 25 February 1905. In the words of Jim Milne, the Socialist Party of Canada was in business. The platform of the Socialist Party of Canada was printed in the 4 February 1905 issue of the Western Clarion. Progress and Problems and the Unions. As Janice Newton observes, while the Socialist Party of Canada established locals across Canada, from Victoria and Vancouver Island in the west to Nova Scotia in the east, most of its activists came from British. The SPC relied on a Marxian brand of socialism, stressing the class struggle between workers and bosses, the need to educate the workers to their class interests, and demands for the collective ownership of the means of production. Like the Socialist Party of British Columbia before it, the SPC advocated no immediate demands. By refusing to demand reforms in its platform, says Ross McCormack, the SPC became unique in North America. The Socialist Party prided itself on being a scientific socialist party. Indeed, what made it highly unusual in the North American movement was its impossibilism. It argued that class-conscious political action was the only means by which the workers could destroy the wages system. Tinkering with capitalism was useless. Not only were reforms useless to the working class, but they were poison to the revolution. The official view of the SPC was that by strictly adhering to the platform, socialists would force the ruling class to grant short-term relief to the workers. "If you want palliatives, don't go after them," said D.G. Mackenzie. And, declared Kingsley, "go after the earth, and the first thing you know, you will have palliatives galore from the cowardly capitalist tribe fleeing for their lives from the wrath to come." Nevertheless, the issue of reform or revolution was, for a number of years, far from clear-cut within the Socialist Party of Canada. Moreover, there were many reformists within the organization, particularly among former members of the Socialist parties of Ontario and Manitoba. Furthermore, numbers of workers of German and Ukrainian origin who joined the party as national groups between 1905 and 1907, often had a different reformist agenda. However, as Milner observes, the subject was not in the early days regarded as vital, the members at best drawing a vague distinction between reforms and reformism, the deciding view being that it was permissible to further reforms so long as this was done by a revolutionary party. According to Ross McCormack, in his Reformers, Rebels and Revolutionaries, the Socialist Party of Canada's views on unions appeared to be monolithic, but in fact it contained a fairly broad range of views. The official policy of the SPC was that unions were products of capitalism, directing their efforts against the effects which were inevitable. All agreed that the Socialist Party, unlike the DeLeonist SLP, should be kept separate from the unions. However, while some members considered unions at best to be largely useless, most insisted that the unions were the workers' only defense under capitalism. The SPC never adopted a policy that its members could not become union officials. Indeed, almost all members of the SPC were also members of unions, generally industrial unions rather than craft unions where possible, and some became prominent union leaders. Of the Socialist Party's viewpoint, Milne, in his History of the Socialist Party of Canada, comments, labour unions were regarded as associations of workers to protect and improve wages and working conditions, their struggles forming no part of the class struggle, which was a conscious struggle to end capitalism and could only be fought on the political field. Unions took part in the buying and selling of labour power and were in much the same position as those who took part in the buying of other commodities, union activities often being referred to as commodity struggles. It was sometimes said that unions were engaged in a losing conflict, as indicated by the defeats they were at that time suffering in strike action. Eugene Kingsley was probably the most critical of unions. Parmenter Pettipies was the most pro-union. He argued that the unions were products of the wages system, but insisted that they were the correct plan for defence under the present system. Early in 1903, before the Socialist Party of British Columbia became part of the Socialist Party of Canada, Kingsley wrote in the Western Clarion of 7 February 1903, "A great mistake is made in considering labour strikes as parts of the class struggle. Strikes are battles between two sections of the workers, the unionists and the non-unionists, the job holders and the job hunters. Trade unions are products of the competitive system of industry, and as the Socialist Party is organised to abolish this system, it is not concerned in the trade union question." 2 weeks later, Western Clarion, 21 February, Griffiths commented, "The struggle for existence is a part of, and included in, the class struggle. This economic struggle exists independent of the class consciousness or unclass consciousness of men, because the rising bourgeoisie had no knowledge of Marxian concepts and economic struggles. This did not prevent the overthrow of feudalism and the existence of class struggles, even if unknown to the participants." And the following week, Western Clarion, 28 February, Kingsley argued that trades unions are purely economic organizations aiming to improve the economic conditions of the members here and now. As organizations, they have no business in politics beyond teaching their members the necessity of voting for their class interests and the absurdity of the community of interests between capital and labor. Meeting in Chicago in 1905, shortly after the formation of the Socialist Party of Canada, 200 socialists and trade unionists, including Daniel DeLeon, the leader of the Socialist Labor Party of America, and Lucy Parsons, widow of the Haymarket martyr Albert Parsons, founded the Industrial Workers of the World, IWWs. Generally known as the Wobblies, the IW sought to create one big union an industrial organization based on the class struggle and opposition to the AFL-affiliated craft unions. The preamble to the IWW Constitution states, in its last paragraph, "It is the historic mission of the working class to do away with capitalism. The army of production must be organized, not only for the everyday struggle with capitalists, but also to carry on production when capitalism shall have been overthrown. By organizing industrially, we are forming the structure of the new society within the shell of the old. This transformation of capitalist society would, according to the IWW, stem from a process of non-political action, such as the general strike and various revolutionary tactics of direct action. Although claiming to be Marxists, the Wobblies rejected the SPC's claim that, in the words of one of its pamphlets on unionism, only by themselves conquering political power for the purpose of abolishing capitalist ownership of the means of production can the workers ever obtain any easement. To abolish the wages system, the workers must gain control of the state, the citadel of capitalism." Some years later, the Socialist Party of Canada argued that by means of the state, the workers are held in subjection, and by means of the state, they shall be emancipated. The state it is that guarantees to the master class ownership of the means of production. The SPC, however, soon came into conflict with the IW over its anti-political syndicalist policies. On the prairies between 1870 and 1890, thousands of largely poor farmers and would-be farmers, mainly from Ontario, poured into the Canadian West. Almost unpeopled until the completion of the Canadian Pacific Railway, more than 2.5 million settlers arrived by 1912. The land was ideal for wheat and barley, which became the traditional mainstays of the prairies. Saskatchewan was to become the grain-producing centre of Canada. In Alberta, the wheat fields gave way to cattle ranching. The number of acres of occupied land increased from 2.5 million in 1880 to 6 million 10 years later. The government energetically encouraged homesteaders with incentives of cheap land and mortgages. Indeed, some of the land was free for male settlers, except for small legal costs, but women were not permitted to apply for land. At first, settlers came from Britain and Western Europe. However, later most were not from Britain, which could not provide enough of the kind of people Canada required to establish farms. Huge numbers of stalwarts came from the poverty-stricken plains of Eastern Europe, Ukrainians, Poles, and Hungarians, including many Jews, Canada, the editors of Time Life. Prior to the arrival of these people, much of southern Alberta and Saskatchewan had been dominated by ranchers who grazed thousands of head of cattle on land leased to them by the federal government. Rural relationships were, at least at first, somewhat different from those in the towns and cities. The basic unit of production was the family farm. The farmer tended to run his farm as an individual entrepreneur, but with the assistance of his wife and children, particularly sons when old enough. Life was hard on the women who did not share in the ownership of the farm, and whose labour was seldom remunerated. Life was especially difficult for the wives and daughters during harvest. Western farms always had a labour problem. Nevertheless, thousands of temporary workers were employed at harvest time. Some remained as permanent employees on the more prosperous farms, as wage labour and capital relationships slowly developed. After 1900, Many farmers increasingly employed young male immigrants brought to Canada by so-called charitable organizations. More than 50,000 were imported, mainly from British slums. What, then, was the Socialist Party of Canada's view of farmers during the early years of the last century? Milne, in his History of the Socialist Party of Canada, describes their situation thus: to many socialists, the farmer was a capitalist, a small one, but trying to become a big one. He owned or was buying the means of production in land and machinery, and he employed some wage workers, paying the going wage, which not surprisingly was the lowest wage possible. That many in the farming community were still desperately poor proved that they were far down in the ranks of the exploiters and could be readily shaken into the ranks of the wage-working class. They were, in the meantime, argued the socialists, a part of the exploiting class, inclined to think and behave as exploiters. Interestingly, Western farmers were generally quite hostile towards Eastern capitalists. They saw them as enemies. The SPC believed that the farmers were destined to continue, with limited exceptions, an existence of poverty, and that, to improve their lot in life, must abandon their class interests and work for the ending of capitalism. An alternative view, according to Milne, was that essentially the farmer's position under capitalism was the same as that of the worker. He was a wage slave. As late as 1914, the party published a pamphlet by a prairie farmer member, Alf Budden, under the title The Slave of the Farm. He argued that the farmer was a capitalist only in name. His supposed ownership was a grim joke. He obtained his land and machines by placing himself at the mercy of the mortgage companies. The larger the machinery grows, the longer he must toil to obtain it, until he reaches the point where the last vestige of independence drops off him, and he reaches the status of a wage slave, or at best, manager of a machine company. There was therefore no escape for the farmer other than socialism, for the greater his production improved, the greater the tendency for prices of farm products meant an even greater hold by the capitalist class on his farm and home. Many farmers, although not wage workers, were workers. The Socialist Party took this message to the rural communities of Alberta, Manitoba, and Saskatchewan. In 1907, Ukrainian-speaking members of the SPC were active among Ukrainian farmers in North Manitoba, developing a mass organization, and in April 1911, they decided to elect a farmers' organizational committee for Manitoba, whose responsibility would be the organization of farmers, writes Peter Krawchuk in the Ukrainian Socialist Movement in Canada, 1907 to 1918. The Socialist Party of Canada considered that the farmers should throw in their lot with the industrial workers to bring about socialism, otherwise they could be a stumbling block to the conquest of power. The Socialist Party and the European émigré workers, the second largest ethnic group of migrants to Canada, after the British and Irish, were the French, who mainly concentrated in Quebec, although since the latter part of the 18th century, there has been virtually no further immigration from France. The Germans were early settlers in Canada. Indeed, many were actively recruited by the British colonial government as early as 1750. A century later, there were more than 150,000 Germans in Ontario alone. Large numbers of them moved into the prairie provinces, and to such towns as Calgary, Regina, and Winnipeg. By the middle of the last century, the Ukrainians formed the fourth largest national grouping in Canada. Originally, most of them came from Galicia, which was, at the time, part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. In 1900, there were just 7,800 Ukrainian homesteads in the country, according to Raymond A. Davies in his This Is Our Land. By 1906, there were more than 40,000, and within a few years there were large communities in Montreal, Toronto, and Winnipeg. Jews fleeing from pogroms in Tsarist Russia settled mainly in Montreal. Not surprisingly, the vast majority of these people were poor propertyless workers looking for jobs or former peasant farmers looking for land. From the late 1870s, Canadian industry developed rapidly, although inevitably this development was affected by world conditions and economic cycles. Moreover, industrial development within the country was uneven. Before 1914, Quebec remained steady at the national average, with Ontario above and the Maritimes in the east falling behind. Industrial development in the west of the country was relatively slow. Between 1880 and 1910, industrial growth in such areas as Montreal and Toronto expanded considerably, while smaller communities, particularly in central Canada, fell behind. In sum, between 1890 and 1910, Canada was transformed into an industrial capitalist power of smoking metalworks, shoe factories and cotton mills, of mines and lumber camps, and a network of railroads across the country. It had an emergent and ruthless class of businessmen, always agile in their unending quest for profit. Moreover, with the surging economic growth came a new urban working class, many of them immigrants working long, dangerous hours and living in rickety wooden tenements. Canada, by the editors of Time Life Books, and The Peoples of Canada, A Post-Federation History, by J.M. Bumstead. Many of these workers were attracted by social reform and socialist ideas and organizations, including first the Canadian Socialist League and, after 1905, the Socialist Party of Canada, attracted groups of East and Central European members, including significant numbers of Germans, Finns, and Ukrainians. The party was, however, somewhat slow in recruiting individual East and Central European members, mainly because most of them, at that period, could not speak or understand English. Moreover, the Socialist Party did not translate any of its English-language literature, including its platform, into any of these languages until 1908. German members in Winnipeg, in 1907, translated the platform into German, and also held economics classes in German and English. According to Peter Campbell, in his Canadian Marxists and the Search for a Third Way, when John Huston ran on a Socialist Party ticket in Winnipeg in the federal election of 1908, the meeting at which he was nominated was addressed by English, French, Finnish, German, Polish, Ukrainian, and Jewish speakers. And Jack Leheny noted that a campaign committee composed of one comrade from each nationality was elected with power to add to their number. By 1907, the Italian Toronto local had 300 members. The Finnish local in the city was said to be the largest. Finnish locals of the SPC discouraged smoking and drinking, but apparently with little success, at least in Toronto. They were also hostile towards Christian socialism. Of all the East European workers within the ranks of the Socialist Party of Canada, during its early years, the Ukrainians were probably the most active and prominent. Peter Krawchuk, in the Ukrainian Socialist Movement in Canada, 1907 to 1918, describes it in some detail. It is not known if any individual Ukrainian-speaking workers joined the SPC in 1905, but by 1907 there was a Ukrainian branch in Nanaimo, the birthplace of socialism in Canada. There were also Ukrainian locals in Portage la Prairie and Winnipeg. In other cities, such as Vancouver, where there were no separate Ukrainian branches, a number of Ukrainian workers joined general locals of the party. In the early years of the Socialist Party of Canada, it should be noted, both individuals and groups, mainly non-English speaking, were permitted to join the party. By the end of 1907, the Ukrainian branch in Nanaimo had 25 members, the Portage la Prairie 21, and the Winnipeg branch 55. In November of that year, the three branches began to publish their own newspaper, Czerwony Prapor, Red Banner. It was edited and managed by Miroslav Stekishin and his wife. It claimed to be the first Ukrainian socialist newspaper in North America. Above its title on the front page was Socialist Party of Canada in English. The first issue carried the platform of the SPC. It stated that it set itself the task of organizing the Ukrainian proletariat, making it consciously enlightened in the ideas of socialism. It was responsible for publishing a Ukrainian translation of the platform of the Socialist Party of Canada, 8,000 copies of which were distributed throughout the country, mainly through the Winnipeg branch. At the same time, the Ukrainian branches took measures to organize a Ukrainian Socialist alliance within the framework of the SPC. While accepting the program of the party and stating that the alliance was part of the organization, it set itself the task of organizing the proletariat which spoke the Ukrainian language. On questions of organization, propaganda and publishing, the Ukrainian Socialist Alliance proposed full autonomy within the party. The alliance was discussed by the Dominion Executive Committee of the Socialist Party on 3 December 1907. The alliance, however, was stillborn, and further issues of the Czerwony Prapor do not mention it. Nevertheless, Ukrainian branches of the party grew quickly. By January 1908, there were 11. They conducted a lively program of propaganda, almost exclusively in British Columbia and among farmers in northern Manitoba. As there were few works of Marx and Engels available in the Ukrainian language, Czerwony Prapor played an important part in raising the consciousness of Ukrainian workers in Canada. Krochuk comments, its pages elucidated the class struggle in various countries and in Canada in particular. Its pages exposed the cruel exploitation of the workers and poor farmers by capitalism. It included the Ukrainian workers and farmers in Canada in political action. It called on them to agitate and work in support of worker and socialist candidates in both provincial and federal elections. On the 1st of May 1908, a number of Ukrainian workers in Winnipeg joined the 10,000-strong demonstration organized by the Socialist Party of Canada. A year later, more than 2,000 Ukrainian workers took part in the May Day demonstration. More branches were formed during the year. Ukrainian workers organized within the Socialist Party took a lively interest in the activities and struggles of their kinsmen in Ukraine. They collected money among themselves and sent it to Eastern Galicia and to Ukraine to help political prisoners and the radical press. And they held mass meetings in protest against occupationist terror. All was not without its problems, however. After 9 months and 18 issues, Czerwony Prapor ceased publication on 8th of August 1908 due to shortage of funds. Furthermore, as with a number of other national groups within the Socialist Party, the Ukrainians, through a new publication, Robochi Narod, complained, "Scattered as we are among organizations whose membership is predominantly of other national groups, we feel ourselves stifled. Very often we don't even have the courage to open our mouth due to embarrassment about our broken English. Because of the lack of intercommunication between our Ukrainian branches and because of our lack of knowledge of English, we engage ourselves exclusively with local problems which usually have very little or nothing whatever in common with socialism. In this manner, we constitute a superfluous community in the party of no value to it or our own people. It was not a good omen. In 1908, however, the Socialist Party initiated a major campaign among non-English-speaking European immigrant workers. The platform was translated into Finnish and Italian. The party added a Finnish journal, Työkansa, as an official SPC organ. In the same year, it appointed Toma Tomaszewski as its Ukrainian organizer in Alberta and Herman Slipchenko in Manitoba. Some gains were made among immigrant farmers, but not surprisingly, a better response came from Slavic, Italian, and German miners. Indeed, one activist, Frank Pock, had previously been a member of the Social Democratic Party in Germany since 1888. Note, some of the workers from Germany who had joined the Socialist Party of Canada in its early days had been members or supporters of the German Social Democratic Workers' Party, the Finns of the Finnish Social Democratic Labour Party. Those of Jewish origin were often previous members of the Polish Socialist Party, which in 1892 had become the Social Democracy of the Kingdom of Poland, and in 1900 had merged with the Social Democrats of Lithuania. Others had also supported the Jewish Bund. A few of the Ukrainians in Canada, of whom before 1914 most had come from Galicia and Bukovina, had supported either the Revolutionary Party of Ukraine, the Ukrainian Social Democratic Labour Party, or even the Ukrainian section of the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party, which prior to around 1920 was largely Menshevik. Most did not speak or understand English. The Socialist Party and the Orientals. As early as 1880, there were Asian workers, usually referred to as Orientals, by both socialists and non-socialists at that time, in Canada, mainly in British Columbia and the west of the country. Generally, unlike those from Europe, they did not migrate to Canada by choice. They included Indians, Chinese, Koreans, and Japanese. There were a few thousand Indians, mostly Sikhs from the Punjab, mainly skilled workers, who initially worked in the sawmills and lumber industry of Vancouver and Victoria. During the 1880s, more than 15,000 Chinese labourers were brought into the country, of whom between 6,500 and 7,000 were employed on construction of the Canadian Pacific Railway. Milner comments, Oriental workers were entering the province encouraged and assisted by the employing class, becoming established in the logging and fishing industries, and partly in mining, moving from these into other industries. Chinese women were also imported into the country, again mainly into British Columbia, as domestic servants. According to Janice Newton, employers preferred Chinese women servants because they were regarded as sober, industrious, and obliging. Moreover, wealthy women apparently preferred them because their husbands were less likely to fool around with Chinese maids. Hostility towards Asian workers occurred almost immediately. There were riots against them in Vancouver from the 1880s. Indeed, as early as the 1870s, some trade unionists clamoured against proposals by employers to import Orientals into Canada. For decades, the Conservatives, as well as the Liberals, played the race card. Milner continues, the Orientals worked for lower wages and longer hours than white workers, which tended to depress or prevent improvements in the general conditions of life. The white workers fought against this by trying to have Orientals excluded from the country. The Socialist Party became involved in this activity. But how? Opinions were mixed. On the 25th of January 1903, the Western Clarion, which, at the time, reflected the views of the Socialist Party of British Columbia, argued, the Chinese and Japanese have as much right to be here as we civilized Christians have in Asia. The cheap labour problem is a product of our competitive system of industry, and until the working class capture the reins of power and establish the cooperative commonwealth, there will be profits for the capitalists by importing Chinese, Italians, etc. To prevent the lowering of the environment of the working class in Canada, and thus making the work of the socialist educator harder, it would be well to secure restrictive immigration laws requiring a certain educational standard from all immigrants. But while the capitalist government might pass such legislation, it would not be enforced unless the working class were showing their political power intelligently by striking at the ballot box and vote for the worldwide working class Socialist Party. In Winnipeg, The Voice, 28 April 1905, reported that at the beginning of last week, the cooking staff and some kitchen assistants at the General Hospital were dismissed, and their places filled by Chinese. The dismissal of white help and the substitution of Chinese in a public institution is preposterous. In 1902, both Chinese and Japanese immigrant workers were declared unfit for full citizenship. Due to an influx of South Asians, mainly from India, writes Peter Campbell in his essay, East meets left South Asian militants and the Socialist Party of Canada in British Columbia, 1904 to 1914, International Journal of Canadian Studies, 20, Fall 1999, the British Columbia Legislature passed by unanimous vote on 27 a bill to disenfranchise all South Asians. This presumably included Hawthornthwaite, a member of the SPC. In April the same year, South Asians were denied the vote in Vancouver municipal elections, thereby excluding them from serving as school trustees, serving on juries, being employed by the public services, or getting jobs on public works contracts. In August 1907, a proto-fascist organisation called the Asiatic Exclusion League was formed in British Columbia. It was aided and directed by a similar organisation in the United States, where on 5th September, over 500 white lumber workers in Bellingham, Washington state, attacked South Asian mill workers, evicted them from their lodgings, and destroyed their possessions. Some of the instigators of this attack, writes Campbell, then proceeded to Vancouver, where their presence and inflammatory rhetoric helped produce the anti-Chinese and anti-Japanese riots that took place on September 7th. Following the Vancouver riots, the Western Clarion of 14 September wrote, "The working-class mind is being inflamed with the idea that the Japanese, Hindu, or Chinese workingman coming to Canada comes as an enemy to the white worker. As racial prejudice is one of the meanest in the category, and least founded upon reason, it is one of the easiest to stir up. When stirred up, it is virulent and bestial in the extreme and capable of being used to carry out the purpose, however vile, of those who know how to manipulate it and turn it to account." A week later, the Western Clarion further commented on the riots, stating, "The Japanese are coming into this province in large numbers. They will keep on coming so long as it may be of interest to Japanese capital to send them, or white capital to bring them in. That they are not coming here with the intention of remaining a subject people is to their credit. If they are coming with the avowed purpose of seizing the country and enslaving its inhabitants, the whites should in all decency refrain from making a fuss over it, for the little brown man would be only following the precedent set by the white man through all history. The white man, however, is chiefly remarkable for the ability to preserve his equanimity when he is a winner and squeal like a stuck pig when a loser." Nevertheless, a few prominent members of the Socialist Party of Canada, in the words of Campbell, evinced the same fear of Asian workers that characterized the labour movement as a whole. In a speech given by Hawthornthwaite at the Dominion Theatre, Vancouver, on 13th of October 1907, he defended the exclusion of Asian workers from Canada on the grounds that Asian civilization would one day swamp every white market and threaten Western civilization. W.J. Curry, writing an article entitled "The Asiatic Invasion, Its Causes and Outcome," in the Western Clarion of 5 December 1907, excluded Asians from his definition of the working class, arguing that once the workers, presumably white workers, had established a society based on production for use, not profit, they would not need the assistance of Asians. He declared, "Go ye back across the ocean, join the party of revolt in your country, and do as we have done." But Donald Mackenzie, a member of the Socialist Party's Executive Committee and Western Clarion editor, in an editorial on 13 February 1909, welcomed the decision of the United Mine Workers to admit Chinese and Japanese workers to the union's membership. The title of his article was All Slaves Together. Nevertheless, 2 years later, in April 1911, the Socialist Standard states, the Socialist Party of Great Britain is not identical with the Socialist Party of Canada. We are not sufficiently informed to be in a position to discuss in detail the action of their members on local governing bodies. But remembering that the interests of the workers are the same the world over, we do not hesitate to condemn such action as the advocacy by members of the Socialist Party of Canada of the exclusion of our Asiatic fellow workers from British Columbia. Many of the anti-Asiatic members of the SPC, generally reformist social democrats, had resigned or had been expelled from the Socialist Party by 1914. The party was then able to declare unequivocally that it looked upon all workers equally, irrespective of their origins. Except for a very few, the Asian workers did not become socialists. The Indians, and particularly the Sikhs, became anti-British nationalists. It is also true that in Canada and elsewhere, even the most advanced Marxist socialists had difficulty in shedding racist ideas and attitudes, but they did concern members of the British ruling class. In 1909, John Morley, who had become Secretary of State for India in 1905, gave his reasons for opposing Indian emigration to Canada, the fact that there is socialist propaganda in Vancouver, and the consequent danger of East Indians being imbued with socialist doctrines. The Socialist Party and women workers' life was hard for both working men and women. The majority of working-class women, in Canada as elsewhere at the beginning of the 20th century, were not engaged in paid labour outside the home. They were not, in socialist parlance, wage slaves. And even those who were, comments Janice Newton, by and large believed themselves to be destined for a life as wife and homemaker. Nevertheless, the proportion of women wage workers did increase considerably during the first decade, particularly in the larger cities. In 1900, probably about 12% of Canadian women were employed. By 1920, it was around 20%. Women workers outside the home tended to be employed in jobs considered by the men and themselves to be suitable for their sex. Thus, women who entered the paid labour force were predominantly employed in a limited range of occupations: domestic service, teaching, nursing, clerical work, and light engineering. Invariably, women workers were paid less than men workers, even when they did identical jobs. Moreover, most employers refused to employ married women. Most female workers were under 25 years of age and were expected to get married and leave full-time employment. Farmers' wives, who often undertook various jobs on the farm, were not considered to be employees. Newton writes, all workers at this time faced enormous difficulties maintaining acceptable working conditions and wages. The trade union movement was beleaguered by uncertain business cycles, dramatic increases in the cost of living, hostile employers, and pro-management governments. By 1911, only 5% of the entire Canadian labour force was unionised, and by 1921 this had increased to only 10%. Women workers faced additional barriers, since they assumed that their employment in the labour force was temporary, and since they received low wages and had to endure long, arduous hours of labour both at work and at home, few women had the resources, energy, or will to devote to the improvement of their wages and working conditions. Yet, according to Newton, some women workers did unionize in some sectors. As early as the 1880s and 1890s, the Knights of Labour supported women's strike actions, set up day nurseries for wage-earning women with children, and advocated equal pay for men and women. In 1889, the Trades and Labour Congress voted in its platform the abolition of child labour and female labour in mines, workshops and factories. Some trade unions supported equal pay for equal work for both men and women, others did not. More often than not, they could not force the employers to pay equal wages. What then was the Socialist Party's view, or views, on women in general and working women in particular? Writing in the Western Socialist of January 1903, Dorothy Drew, the pen name of Bertha Merrill, argued that socialism would give every mother the right to bear her children, 4 or more. It would abolish profit. With no idle rich to support, the burden of labour would be distributed equitably among the entire population. No one would live off the labour of others. Socialism meant that all women would have to do their share of domestic labour, and this would reduce the labour of each. Socialism, she argued, would abolish the isolated housewife. Women will work cooperatively. Under socialism, work would be managed collectively and scientifically. Finally, socialized domestic labor would emancipate women from their dependence on men. Women would control their labor. Peter Campbell, in an unpublished paper, The Socialist Party of Canada, Impossibilism Revisited, says that the SPC's views on women revealed a progressive attitude combined with its relegation of the women question to a minor status. Women, he claims, never became prominent in the party, and the ones who did appear to have been the wives of party members. The situation was much the same, or worse, in other parties. Some parties had special women's branches or sections. The Socialist Party of Canada was against them. The Dominion Executive Committee was against them. Despite this, in Toronto, a Socialist Women's Study Club met weekly in 1908 to study Engels' Origin of the Family and Untermann's Marxian Economics. Campbell, in his essay, also notes that in Vancouver in 1911 there were 2.3 working-age men for every working-age woman, and only 9.6% of its manufacturing workforce was female. In the mining towns and lumber camps where the SPC drew much of its support, there were very few women of any age or class. Campbell concludes his section on the Socialist Party's attitude thus: as with Western society as a whole, the party's progressive position on women tended to be espoused by a small number of men and women who were not powerful influences in the SPC as a whole. Men in the SPC were not significantly different from men in Canadian society generally. They could and did take very progressive positions on women's issues. There is, however, little evidence to suggest that women's issues were of any significance in the party's platform or election campaigns. The SPC did not ignore women or fail to develop a position on issues affecting women. The party did fail, however, to integrate women's issues within its overall critique of capitalism. Nevertheless, the few members who did tackle the subject made a number of important observations, which are worth recording. Ruth and Charles Lestor joined the Socialist Party of Canada in 1908. Little is known about Ruth Lestor prior to her joining the party, other than that she was born in Manchester, England, and that she had been a nurse in mental institutions. She generally embraced the Socialist Party platform, although she was not consistent regarding women's suffrage. She came to prominence during speaking tours for the SPC from 1909 to 1911. Linda Keeling, in Enlisting Women for the Cause, Women, Labour and the Left in Canada, 1890-20, writes that Ruth Lestor accompanied her organiser husband on his travels and spoke to women comrades, a not uncommon role for the female half of couples who organised for the party. In the summer of 1909, speaking on the Woman's Place, Ruth Lestor argued that a woman's class position was of paramount concern because sex was not the chief factor determining women's industrial position. The capitalist hired the cheapest and most effective worker, regardless of sex, she argued, reiterating the position of other Socialist Party speakers. Ruth Lestor observed that socialist women had to pay special attention to the housewife who had a narrower outlook than her working sister. Private property, she claimed, was the source of female oppression, and women need socialism even more than men, because they suffered more under the capitalist system. Campbell says that Ruth Lestor insisted that a woman had to be a socialist first, and having committed herself, would then be treated as a comrade and equal in the Socialist Party. Quoting the Western Clarion of July 1911, Campbell quotes Ruth Lestor as saying that men should be merciless towards women who supported capitalism. She also said that a woman is a man, that's all. According to Keeley, Ruth had by 1911 become quite critical of SPC women and was pessimistic about women in general, pointing to their cruelty, superstition, and intellectual backwardness. "I rarely found one of my own sex worth talking to," she complained. Shortly after, her own speaking and organizing career was curtailed by illness and the birth of 2 children. In the 10 December 1910 issue of the Western Clarion, Alf Budden wrote an article entitled "The Woman's Place from a Proletarian rather than a Sex Standpoint," in which he noted that working conditions were worse for women. Women who applied for jobs were subjected to the horrid attentions of men. Budden observed that the boss can exploit you, women, in a double sense, and forever destroy any self-respect you may have had. For women, he said, the escape to marriage was only an illusion, because it condemned them to a life of household drudgery. He maintained that the woman question had nothing to do with socialism. The Socialist Party had few women members because women lacked the necessary knowledge of their true position as wage workers or as people dependent on wages. For the she-worker there is one issue, the destruction of the wages system. There is only one question for you to solve, the slave question, and it galls men and women alike. There is no woman question. The woman and the man of the working class have interests in common. Both are slaves to the rulers of capital, concluded Budden. In the Western Clarion of 20 December 1913, a Mrs. Stott of Victoria argued that the labour of both women and men had been commodified, and that men and women could not occupy different places vis-à-vis the mode of production. There was only an apparent sex struggle, which upon analysis resolved itself into the class struggle, an important subject which put the Socialist Party at odds with social reformers was the suffragist movement. As in England and elsewhere at this period, Canadian women did not have the vote. Unlike the British suffragettes, the Canadian suffragists were not particularly militant. The Conservatives opposed universal adult suffrage, although the Canadian suffragist movement and such organizations as the Political Equality League were largely dominated by upper-class women, of whom many were hostile to socialism and trade unionism. Some suffragists were merely patronizing towards working-class women. Others were also involved in prohibition campaigns. In a rather short chapter, Janice Newton, in her book The Feminist Challenge to the Canadian Left, 1900 to 1918, deliberately or otherwise, tends to distort the Socialist Party's attitude to adult suffrage in general and women in particular. She claims that the Socialist Party's hostility to women reflected the masculine ethos of the SPC. Yet in some sections she quotes the opposite viewpoint. At its formation, the Socialist Party of British Columbia included in its list of immediate demands adult suffrage, although it did not mention women as such. When, in 1903, it amalgamated with the Revolutionary Socialist Party, the SPBC dropped its reform platform in favour of the RSP's revolutionary objective of socialism. When the Socialist Party of Canada was formed at the beginning of 1905, it adopted the SPBC's anti-reformist platform. As mentioned previously, The SPC did not oppose individual reforms, including adult suffrage. It just did not advocate them as its official platform. Indeed, Newton confirms this when she writes, "The party had a concerted focus on educating the working class for socialism. If the working class was educated to its class interests, a simple majority vote by its members could bring in the era of socialism. Control of the state would lead to control of wealth production. In those early years, socialists had absolute faith in the democratic process." Newton, however, confuses the Socialist Party's opposition to the Political Equality League to opposition to women's suffrage. The reverse was true. In December 1913, Mrs. Scott, representing the Socialist Party of Canada, debated Dorothy Davis of the Political Equality League on the question, "Will women's suffrage solve the economic problem?" Mrs. Scott argued that women would not necessarily be more intelligent in the use of their vote than men. She objected to suffragists who exhibited their class bias by demanding property rights for women. But although she took the negative side in the debate, she did not argue against the right of women to vote. She objected only to the suffragists' claims that the enfranchisement of women would change the economic problems of the day, says Janice Newton. She also notes that James Hawthorne Thwaite, a Socialist Party of Canada member of the British Columbia legislature, actually introduced suffrage bills in 1906 and 1909, although, like Mrs. Scott, he accepted that women's suffrage would not mean economic freedom. Both of his bills were voted down by the Conservatives and Liberals. The Socialist Party consolidates. There does not seem to be any official statistics as to the number of members the Socialist Party of Canada had at its formation in 1905 or later. Numbers generally cited for 1905 are between 2,000 and 3,000. According to Ross McCormack, membership between 1908 and 1910 was approximately 3,000. In his essay, East Meets Left, Peter Campbell states that the membership of the SPC, organised in 1905, did not exceed 3,000 to 4,000 members. He adds, "Their small numbers notwithstanding, Socialist Party members were Canada's foremost advocates of scientific socialism." And McCormack writes, "However, the SPC exercised a much greater influence than their numbers would suggest. At that period, the population of Canada was less than a quarter of that of the United Kingdom. In 1903, the British Social Democratic Federation had a membership of approximately 9,000, which had declined to around 6,000 in 1908, and in 1905, the Socialist Party of Great Britain had about 200 members. McCormack writes that up to 1910, the SPC was a vital and expanding party with the support of many workers in Western Canada. Because the SPC considered that socialists' basic function was to educate the workers, continues McCormack, the SPC insisted that members be well schooled in Marxist theory. The revolution would only be achieved by a thorough understanding of the wages system. To ensure this, most locals required applicants for membership to sit for an oral examination. He then quotes the Western Clarion of 18 March 1905 as claiming that the proletarian revolution must be the work of the working class alone. Most members of the Socialist Party of Canada were not prepared to speculate on the socialist future. Unlike William Morris or Edward Bellamy, they were not prepared to create a detailed blueprint. History would be the arbiter. The SPC was never guilty of inaction. It claimed right from its formation that within the limits set by the conditions of their time, men and women made their own history. According to Ross McCormack, the Socialist Party's interpretation of Marx was largely the work of theoreticians in the Vancouver locals and on the Dominion Executive, which was also located in that city. He mentions Wallace LeFaux, John Harrington, Donald George Mackenzie, Eugene Kingsley and J.G. Morgan, who was a former member of the British Social Democratic Federation. Morgan organised study groups and conducted classes in Marxist theory. At the centre, claims McCormack, was Kingsley, who was the link between the Socialist Party and the pre-1900 Socialist Labour Party. He was the inspiration and life force of the SPC, which sprang from Nanaimo. Indeed, thanks to Kingsley, wrote Lefaux, the platform of the Socialist Party of Canada is the most clear-cut and revolutionary of any socialist party of any country in the world, and Harrington argued that Kingsley was the real founder of the SPC. Alex Paterson stated that in the early years of the party's ascendancy, Kingsley pretty well ran the Western Clarion and the party. Until 1908, he edited the Clarion, and up to 1912, he largely financed the paper, only discontinuing when it put him deeply in debt. He was an extraordinary and effective speaker and propagandist, the SPC's most popular at that time. He inspired and delighted audiences across the West. Opponents as well as supporters of the Socialist Party testified to Kingsley's preeminence. Campbell comments, "Once upon a time there were Marxists on the street corners and crowds at Vancouver's Empress Theatre on Sunday nights, eager to hear the socialist message. Once upon a time they came in their hundreds to experience the fire E.T. Kingsley." Campbell also writes of Wallace Lefaux speaking in the Empress Theatre, of John Harrington discussing the ideas of Joseph Deitchkin and Georg Hegel, of the Finn, Abe Carme, who was one of the SPC's 1908 Dominion Executive Committee members, and the Indian, Hussein Rahim, who was also on the Dominion Executive and was an expert on Freudian psychology. He adds that contrary to popular belief, prominent members of the SPC were not all white, male and Anglo-Saxon. Another SPC speaker of passion, of whom hundreds came to hear speak, was Sophie Mushkat, of Eastern European Jewish origin. And then there was James Pritchard, a founder member of the Revolutionary Socialist Party, who was also on the Dominion Executive in 1908. In a talk, which he taped in 1974, William Bill Pritchard speaks of his father, James, who had been a miner on Vancouver Island, but had been blacklisted, and who had various jobs in Vancouver. Of Eugene Kingsley, Bill Pritchard recounts that he was a powerful platform speaker with lightning repartee, who also wielded a trenchant pen. Pritchard remembered Wallace Lefaux and his brother Frank and Henry M. Fitzgerald, a red-headed orator of orators, shining particularly on the soapbox at the corner of Hastings and Columbia. In Pritchard's view, Donald Mackenzie, one-time editor of the Western Clarion, was a man of few words, no speaker, though a brilliant writer. George Morgan was, according to Pritchard, also a man of few words, but most of them of substance, who held economics classes on Sunday afternoons. He was accredited in many circles as being the best informed economist on the North American continent, says Pritchard. Abe Carme had been involved in 1893 in organising the Fishermen's Union of Finland, of having been a member of its executive board, and, some time later, of assisting in the foundation of the Social Democratic Labour Party of Finland. He joined the Socialist Party of British Columbia in 1902. With such men and women leaders, both Janice Newton and Peter Campbell often refer to them as such. They were certainly prominent at that time, particularly in Western Canada, and many, largely non-socialist, workers, including those who held office in various unions, would have considered them as leaders. Yet they thought of themselves not as leaders who needed followers, but as educators and teachers of Marxian economics and socialism. Time after time, they would say and write that the working class, not them, or even the Socialist Party of Canada, must emancipate themselves. Milner, in his History of the Socialist Party of Canada, writes, "The SPC from its earliest days could never manage to enthuse over leaders, and today wouldn't change a word in the comment of D.G. Mackenzie in 1908. The poor Scotchman is willing to trot alongside of any old plug that is going his way, but must decline with thanks to be led anywhere by anybody, lead be ever so wisely, and absolutely refuses to be saved by a saviour, any saviour, economic, industrial, ethical, moral, or spiritual. It is a case of welcome, earth-born comrade, but to hell with the heaven sent." Western Clarion, 8 February 1908. The early members of the Socialist Party were neither Labour leaders nor Leninists, although, sadly, a few of them became such as the days, weeks, months, and years went by. Propaganda. The Socialist Party had many enemies, not least the government and the various provincial authorities, as well as the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP, the famous Mounties. The SPC did not advocate violence, but its members were not pacifists. They defended themselves as best they could at outdoor street corner meetings and, where necessary, in their indoor meeting halls. The Socialists only had two means of spreading their ideas: the written word in the form of journals and newspapers, and books by Marx, Engels, and other radical writers, as well as by early scientific writers such as Charles Darwin, and face-to-face meetings in union halls, and sometimes in theatres and on street corners and open spaces, weather permitting. The main publication serving the Socialist Party was the Western Clarion. At its founding, it was published 3 times a week. When the United Brotherhood of Railway Employees strike ended a few weeks later, it became a weekly. In the years to follow, it was published twice a month, often once a month, and when funds were low, not at all. Its circulation fluctuated generally between 4,000 and 6,000, reaching as high as 10,000 during a Socialist Party election campaign. The Western Clarion was not, however, owned by the party for many years, at least in the way that the Socialist Standard is owned by the Socialist Party in Britain. Nevertheless, it was largely controlled by the Dominion Executive Committee. The editor was usually a committee member. Throughout the first 2 decades of the last century, the Socialist Party employed travelling speakers and organisers. Mainly they lived off the land, fed and helped in their travels by locals, groups and individuals, workers and farmers, a dearth of plutocrats, anxious to help in spreading the socialist message. They did not live luxuriously. Life was abundant only in ideas and poverty. But they were a sturdy breed, stimulated by the interest around them and a conviction that a new day was dawning. Following its foundation, the Socialist Party of Canada sent soapbox orators, lecturers and organisers throughout the country. Others travelled widely within their own provinces. There were locals in all the provinces except Prince Edward Island. As previously noted, the vast majority of the members of the SPC were ordinary wage-earning members of the working class. An interesting minute-book of the Squamish, a small settlement north of Vancouver, branch of the Socialist League, dating from 1906, wherein its members applied for a charter and for membership of the SPC, and at which provincial organiser Kingsley was present, gives a good idea of the occupations of the Socialist Party membership. The minutes read thus: Roll of members of Local 28 Squamish SPC. Name, address, occupation, age, citizen. William Lewis, Squamish, BC, farmer, 36, yes. Chas Kilby, Squamish, BC, housekeeper. Kittredge Ronayne, Squamish, BC, labourer. H. Judd, Squamish, BC, rancher, yes. A. Stephen, Squamish, BC, rancher, yes. A. Stephen, Squamish, BC, farmer. Name not provided, Squamish, BC, teacher. All the above became members of the Socialist Party of Canada on 19 February 1906. On Sunday, 22 January, a propaganda meeting was held to commemorate Bloody Sunday. A further propaganda meeting was held on 3 March, at which comrades Kilby, Mrs. Kilby, Lewis, Judd, Ronayne, Stephen, and several non-members were present. Members in turn answered the question, "Why am I a socialist?" 12 clarions were sold. Eugene T. Kingsley, who visited Squamish, was based in Vancouver, but despite his disability, having lost both his legs, travelled widely as a speaker, debater, and organizer. He printed and edited the Western Clarion for a number of years. Sophie Muscat, briefly mentioned previously, was an active Socialist Party member, speaker, and organizer for about 8 years. According to Janice Newton, Muscat was a Russian Jewish immigrant of Polish descent who came to Canada with her father in 1905 and settled in the Maritimes. She and her father joined the SPC around 1908. According to Roscoe Fillmore, SPC organizer in the Maritimes, she spoke on occasion to crowds of 1,200, sometimes facing hostility and violence from opponents or the police, intent on disrupting the meetings. Sometimes she was arrested. The topics on which she spoke included the class struggle, socialism and the trade unions, and the materialist conception of history. She was no genteel speaker. Miss Muscat, her sleeves rolled up to her elbows, vigorously pummeled the various bogies created by the capitalist papers to frighten people from taking part in socialist activities, wrote Cotton's Weekly of 24 March 1910. On one occasion in Moncton, New Brunswick, following a fracas involving the police, Muscat was called to give evidence in court. On taking the stand, she refused to swear on the Bible. She said that she did not believe in an afterlife, and she confirmed her commitment to socialism, saying that she was proud to be a member of the SPC. Her replies drew applause from the public benches and a reprimand from the judge, who dismissed her testimony because she had refused to swear on the Bible. Late in 1910, Sophie Muscat travelled west to Calgary, where she continued speaking on behalf of the Socialist Party. While on tour, says Newton, she made use of her language skills in English, Russian and Polish, even providing a translation for the party press of the experiences of a Russian serf who had moved from Russia to Canada and tried to establish himself as a farmer. Another active female member of the Socialist Party of Canada, mentioned by Linda Keeley in her Enlisting Women for the Cause, was Sanna Kallio, born in the Vasa province of Finland in 1878. She was one of 7 children of a poor farming family who immigrated first to the United States in 1899 and shortly after to Port Arthur. She joined the Socialist Party soon after its formation in 1905. In June 1907, she was elected SPC organizer for the Eastern Section. Based in Port Arthur, she spent the next 16 months touring Eastern Canada and into the United States, organizing mostly Finnish workers and establishing locals. She was a delegate to the Ontario Provincial Convention in September 1908. Working under the direction of the Toronto and Port Arthur locals of the party, Sanna Kallio continued to speak to and organize immigrant Finnish workers on behalf of the Socialist Party. Like Ruth Lester, about the same time, around 1910, Kallio became ill and was hospitalized. After returning to Port Arthur, she continued to speak until 1913. She later married and had 1 child. Like Sophie Muscat, she became sympathetic towards the Communist Party later in life, at least for a while. Charles R. Lestor began speaking on behalf of the Socialist Party of Canada in 1909. In his book, The Monument, Robert Baltrop paints a colourful picture of Charlie, as he was generally called. He talked of the Yukon, of cattle drives and fist fights, of men who came straight from the pages of Robert Service and Jack London. He had spoken at strikers' meetings with guns trained all around him. Lestor was born in Bradford, England, in 1876, coming to Canada around 1900. Baltrop states that Lestor had been a member of the Industrial Workers of the World prior to joining the SPC. Of Charles and Ruth Lestor, Cotton's Weekly of 5th January 1911, under the heading Comrade Lestor Coming East, writes, Comrade Chas, R. Lestor and Mrs. Lestor have been campaigning in Saskatchewan. These comrades are coming east. All locals throughout Ontario and Quebec who desire to arrange dates can make arrangements by addressing Comrade Lestor at Regina, General Delivery, Post Office. Mrs. Lestor cannot be depended on to speak, owing to her recent illness. Comrade Lestor is well fitted for the role of lecturer, and is a good propagandist. The Regina Morning Leader speaks as follows of Comrade Lestor. Charles Lestor, the young socialist from the coast, who is at present doing propagandist work in Regina, was born in Bradford, Yorkshire, England, some 35 years ago, and during that span of time he has pretty well run the whole gamut of human activity. Originally a blacksmith, he has been at different times a solicitor, labourer, showman and waterworks manager, with also other lines thrown in between them. More or less cradled in the labour movement, Mr. Lestor has always taken considerable interest in social problems of all kinds. A student of history and political economy, he had contributed largely to magazines on these subjects. About 3 years ago, Mr. Lestor joined the Socialist Party of Canada, and since then has become well known on the Pacific Coast as a speaker on socialist subjects. 2 years ago, together with his wife, he toured the Dominion, speaking at all the principal points between Vancouver and Quebec. Mrs. Lestor, who accompanies her husband on the present trip, is generally looked upon as one of the best lady speakers of the Socialist Party of Canada, though at the present time, owing to ill health, following a serious operation, she is doing but little platform work. Mr. Lestor says that the social problem is an educational problem. The workers have nothing to fight but their own ignorance. Cotton's Weekly, although privately owned, was at that period very sympathetic towards the Socialist Party of Canada. The International Socialist Bureau. In his Canadian Marxists and the Search for a Third Way, Peter Campbell refers to such people as William Pritchard and Robert Russell, both one-time members of the Socialist Party of Canada, as well as the SPC generally, as Marxists of the Third Way. He then adds, in the following paragraph, the description requires explanation, because these socialists might more accurately be called Marxists of the First Way. Their guiding philosophy is to be found in the provisional rules of the International Workingmen's Association. The International Workingmen's Association, or First International as it is usually called, was formed in London in 1864. The impetus came largely from the London Trades Council. Although Karl Marx had not taken an active part in the movement and preparations which founded the International, he was co-opted onto its 50-strong committee. He was also elected to a subcommittee to draw up a programme and statutes. After a number of drafts were submitted and rejected, Marx proposed that he prepare a manifesto. The subcommittee accepted his draft, but demanded a few additional phrases about right, truth, morality and justice, which Marx told Engels he had succeeded in inserting in such a way as to do no harm. The full committee unanimously adopted the statement as the inaugural address and provisional rules of the International. Franz Mehring sums up the address thus: "The emancipation of the working class must be the task of the working class itself. The struggle for emancipation is not a struggle for the establishment of new class privileges, but the abolition of class rule altogether. The economic subjugation of the worker to those who appropriated the tools of labour, i.e. the source of life, results in servitude in all its forms, social misery, intellectual atrophy, and political dependence. The economic emancipation of the working class is, therefore, the great aim for which all political movement must serve as a means. Up to the present, all attempts to realize this great aim have been unsuccessful owing to the lack of unity between the workers of various countries. The emancipation of the workers is neither a local nor national task, but a social one. It is a task which embraces all countries in which modern society exists, and it can be achieved only by the systematic cooperation between all these countries." The story of his life. The aim of the International was to unite workers of Europe and North America into one great army and give it a program which hopefully would leave the door open for English trade unions as well as such political groups as the French Proudhonists and the German Lassalleans. Inevitably, there were differences and conflicts within the International. The French Proudhonists opposed trade unions and strikes, which the International supported. They also proposed people's banks and mutual insurance associations. The supporters of Ferdinand Lassalle, who had founded the General Association of German Workers, accepted the class struggle, but advocated state credits for producers' cooperatives. Lassalle was also in favour of cooperation with the Prussian Junker state, but the disputes which would ultimately destroy the International Workingmen's Association were between Marx and his supporters and the anarchist Mikhail Bakunin, who advocated the destruction or smashing of the state, and the Marxists, who argued that the workers must, first, get control of the state. Not only was the International rent by conflict, but it was in decline. At its Hague Congress in 1872, Engels proposed that the General Council should be moved from London to New York for at least a year. It was carried by a small majority. The General Council then moved to New York, where, according to Mehring, dissensions between the various sections in North America soon emerged. Meanwhile, in May 1875, the German Marxists and Lassalleans came together in Gotha to form the Social Democratic Party of Germany. In the United States, in April 1876, expatriate German Lassalleans and internationalist supporters of Marx met in Pittsburgh and issued a call for a unity conference to meet in Philadelphia the following July to form a workers' party. Prior to the conference, writes Frank Girard and Ben Perry in their The Socialist Labour Party, 1876, to Karl Marx, in a letter to Wilhelm Break on 5th of May 1875, was highly critical of the German Social Democratic Party's Gotha program, which was first published in English in 1900 in North America by the Daily People as criticism of the Gotha program, wherein Marx claims that the German party in part improves upon, but actually distorts, the statutes of the International Workingmen's Association. He is particularly critical of the Lassalleans' advocacy of a so-called free state, as well as universal suffrage, direct legislation, and arming the nation. In 1879, Jules Gester and Paul Lafargue met Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels to get their assistance in drawing up a program and principles for the formation of a workers' party in France. Later that year in Marseille, a congress of various organizations founded the Fédération du Parti des Travailleurs Socialistes de France, FPTSF. In June 1880, in anticipation of its participation in the legislative elections, the following October, the FPTSF adopted a declaration of principles and proposals which, influenced by Marx and Engels, included the emancipation of the productive class and all humans regardless of race or sex as its maximum program, and in addition, under the influence of Paul Brousse and Benoît Malon, a list of reforms which included the separation of the church and state, a minimum wage, and pensions for the elderly as its minimum program. The FPTSF received 60,000 votes out of a total of 7 million cast. By 1882, the party had split, with the group around Brousse and Malon, dubbed the Possibilists, advocating a purely pragmatic reformist, gradualist policy, and the group around Gester and Lafargue, dubbed the Impossibilists, founding the Parti ouvrier français, which, despite being called impossibilist, contained both revolutionary and reformist elements. In 1905, with the help of the International Socialist Bureau, the Second International, founded in 1889, the various French factions and parties founded the openly reformist Section Française de l'Internationale Ouvrière, the SFIO. The conflict between possibilists and impossibilists had only just begun. Moreover, while the possibilists were to become respectable and, of course, practical, impossibilists were supposed to be impractical, dogmatic, sectarian, and utopian, charges levelled against the Socialist Party of Canada. In his essay, The Socialist Party of Canada, Impossibilism Revisited, Peter Campbell likens the Parti ouvrier français to the Socialist Party of Canada. They shared many characteristics, he asserts. Like the SPC, the PAIOF was largely regionally based, with its main strength among industrial workers of northern France, although unlike the SPC, the PAIOF was not strong in large-scale mining. The Gestists, continues Campbell, tended to use Marxism, like the SPC, as a polemical weapon rather than using it to develop a proper analytical theory. The PAIOF considered the trade union movement to be inherently reformist, but argued that unions could serve as vehicles for the development of class consciousness, as of course did the majority in the SPC. And in 1898, the Parti ouvrier français declared that the only road to socialism was through the democratic electoral process, as did the Socialist Party of Canada, despite its increasing support for industrial action a decade or so later. In Britain, in 1881, a wealthy Tory capitalist, Henry Myers Hinman, together with, in the words of David A. Perrin in his The Socialist Party of Great Britain, a disparate collection of radicals, freethinkers, single taxers, and socialists, founded the Democratic Federation, which, in 1884, renamed itself the Social Democratic Federation, SDF. It claimed to be a socialist organization. It was not. Its program and rules included an object, its maximum program, of the socialization of the means of production, distribution, and exchange, to be controlled by a democratic state, which in fact was not socialism but state capitalism, and a minimum program of 8 various demands, which included the abolition of a standing army and the establishment of a national citizen force, and not surprisingly, William Morris and Karl Marx's daughter Eleanor, who had both joined the SDF in 1883, together with a number of other members, resigned in December 1884 and founded the Socialist League, whose manifesto had much in common with the provisional rules of the Working Men's Association and did not include a list of palliatives or reforms. Unlike the Social Democratic Federation, the Socialist League was an impossibilist organization. Unfortunately, however, the League was infiltrated by a number of bomb-happy anarchists, noted by Engels in April 1880. Some of its members, including Eleanor Marx, rejoined the SDF, hoping to move it in a socialist direction. It was not to be. Nevertheless, from the turn of the century, a number of members of the SDF began to rebel against the autocratic and increasingly nationalistic leadership of Hindman. The first group to go were in Scotland, who, under the influence of the Socialist Labour Party of America, formed a Socialist Labour Party in Britain in 1903. The following year, another group, this time in London, founded the Socialist Party of Great Britain, which had a clear socialist, impossibilist, objective and no reform programme. Later, the Socialist Party of Great Britain and the Socialist Party of Canada became increasingly associated with each other. Meanwhile, supposedly socialist, social democratic and Labour parties were being formed in numerous countries, such as Italy, Finland, Poland, Russia, Portugal, Ukraine, and elsewhere. All had both maximum and minimum programs. All were possibilist parties. Most of them affiliated to the International Socialist Bureau. In the United States, both the Socialist Labour Party and the Socialist Party of America, which had been founded in 1901 as a breakaway from the SLP, also associated with the Bureau. But what of the Socialist Party of Canada? Note discussions as to what tactics a socialist party should take regarding revolution versus reform, the class struggle, opportunism, palliatives, impossibilism, the ballot, or even violent insurrection were in the air within what was broadly accepted as the socialist movement in both Europe and North America. An example are the comments and observations made in August 1906 by Ernest Untermann at the end of his essay, A Comparison of Historical Materialism and Monist Materialism, published in Socialism and Philosophy, a collection of essays and articles by Antonio Labriola, written in 1897 and 1899, and later published by Charles H. Kerr and Co. of Chicago. Untermann says socialists want to insist on a full understanding of scientific socialism and keep the proletarian movement on the safe path of revolutionary tactics and aims. Yet we, that is socialists, also want to realize that all sorts of eclectic socialism, such as sentimental Christian, revisionist, impossibilist socialism, are natural products of proletarian evolution, which we should educate and assimilate, if possible, instead of straightway combating or isolating them. In Ernest Untermann's view, a socialist party must remain revolutionary. Indeed, it must become more revolutionary to the extent that capitalism approaches the critical period into socialism. But it must also be a conservative party in the sense that it must preserve the historical progress of the bourgeoisie against the reactionary aims of the bourgeoisie itself. A socialist party must know how to reconcile its revolutionary class struggle tactics with the opportunist requirements of everyday activity under capitalism, he asserts. We must not carry opportunism to the point of abandoning our class struggle position for the sake of insignificant palliatives or a handful of doubtful votes. But neither must we distort the class struggle into meaningless catchwords or a sterile isolation from all present-day activity. In a footnote, Untermann writes, "Impossibilism and revisionism may, as a rule, exist within the Socialist Party and cooperate with Marxism on the same basis for their common ends. Whether these tendencies shall be tolerated in the party or excluded from it depends on considerations which must be analysed in each particular case." Untermann says that he wants to insist on the intelligent use of the ballot and wants to extend the electoral franchise to both sexes and free it from all reactionary interference. But he does not want to make a fetish of the ballot, nor exaggerate veneration for it into the belief that it is the only effective weapon. Indeed, he asserts that all weapons are good which accomplish our aim, and if the ballot should prove a failure, we shall not hesitate to resort to other weapons, even to powder, lead, and dynamite. Ernest Untermann was one of the founding fathers of the industrial workers of the world, the IWW. He was the translator into English of the first volume of Capital by Karl Marx and The Origin of the Family by Engels, and a member of the Socialist Party of America. The Bureau and the Socialist Party of America. The Bureau and the Socialist Party of America. The Bureau and the Socialist Party of British Columbia proposed that the party affiliate to the International Socialist Bureau. Following objections mainly by Kingsley, the SPBC did not affiliate. With the formation of the Socialist Party of Canada, the subject would inevitably come to the fore again, particularly among non-English speaking groups in the east of the country. Some of these members of the SPC had, before migrating to Canada, been members or sympathizers of social democratic and social reform parties in Germany, Poland, Russia, or Ukraine, and a few of the English-speaking members had previously supported or been members of the British Independent Labour Party. Officially, the Socialist Party of Canada considered itself to be part of an international movement. Indeed, it celebrated each year the anniversary of the Paris Commune of 1871, although the party did not regard the Commune as a truly revolutionary event. Nevertheless, after its formation in 1906, the British Labour Party, with its liberal connections, was dismissed as useless to the working class by the SPC, as was the ILP. According to Ross McCormack, the SPC had no higher opinion of the Socialist Party of America because it was dominated by intellectuals and opportunists and was moving in the direction of greater confusion. And, continues McCormack, the Second International was considered to be a reformist organization which contained non-socialist bodies, particularly the British Independent Labour Party. Milner adds, the International Socialist Bureau was made up of organizations avowing support for socialism, but insisting on the urgent need for something less in the meantime, or for working for something less all the time, and sometimes calling this socialism. The British Labour Party was one of the latter type. The SPC had a substantial number of members who favoured the ISB kind of organisation. They were in the SPC because they had no place else to go. J. A. MacDonald, who joined the Socialist Party in 1909, said that such members, at meetings of locals and particularly at party conferences, were most articulate in supporting and proposing motions in favour of reformist organisations such as the ISB. They campaigned strongly in favour of affiliation, but without success, concludes Milne. Among those favouring affiliation was the Toronto local. This was not surprising. The local consisted of several branches, including an English branch with 80 members, a Jewish branch with 50 members, a Finnish branch with 100. Because of the International Socialist Bureau affiliation or non-affiliation and other issues within the SPC, the Ukrainian language groups called a convention for 12 November 1909. The convention was according to Peter Kroshok in his The Ukrainian Socialist Movement in Canada, sharply critical of the Dominion Executive Committee because at its meeting of August 1909, it categorically came out against uniting with the International Socialist Bureau. The Dominion Executive Committee's resolution reads as follows: whereas the International Socialist Bureau has seen fit to admit to membership and representation certain non-socialist bodies, particularly the British Labour Party, and whereas such parties are not only ignorant of the principles of socialism, but practice openly the most shameless policy of fusion and compromise with capitalist parties, advocating at most a number of petty and in most cases reactionary reforms. And whereas such endorsation by the ISB can only result in the encouragement and fostering of fake Labour and pseudo-socialist parties to the detriment of the Socialist Party proper, and the misleading and betrayal of the working class. And such action also affords encouragement and justification for that element existing to a greater or less extent in all socialist parties, which is in favour of opportunistic methods and compromise. And whereas this committee considers that the party funds can be expended more usefully for the purpose of propaganda and organisation than in a way which has little more than sentimental value, if any, for these reasons this committee declines to consider any affiliation which entails the slightest suspicion of fusion or compromise. Such action would, moreover, be a direct violation of the constitution of the party, which expressly forbids such action. This resolution, in the above terms, to be forwarded to the International Socialist Bureau, to the affiliated socialist parties, and to the provincial executive committees. In point of fact, to be given the widest possible publicity. Western Clarion, 7 August 1909. The Socialist Party of Canada never affiliated to the Second International. In 1914, at the commencement of the First World War, the International collapsed, with the majority of the members of each of the affiliated parties supporting their own capitalist class and government. Free speech fights and elections. Not surprisingly, the Canadian government did not look sympathetically upon those whose intention was a society in which it did not continue to exist. It was therefore prepared to use the power of the state against those whom it considered to be agitators. As early as September 1903, the police prevented members of the Socialist Party of Manitoba from holding meetings in Saint-Boniface, a French-speaking suburb of Winnipeg. In June 1908, a Socialist Party delegation presented to the Toronto Police Commission a resolution condemning police use of clubs in brutal Russian Cossack style to break up a street meeting and declaring the party's determination to fight for the right of free speech on the Toronto streets. Also in 1908, 2 outdoor meetings, one with 1,000 attending, addressed by Eugene Kingsley, were broken up by the police. In April 1909, a member of the SPC, together with members of the IWW, appeared before a Vancouver judge, charged with criticizing the master class and not acceding to the lawful demands of the police, according to the Western Clarion of 10 April. In July, arising from a ban on street meetings in Vancouver, 2 members of the SPC, Matthews and Hemmings, were jailed for 7 days rather than pay a $1 fine. And in August, in Regina, the local party organizer, C.M. O'Brien, was arrested for speaking on the street and refusing to move. He refused to pay a fine or be bound over for 12 months to keep the peace and was jailed for 7 days. The Western Clarion reported a number of incidents, particularly in Vancouver, during 1912. On the last Sunday in January, a Socialist Party of Canada meeting was held on Powell Street grounds, addressed by several members including Pettipies and Lestor. The meeting was broken up by the police Cossacks running wild, even through surroundings as far away as the luxury Vancouver Hotel, where 2 capitalists were also beaten up, according to the 3 February Western Clarion. 25 arrests were made, including several members of the SPC and several members of the IWW who were present. Indeed, 3 IW members were charged with obstructing the police and were sent to jail for 3 months for refusing to swear on the Bible. Further attempts were made early in February to hold a meeting on the Powell Street grounds, with as many as 5,000 to 6,000 present. This was also broken up, and the soapboxes clubbed off the stand. 5 arrests were made, and a couple of dozen got broken heads. Western Clarion, 10th of February 1912. There were many more such incidents. The Salvation Army was not subject to such harassment. Not surprisingly, according to Tom Mann's memoirs, the early Socialist Party in Australia was subject to the same state harassment in Melbourne between 1906 and 1910. Again, the Salvation Army was exempt from prosecution. Nevertheless, the Socialist Party of Canada contested various provincial and other elections. At the 11th provincial general election in British Columbia in 1907, the Socialist Party of Canada nominated 20 candidates on its non-reformist platform. They were James Cartwright, Alberni, 43 votes, 8.90%, William Harrison Moore, Fernie, 285 votes, 40.66%, John McInnes, Grand Forks, 232 votes, 43.77%, William Edgar Dines, Greenwood, 176 votes, 30.19%, William John Ledingham, The Islands, 11 votes, 3.03%, James Hurst Hawthornthwaite, Nanaimo City, 455 votes, 50.2%, Francis Edward Phillips, Nelson City, 96 votes, 13.35%, Parker Williams, Newcastle, 259 votes, 46.67%, John William Stalker Logie, Okanagan, 92 votes, 5.65%, Archibald Francis Berry Wallace, Rossland City, 98 votes, 18.67%, Walter Defoe, Revelstoke, 94 votes, 11.71%, Charles Edward Kilby Richmond, 48 votes, 5.53%, George Edgar Winkler, similar mean, 29 votes, 5.50%, William Davidson, Slocum, 119 votes, 30.28%, John Edward Dubberly, Vancouver City, 599 votes, 1.99%, Eugene Thornton Kingsley. Vancouver City, 618 votes, 2.04%, Richard Parmenter Pettipies, Vancouver City, 602 votes, 1.99%, James Hackett McVetty, Vancouver City, 616 votes, 2.04%, Robert Stebbings, Vancouver City, 598 votes, 1.98%, James Cameron Waters, Victoria City, 443 votes, 3.53%. The Socialist Party's opponents were almost exclusively Conservatives and Liberals. McInnes was elected at Grand Forks, Hawthornthwaite again for Nanaimo City and Parker Williams for Newcastle. The result of this election was 26 Conservatives, 13 Liberals, and 3 Socialist members of the British Columbia legislature. William Davidson, who had been elected as an independent Labour Socialist in the 1903 election, was not re-elected in 1907 as an official SPC candidate. At a by-election in Vancouver in August the same year, Eugene Kingsley contested the seat with the Conservative John Bowser, at which Bowser was elected with 2,364 votes, 81.94%. Kingsley, on behalf of the SPC, obtained 521 votes, 18.06%. At a further by-election in Nanaimo in January 1909, Hawthornthwaite was again re-elected with 686 votes, 62.88%. His Liberal opponent Charles Howard polling 405 votes, 27.12%. There was also another by-election in January 1909 at Revelstoke, at which Henry Noble Corsier, on behalf of the Socialist Party, polled 132 votes, 18.94%, against the Conservative Thomas Taylor, who polled 565 votes, 81.06%. A further general election was held in British Columbia in November 1909, in which the Socialist Party of Canada again nominated 20 candidates. These were James Cartwright, Comox, 206 votes, 20.96%, John William Fitch, Cranbrook, 143 votes, 10.18%, John David Harrington, Fernie, 649 votes, 30.10%, John McInnes, Grand Forks, 334 votes, 33.40%, George Heatherton, Greenwood, 204 votes, 33.01%, James Hurst Hawthornthwaite, Nanaimo City, 786 votes, 62.88%, John Henry Matheson, Nelson City, 148 votes, 31.81%, Parker Williams. Newcastle, 379 votes, 52.64%, James Folds Johnson. Okanagan, 188 votes, 7.62%, Henry Kempster. Revelstoke, 121 votes, 9.93%, George Bernard Casey. Rossland City, 160 votes, 26.06%, Thomas Y. McKay Skeena, 163 votes, 11.97%, John William Bennett. Slocum, 172 votes, 31.97%, Peter Garvey, Vancouver City, 1,227 votes, 2.39%, Eugene Thornton Kingsley. Vancouver City, 1,883 votes, 3.67%, Moses McGregor. Vancouver City, 1,218 votes, 2.37%, William Murray Mackenzie. Vancouver City, 1,231 votes, 2.40%, Richard Parmenter Pettipies. Vancouver City, 1,428 votes, 2.78%, George Oliver. Victoria City, 659 votes, 3.41%, Alexander M. Oliver. Emir, 366 votes, 34.37%. Again, the Socialist Party's opponents were mainly Conservatives and Liberals. Hawthornthwaite was re-elected for Nanaimo City and Williams for Newcastle. McInnes was not, however, re-elected for Grand Forks, although he increased his vote by 102. The result of the 1909 election was 39 Conservatives, 1 Liberal and 2 Socialist members of the British Columbia legislature, a Conservative walkover. At a by-election in Fernie in October, William Bennett, on behalf of the SPC, contested the seat with the Conservative William Ross. Ross was elected with 860 votes, 58.46%, with Bennett polling 611 votes, 41.54%. Within the legislature there was little that 2 or 3 Socialist Party members could do other than propagate socialist ideas, vote for or against or abstain on measures introduced by other parties or introduce their own measures, which hopefully might benefit some sections of the working class locally, and this is what they did. More often than not, however, when such measures were passed, as occasionally they were, employers, particularly in lumbering and the mining industry, merely ignored or circumvented such legislation, or the authorities did not enforce them. Chapter 2. Controversies, Schisms and Defections. It was inevitable that sooner or later the Socialist Party of Canada would tear itself apart. It had been formed in 1905 by a disparate amalgamation of parties, of which the Socialist Party of British Columbia had a revolutionary anti-reformist platform, and this had only been adopted shortly before. Nevertheless, the anti-reformist Impossibilist group was both vocal and influential. It tended to dominate the party, controlling the Western Clarion and supplying most of the members of the Dominion Executive Committee, based in Vancouver, British Columbia. Many of the SPC's star theoreticians and speakers also came from British Columbia. And it was in Vancouver, in 1910, that the Dominion Executive Committee published the Socialist Party's first comprehensive statement, the Manifesto of the Socialist Party of Canada, written by Donald G. Mackenzie. The Socialist Manifesto, is divided into three main sections: history, economics, and politics. The text is in clear, simple, almost brutal language. There are no frills, ambiguities, or waffle. It is Marxism of the first way, pure and simple. There are no immediate demands or palliatives. The history section traces the development of human society from primitive savagery to industrial capitalism and beyond. The characteristic of savagery is the non-existence of property in the true sense of the word. The primitive savage has such personal possessions as weapons, but the resources of the earth, being free of access to all, are, in fact, the property of none. Furthermore, production under savagery differs from that of today in being hand production instead of social production. That is to say, each article produced is completed by one individual instead of being, as it is today, the result of the toil of a whole army of workers, each doing a little to it. Under savagery, articles are produced for use. Under capitalism, for profit. The primitive savage's method of life is predatory, says the manifesto. He lives by hunting and fishing and upon wild fruits and roots. Such a method of life is precarious and becomes more so with the increase of population. As time goes by, the savage is driven to domesticate animals and later to cultivate the soil in order that the means of life may become more certain. Once this becomes general, the way to slavery is open. With the cultivation of the soil, it becomes possible for an individual to produce more than is necessary for his keep. It then becomes worthwhile to make slaves of captives rather than just killing them. They can be compelled to toil in the fields and produce for their masters. Their escape can be prevented by armed guards. So property, the slave and the soldier make their advent upon the scene of events together, never to leave it till they leave it together, when the slaves shall emancipate themselves. When the agricultural stage was reached, and it became possible for an individual to live upon the fruits of another's labour, continues the manifesto, society began to be divided into two classes, the slaves and their masters. The master class then had leisure to turn its attention to other things besides its immediate necessities. Upon this basis, the civilizations of the ancient world were built. Indeed, upon the labour of slaves, Babylon upraised her temples and gardens, Egypt her pyramids and tombs, Greece her colonnades and statuary. The armies of Xerxes and Hannibal, the mighty empire of Rome, were all maintained out of the surplus product of vast armies of chattel slaves. Built upon the backs of toiling millions, empire after empire arose, attained its zenith and crumbled to decay, some of them leaving scarce a trace to mark their place in history. The course of each one was in many respects similar, for the reason that they were slave civilizations. The fall of the last of these, the decadent Roman Empire, marked the dawn of a new era. The drying out of Asia displaced the populations of that continent, Goth, Frank, Vandal, and Hun swept wave on wave across Europe. Rome collapsed, pushed over by the barbarians from the east. Gradually, a new system, feudalism, evolved in Europe and elsewhere in the world. The new slave was attached to the land. He became a serf. His master and lord owned the land, or at least much of it, and the serf toiled on the lord's land, producing wealth for him, in return for which the serf was permitted to work upon a small amount of land set apart for that purpose. Such, in simple terms, in the words of the manifesto, was the basis of feudalism. It took several thousand years of chattel slavery to prepare the way for serfdom, and it took several centuries of feudalism to prepare the way for a new form of society, capitalism, the kernel of which already existed in feudalism. As the wealth and power of the merchants and townsmen increased, that of the lords and noblemen decreased. The nobleman became a mere parasite upon society. Feudalism ran its course as other forms of society had done. The town worker was a craftsman. His tools of production were, as yet, still primitive. The hand tool grew step by step into the gigantic set of machines we know today. Ownership of the tools of production became more and more an impossibility for the worker. The master workman left the bench for the office, the foreman took his place. The factory called for more labour, cheaper labour. The capitalist turned profit-hungry eyes on the brawn of the agricultural districts. Serfdom stood in the way, so serfdom was abolished. The serf was freed from his bondage to the land that he might take on a heavier yoke, that of the factory. The factory needed not brains, but hands. The serf was not only freed from the land, he was driven off it by the closing of the commons and by other measures. The freeing of the serfs was no humanitarian measure. Greed, and greed alone, was its inspiring motive. But, says the manifesto of the Socialist Party of Canada, the capitalist class had humble origins. The bourgeoisie, the townsmen of the Middle Ages, were part of feudal society, yet apart from it. They were neither nobles nor serfs, and as trade and commerce increased, they found such a society less and less tolerable. They rebelled and in time crushed feudalism and the power of the nobles and monarchy, all in the name of freedom, capitalist freedom. In the words of the manifesto, once freed from the fetters of feudalism, the onward rush of capitalism became a mad, headlong rush. Everywhere mills, factories, and furnaces sprang up. Their smoke and fumes turned fields once fertile and populous into desolate, uninhabitable wastes. Their refuse poisoned and polluted the rivers until they stank to heaven. Earth's bowels were riven for her mineral hoards. Green, flourishing forests became mere acres of charred and hideous stumps. Commerce pierced all mountains, fathomed all seas, explored all lands, disturbed the age-long sleep of hermit peoples that they might buy her wares. Capital spread its tentacles over all the world. Everywhere its voice was heard, crying, "Work, work, work," to all the workers, "Buy, buy, buy," to all the peoples. Capitalism did not bring freedom, at least to the majority, but a new form of slavery, wage slavery. The modern master has no particular interest in his slaves. He neither purchases nor owns them. He merely buys so much labor power, physical energy, just as he buys electric power for his plant. Nevertheless, capitalism has achieved much. Found the workers, for the most part, an ignorant, voiceless peasant horde. It leaves them an organized proletarian army, industrially intelligent and becoming politically intelligent. In short, it has unified them. It has brought the ends of the world within speaking distance of one another. It has largely broken down all boundaries, except on maps. It has given us an international capitalist class with interests in all lands on the one hand, and on the other an international working class with a common interest the world over. Everywhere where capitalism rules, there is famine. Where food exists in plenty, society cannot feed itself. When the societies of old could no longer feed themselves, they perished. Somewhat optimistically, the Socialist Manifesto proclaims, "And capitalist society is about to perish. A revolution is at hand." Another leap in the process of evolution. Society has grown too big for its shell. It must burst that shell and step forth a new society. The history section concludes that the workers must take over the means of production and free themselves from eons of bondage. Speed the day, economics and politics. The manifesto of the Socialist Party of Canada, under its section on economics, analyses capitalism, the capitalist mode of production, strictly from a Marxist viewpoint. Economics, it argues, is the scientific study of the means whereby society procures its food, clothing and shelter, and all that goes to make up its living. The sum total of all that is produced by human labour is the wealth of the world. It is only when natural resources are, by the hand of labour, worked up into useful things that wealth comes into being. The manifesto gives as an example gold, which is extracted from gold-bearing quartz. By the exercise of his physical labour, his power to labour, man produces gold or wealth. This power is called, for short, labour power. It should not be confused with labour, though it is frequently done. Briefly, it is the act of applying labour power to natural resources in order to produce wealth. The wealth thus produced is the embodiment of the labour performed. The sum total of the world's wealth, therefore, represents the sum total of labour performed. Without labour, no value is possible. The wealth of capitalist society presents itself, in the words of Marx, as an immense accumulation of commodities. A commodity is, in the first place, a product of labour. It is, in the second place, a use value. It will satisfy some want or desire. Thirdly, a commodity is produced for sale, for exchange. And, in the act of exchange, the value conferred by labour will manifest itself as exchange value. Exchange value is comparative. An article by itself can have no exchange value. Moreover, exchange value comes into play only when it is proposed to exchange two or more dissimilar commodities. There is, therefore, one factor that is embodied in all commodities, labour. But not just any labour. Commodities exchange one with another according to the necessary labour involved in the production of each. The production of a commodity, for example a shoe, is no longer the labour of one individual but of many. Individual production has disappeared, social production has taken its place. Today, no individual produces anything. Shoes are the product of many hands, many operatives. Moreover, they have to be transported and handled by the labour of many others before they reach the consumer. Thus, the exchange value of a commodity is determined by the socially necessary labour embodied in it. Commodities, therefore, exchange one with the other at cost. Then, asks the manifesto, if everything is sold at cost, where does profit come in? For buying and selling is really nothing more than the exchange of one commodity for another, with money as the medium through which the exchange is made. The generally accepted idea of profit is that it is buying cheap and selling dear. But unless our reasoning up to this point can be proved fallacious, buying cheap and selling dear are out of the operation, as the relative values of commodities are predetermined by the socially necessary labour involved in their production. It is true that a certain amount of fluctuation in the price of commodities, above and below their exchange value, actually takes place according to supply and demand for them in the market. But these fluctuations are almost negligible, and cancel one another in the average. Moreover, they offer no solution of our problem as to the source of profit. The solution to this mystery is that buying and selling have nothing to do with making a profit. It is not in the process of exchange, but in production that profit is made. The wealth of the world is produced by the workers of the world. Its wealth is determined by the labor they have put into it, but it belongs to their masters, the owners of the means of production, the natural resources, and the mines, mills, factories, etc. A portion of this wealth goes to feed, clothe, and house the workers through the medium of wages. The remainder accrues to the masters, the capitalist class. Its value is surplus value. The wealth they thus obtain by virtue of their ownership is clear gain, profit. The workers, therefore, have little more than their power to labor. In order to procure food, clothing, and shelter, they must sell their labor power. That is what working for wages amounts to. Labor power, being bought and sold on the market, just like so much flour or potatoes, is also a commodity. And the exchange value of labor power is determined by the socially necessary labor involved in the production of those things that go to make up the worker's living from day to day. What most workers get, on average, is their living according to the prevailing standard. Some, it is true, get more than is actually necessary to exist on from day to day, but on the other hand, millions get less and are actually dying of slow starvation. Wages, being the price of the commodity labor power, are subject to the same fluctuations as any other commodities. During a boom, wages tend to rise. When that period of capitalist prosperity is over, the industrial depression following it immeasurably swells the ranks of the unemployed, thus increasing the disproportion between supply and demand in the labor market, resulting in the lowering of real wages, of the workers' living standards. In the third section, Politics, the manifesto of the Socialist Party of Canada argues that the politics of the working class are comprised within the confines of the class struggle. And, conversely, the class struggle is necessarily waged on the political field. This statement does not imply that the political action of the working class must be limited within the bounds of constitutional convention or of parliamentary procedure, nor that the means employed in waging the class struggle must everywhere be the same. Indeed, political action we define as any action taken by the slave class against the master class to obtain control of the powers of the state, or by the master class to retain control, using these powers to secure them in the means of life. For one country it may be the ballot, in another the mass strike, in a third insurrection. These matters will be determined and dictated by the exigencies of time and place. It should be noted that in a civilized country, such as Canada, where at least a majority of the population, including the working class, have the vote, the conquest of political power could be through Parliament, according to the Socialist Party. Under the caption, "The Policy of the Socialist Party of Canada," the manifesto concludes, "Its policy is to educate the slaves of Canada to an understanding of their position and organize them for a concerted political action, to the end that they may wrest the powers of the state from the hands of capital and use them to strip the master class of its property rights in the means of production, and to establish a system based upon the collective control and administration of the forces of production and distribution." Since all political parties must be the expression of certain class interest, the Socialist Party of Canada enters the political field determined to wage war on all other political parties, whether openly capitalistic or so-called labor. Understanding the futility of reform and the dangers of compromise, It stands square with science and practical experience, wasting not its time and energy on mere effects, but dealing only with root causes. Realizing furthermore that no step-at-a-time policy, no remedial legislation or political quackery can be substituted for working-class knowledge. Its propaganda, therefore, is one of enlightenment and education. Workers of the world, unite. You have nothing to lose but your chains, a world to gain. The outcome of this struggle between the capitalist class and the working class will be the social revolution. By political force, the working class must wrest from the capitalist class the reins of government and use such powers of the state to legislate in its own interests. By that stroke, classes will be overthrown and labor power will cease to be a commodity. Production will be for use and not for profit. Government of persons will die out and be replaced by an administration of things. Such was the message of the manifesto of the Socialist Party of Canada. It has been worth spending some time on it and quoting from it at length, as it proved to be the party's most popular and successful publication. Between 1910 and 1944, it went through 6 editions, selling 30,000 copies in all. It is, therefore, more than just an historic document. Indeed, the present writer was influenced by it many years ago, Socialism and Unionism. We have previously noted that, in the early days of the socialist movement in Canada in general, and the Socialist Party of Canada in particular, there was not unanimity regarding the unions and trade unionism. Moreover, until the formation of the Industrial Workers of the World in the United States and the founding of a Canadian IWW, almost all the unions in Canada were merely branches of American craft unions, usually affiliated to the American Federation of the Labor. In 1911, however, Donald G. Mackenzie, who wrote the Socialist Party Manifesto, authored, and the SPC published an important pamphlet entitled Socialism and Unionism, which generally represented the views of the party at that time. He reiterates some of what he outlined regarding capitalism in the manifesto, which is not necessary to repeat in detail here. It is frequently asserted, writes Mackenzie, that socialism is inimical to unionism, taking that term to mean trades and labour unionism. On the other hand, it is asserted that socialism and unionism have aims and objects in common. The objects of a labour, he observes, are to raise wages, shorten hours, and better the conditions generally of its members. Labour unions arise as associations of workers seeking by combination to achieve these ends. Their success or failure is determined by the difficulty or ease with which their places can be filled if they strike. Mackenzie considers what he calls the non-success of labour unions as the inevitable consequences of the wage system of production. The incentive to cutting or keeping down wages, to replace hand labour with machine labour, to increase the capitalist capital and enlarge his plant is irresistible. He must do these things or be driven from the field of production by his rivals. The efforts of labour unions are therefore directed not only against effects, but against effects which are absolutely inevitable. What measure of success can be expected, asks Mackenzie. Knowing these things, the socialist can see the wastefulness of these efforts. Instead of devoting his energies along these lines, the socialist attempts to search out the economic laws governing this system, and to learn from them the underlying cause which renders these conditions inevitable. The fruits of that search and the logical deductions drawn therefrom constitute the socialist theory and practice. The cause of our enslavement is found in the ownership of the means of production by the masters. Owning these, they, as a class, command our labour. The answer, argues Mackenzie, is the collective ownership of the means of production and transportation. However, he continues, between the workers and the ownership of the means of production stands the state giveth, the state can take away. It is now the instrument of the masters to preserve their property. It can become the instrument of the workers to turn that property into their hands. So to the conquest of the state, we the working class have set ourselves. The greatest obstacle, says the pamphlet Socialism and Unionism, is the ignorance of our fellow slaves of their enslaved condition. But that ignorance is being steadily dispelled. The wage slave's salvation lies in emancipation and nothing less. That is the aim of the Socialist Party. With Unionism we have nothing in common but a working class membership. Between the Unions and the Socialist Party, working on a different plane, there is little likelihood of conflict except for the allegiance of the working class. Their interests lie within the wages system, ours without it, concludes Mackenzie. By 1918, with increasing inflation and conflicts between the workers and their masters, the employers, members of the Socialist Party, inevitably became more and more involved within the unions, culminating in the Winnipeg General Strike of 1919 and the formation of the One Big Union. Religion. To many early radicals and socialists in Canada, as in the United Kingdom, religion and socialism were not incompatible. There were Christian socialists everywhere. In the first few years of the socialist movement in Canada, socialism and religion, particularly Christianity, were considered to have much in common. And Socialist Party meetings were often addressed by travelling preachers lecturing on Christian socialism. Some members who were not actually religious regarded religion as a private matter and believed that socialists should leave it alone. Others had little or no quarrel with religion, but a serious one with the church. A number of socialists who were to become quite prominent in the Socialist Party of Canada came from religious backgrounds. Nevertheless, the predominant view within the SPC was a materialist one, in which members argued that religion was opposed to science, as well as to the working class. The theory of evolution was all important to many early socialists, who embraced Marxist ideas. From around 1900 onwards, for at least 15 years, various views found their way into such journals as the Western Clarion. Of the situation, Janice Newton claims, reflecting a similar trend in British socialism, the SPC criticised Christian socialism and sometimes expressed overt hostility to specific groups, notably Roman Catholics, Methodists and the Salvation Army. In its most extreme form, it argued that a Christian who believed in individual salvation could never be a socialist, and a socialist who believed in the collective power of the working class could never be a Christian. This attitude exposed the efforts of the SPC to distinguish itself as much as possible from the intellectual heritage of Christian socialism by rejecting any Christian justification for social change, including the evangelical emphasis on individual redemption. The SPC ridiculed the reform efforts of the Salvation Army, the Roman Catholic Church, and the Methodists. Some of this antagonism can be attributed to the direct competition that organizations such as the Salvation Army posed in their propaganda efforts directed towards the working class. The religious controversy within the Socialist Party of Canada came to a head in 1910, when copies of a pamphlet, Socialism and Religion, published earlier in the year by the Socialist Party of Great Britain, began to circulate among members of the SPC. Socialism and Religion asks the question, what is religion? Citing Herbert Spencer and Grant Allen's Evolution of the Idea of God. The pamphlet says that it is generally accepted that the earliest form of religion is ancestor worship, together with animism or a belief in spirits. Interestingly, the author, F.C. Watts, a founder member of the Socialist Party of Great Britain, cites Spencer's Principles of Sociology as a master key to the understanding of religion. Interesting because of the influence Herbert Spencer had, one way or another, on early members of the socialist movement in Canada. For some, Spencer, rather than Darwin, was something of a prophet. According to Ian Mackay, in his For a Working Class Culture in Canada, Spencerian Marxists saw his views on evolution as a universal principle that was both the scientific explanation of change and the process of change. On the other hand, others were very critical of Spencer's individualism. Grant Allen, however, was considered to be less controversial. He was the son of a Protestant minister, born in Toronto, who became an agnostic and radical, and had taught at a college in Jamaica for a number of years. Watts, in Socialism and Religion, defined religion thus: the fundamental idea of religion is a belief in the persistence of life after death. Originally, and in essence throughout, religion is a belief in the existence of supernatural beings and the observance of rites and ceremonies in order to avert their anger or gain their goodwill. Religious legends are of earthly origin. Religious beliefs were due to the limitations of primitive man's knowledge and experience. Religion, therefore, has a natural, not a supernatural genesis. It was the outcome of ignorance of nature's working, while as rites and ceremonies it reflected the forms, customs, and unchanging nature of primitive society. Well-disciplined legions and magnificent roads of the Roman Empire played a most important part in disrupting tribal religion throughout Western Europe, says Socialism and Religion. Local gods were absorbed and then honoured within Roman temples. By this means the religious exclusiveness of the conquered peoples was determined, and the empire bound more firmly together. The pamphlet quotes Edward Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, which argues that the Greek, the Roman, and the barbarian, as they met before their respective altars, easily persuaded themselves that under various names and with various ceremonies they adored the same deities. So the soil was prepared for a universal propagandist religion, more in harmony with the needs of the political, aggressive, and expanding state. Christianity was one such religion. Christianity, with its ethic of submission, was preeminently suitable and was a most useful ally to the despot. Recognized by the state, continues Watts, the progress of Christianity became very rapid, and the Church assumed more clearly the monarchical tendencies that had been developing within it. Because of this, the Church became an instrument of government in the hands of kings. From its origins in the early political or feudal state, the unreformed Roman Catholic Church remained the religious counterpart of the feudal system. Indeed, it became a feudal power itself, owning 1/3 of the land of Christendom. But economic forces began to undermine feudal society. It was the development of the economic factors of trade, industry, and capitalist farming that threw burgher and yeoman into conflict with the feudal class and led them to question in the world of religion all that they found incompatible with their advance in secular matters, writes Watts. As their real social world changed, so its religious reflex had to follow. The availability of the Bible, as almost the only form of popular literature, undermined the papacy and assisted in the Protestant Reformation, and in England, the Puritan movement. Puritanism was the religion of the small manufacturer and capitalist, and the shopkeeper. Religion, says the SPGB pamphlet, has evolved continuously under pressure of natural causes. In an important passage it comments, from the dawn of civilization indeed, religious change has always been more remarkable for what was abandoned, rather than for what was added or retained. From being inextricably bound up with the whole social life of a people, it becomes a more and more insignificant reflex of the remaining corners of that social life. This is illustrated in the passing of its dogmas and beliefs. The vividness of hellfire and the unending terrors of eternal damnation are considered mere allegories by many a modern Christian, and his views on miracles, the casting out of devils, and the creation of the world would have been the cause of an auto da fe if adopted a few centuries ago. This fading of religious beliefs is unmistakably due to the accumulation of experience and the advance of industry and science, for these have shown that nature is not moved by the caprice of spirits, but works according to an ascertainable and regular order. Fundamentally, indeed, the supernatural is totally excluded from the whole universe by the logical modern concept of an interminable warp and woof of cause and effect. The pamphlet asserts that most workers are indifferent towards religion. Moreover, this indifference is fostered, when put to the test, by religion found to be on the side of their oppressors. Generally, workers find no basis for divine interference, and little reason for doubting that the inevitable sequence that we call cause and effect, as in all industrial processes, extends unremittingly over all the world. The concept of a god or gods is becoming untenable in this age of scientific inquiry, and socialism and religion, therefore argues that socialism is the natural enemy of religion, and that socialism, as a system of society, will mean the end of all supernatural beliefs. All religious teaching is directly opposed to scientific materialism. The pamphlet quotes Dr. Shadwell, speaking at the 1909 Church Congress in Swansea, as saying, "The purely materialistic view on which socialism is based is absolutely opposed to Christian teaching." Watts also asserts that the term Christian socialist is a contradiction, as the Christian socialist is inevitably antagonistic to working class interests and the waging of the class struggle. A Christian socialist is in fact an anti-socialist. The basis of socialist philosophy is incompatible with religious ideas. Watts quotes from Karl Marx's Critique de la philosophie du droit de Hegel, in which Marx states that religion is the opium of the people. The suppression of religion as the happiness of the people is the revindication of its real happiness. The invitation to abandon a situation which has need of illusions. Criticism of religion is therefore the germ of criticism of the veil of tears, of which religion is the holy aspect. However, to abolish religion is not to abolish exploitation, because only one gun of the enemy's guns will have been silenced. Nevertheless, the decay of religion is indeed a measure of the advance of humanity. The pamphlet, Socialism and Religion, was favourably reviewed in the Western Clarion of October 1910, although the writer claimed that we cannot agree that one cannot be a Christian and a socialist. Furthermore, the Maritimes Executive Committee of the Socialist Party of Canada passed a resolution banning Moses Barretts, a member of the Socialist Party of Great Britain at the time resident in Toronto, from speaking on religion at SPC meetings in the area because of his hostility to religion in general and Christianity in particular. On the other hand, the Toronto local of the party refused to distribute the Clarion in which the review appeared because of its utter confusion on the religious questions, and doubled the Toronto local's order for copies of the Socialist Standard. Because of the success of socialism and religion, both in Britain and North America, the Socialist Party of Great Britain reprinted it with a new preface in 1911. This time, it was also reprinted by the Western Clarion, 20,000 September 1911, with the additional comment, "This is the second edition of this pamphlet, and should be read by every socialist, as it gives the only correct stand any socialist can take on the subject of religion." Nevertheless, arguments and debates for and against religion continued in the Western Clarion and in the SPC, but generally in the east of the country where religious beliefs were strongest, until the middle of 1915, when W.A. Pritchard proposed and J.A. MacDonald seconded, as members of the Dominion Executive Committee of the Socialist Party of Canada, the following resolution to the Dominion Executive socialism, and religion. The official stand of the Socialist Party, whereas the Socialist Party of Canada has been organized since the year 1905, and whereas, during that time, the Dominion Executive Committee of the party has never taken a definite official stand with regard to the very important question of religion, and whereas, in the opinion of the personnel of the present Dominion Executive Committee, the time has come when laxity in matters of importance affecting working-class philosophy cannot longer be tolerated, and whereas the stand or lack of stand taken by the party heretofore has undoubtedly been responsible for the evasive replies of organizers officially representing the party, therefore be it resolved that this executive committee places itself on record as favoring a definite stand with respect to this question, and further be it resolved that since the financial status of this committee is such that an extensive pronouncement in pamphlet form cannot now be given, that the position taken by the SPGB in its pamphlet, Socialism and Religion, be the position adopted by this party officially for the time being, and that all organizers, speakers, and others professing to prosecute the propaganda of this party take the stand herein set forth. The resolution was adopted unanimously, and the Socialist Party of Canada officially rejected religion. The resolution was printed prominently on the front page of the Western Clarion in June 1950. The passing of the resolution must have given Bill Pritchard particular satisfaction, although, unlike Watts, he did not think that socialism would necessarily destroy religious beliefs entirely. Nevertheless, Pritchard was an atheist, believing that religion was irrational. Indeed, according to Peter Campbell in his Canadian Marxists and the Search for a Third Way, Pritchard was vitriolic in his condemnation of religious freaks and the freaks of the Orange Order. He despised the inculcation of religion in schools, an instruction he dismissed as mental chloroform. In Pritchard's view, religion in the classroom had to be opposed, as well as the capitalist class who supported it. On the other hand, he stressed that socialists defended people's freedom to believe and practice religion in the private realm. As a Marxist and historical materialist, he recognized that it did not make sense to attack personal religious beliefs, no matter how irrational and reactionary, before socialism had removed the causes of workers turning to religion. Along the trail, William Arthur Bill Pritchard was born in Salford, near Manchester, in April 1888. He was apprenticed to a lumber business at the age of 13 or 14. He attended both the Manchester School of Technology and the Royal Institute of Technology at evening classes, where he learnt shorthand, typing, and German. His mother, Priscilla, was a Plymouth Brethren, although his father, James, was not religious. In early life, Bill Pritchard was more influenced by his mother than his father. Later, as has been noted above, he rejected religion as irrational. He first read Marx's Capital when still quite young. He was already a socialist who had read much of Marx and Engels' writings before he emigrated to Canada. He responded to the Socialist Party's objective and ideas immediately. Although Bill Pritchard did not arrive in Canada until May 1911, he gives, in his recorded talks in 1974, a graphic description of socialist activities during the early years of the last century, although his chronology is not always that accurate. Indeed, he admits to being vague regarding the dates of some of his propaganda tours. Pritchard's first tour was to Enderby and Armstrong, where he held several meetings, including one in a lumber camp. This was his first visit to a lumber camp. It was winter, and there was plenty of snow on the ground. He addressed the loggers in the bunkhouse, shrouded in a steaming fog produced by the wet clothing of the loggers hanging from a line which ran the length of the bunkhouse. Shortly after, he was invited to give a series of lectures at mining camps during a bitter strike in and around Cumberland, halfway up the east side of Vancouver Island. It was not, in those days, an easy journey. He travelled from Vancouver to Union Bay, a coaling station, in an old, shallow draft boat, then by coal train from Union Bay, on a long, meandering journey to Cumberland, where he was met by a large group of miners. From Cumberland, Pritchard went south to Nanaimo, at the time the largest mining centre on Vancouver Island. There was no road from Cumberland to Nanaimo, the only way being by steamship. Pritchard arrived 2 hours late due to a violent storm. "I shall never forget that trip," he commented. The meeting was held in the old athletic hall, which had been stormed by the military the previous evening while the striking miners were holding a meeting. Yet they opened up the hall for Bill Pritchard, who spoke for 2 hours, although wobbly from the stormy trip. Towards the end of 1915, the Alberta Executive Committee of the Socialist Party of Canada asked the Dominion Executive Committee to send Pritchard on a 3-month propaganda tour of Alberta. The DEC agreed, urging him to accept, which, after discussing it with his wife, he did. They had 2 sons, the youngest being only 3 months old. Bill Pritchard caught a train on the newly opened line to Hannah. It was midwinter, with the temperature -40 degrees half and no heating on the train. He sat in it for many miles and hours, cold and shivering. After holding a meeting in Hannah, he visited many towns in Alberta, including Calgary and Edmonton. All the meetings, except those in Calgary, Edmonton, and Castor, were held in halls owned by the United Farmers of Alberta, or in the evenings in local schoolhouses. Invariably, the farmer's house where Pritchard stayed would be some miles from the schoolhouse meeting. More often than not, the journey was by sleigh driven by horses, and more often than not, by the time he arrived at the meeting, he was frozen stiff. Generally, however, there would be refreshments, and after the meeting, a social. But sometimes the meeting had to wait until later, and on one occasion recounted by Pritchard much later. He arrived early in the evening at Castor, where he was informed by 2 members who had met him that the meeting would be held in the local picture theatre, but that they had only been able to rent it on the understanding that the picture show would be held first, and that the meeting would commence at about 11:00 p.m. This pleased Bill Pritchard, as he had not been in bed for 2 nights and could do with some sleep. After having a rest, he arrived at the theatre just before 11:00. Another night without going to bed. After visiting and speaking at small town on the Saskatchewan border, Pritchard arrived at the railway depot and inquired as to the time of the next train to Hannah. It would be 2 hours late, he was informed. He waited and waited and waited, only to be told that it would arrive in 2 hours. Finally, the train arrived, not 2 hours, but 2 days late. The members were expecting Pritchard to address a meeting. When he, at last, did arrive, they informed him that it had been cancelled and that he must leave immediately for the next meeting. So, again without going to bed, he was taken by sleigh some 40 miles, only to find on arrival that the meeting had been scheduled for the previous evening. Fortunately, a few members had by then acquired telephones, and, one way and another, A meeting was arranged for that afternoon. A big and attentive gathering resulted, at the end of which I was put to bed, slept soundly, and next morning off for my next appointment, he noted. This was at another place further north. It is worth recounting in Pritchard's own words. I was deposited by my last contact, after a 40-mile trip, at a farmhouse. Made welcome by the whole family, given a hearty supper, I was then told to get ready to go to the meeting. This was to be in a school some 3 miles or so away. They were a big family, and were all going, several grown-up boys and girls down to a baby, not more by much than a year old. The packing of the vast amount of gear, coffee, etc., took time and left little space on their sleigh. The farmer and his wife, and I assumed 1 or 2 of the younger children, were up front, the others right behind. But I knew where the baby was, on top of the load, warm, and so well clothed she resembled a cocoon. I was to ride on the runners at the back, 1 foot on each runner, holding on to the sleigh. Off we went, running smoothly to the sound of the sleigh bells. Approximately a mile from the school, I could see the lights as I peered over the top of the load. The horses suddenly hit a drift. Anyone who has undergone this experience knows how frantic horses can become. Started plunging and rearing. The farmer had quite a little trouble in coaxing and talking to his team to get them settled, pulled out of the draft, and set off again. But no sooner were we hitting a good pace when suddenly the horses began to rear and plunge again. It was only momentary, and the sleigh was soon righted and off again. But during that brief time the sleigh heaved and rocked like a boat in a stormy sea, during which time something shot over my head and out into the snow to my rear. I dropped off the runners and went back to investigate, and there was the cocoon-like baby, warm, serene, and still asleep. I picked up the little bundle, could see the sleigh fast disappearing into the distance, could still hear the sleigh bells, and perhaps 3/4 of a mile away see the lights of the schoolhouse. The farmer and the rest of the family were at first evidently unaware of what had happened. Back I trudged with the baby, and finally, exhausted, arrived at the schoolhouse where, by then, a big crowd of people were rushing about. They were frantic, wondering where was the baby and the lecturer. Greeted with jubilance, I was taken inside and warmed up and given a warm coffee. And then the meeting got underway. Bill Pritchard completed his 3-month tour with a couple of meetings in Edmonton. On arriving home in Vancouver, Pritchard saw his baby son, his other son, and his wife, who informed him that the baby was unwell. The doctor, however, told her that there was no cause for alarm. He just had a cold. Early the following morning, the baby was dead. Bill Pritchard, like other Socialist Party speakers and organizers, was to make many more tours under similar, or even worse, conditions. He received few or no expenses. The party was always short of money. Speakers generally relied on the hospitality of members and sympathizers, who provided them with food and a bed to sleep in, and for traveling and other expenses, they had to rely on collections taken at meetings. A few of them sold pills or patent medicines on street corners. In cities such as Vancouver, when not speaking on behalf of the party. It was not surprising, therefore, that the families of such members as Pritchard and Charlie Lester suffered the consequences. When visiting farming districts, far from towns and cities, Pritchard was often surprised to see libraries in many farmhouses where he stayed. Often they were quite extensive, containing socialist classics and many scientific works. In one house, among a collection of such books, he saw a copy of 6 Centuries of Work and Wages by James E. Thorold Rogers. One farmer's wife admitted to a degree of loneliness, but said that her duties, the company of her husband in the evenings, and importantly, reading the books in the well-stocked bookcase, was compensation. Such is the typical life of a prairies farm wife, though I met many who lived close enough to a schoolhouse or community hall that they could allay their loneliness by going to a dance or meeting, remarked Pritchard. However, all was not well with the Socialist Party of Canada. It had problems aplenty. Dissent was never far from the surface. Dissent right from the formation of the Socialist Party of Canada. Many members in Western Canada had reservations about the doctrinal orthodoxy of the Easterners, according to Ross McCormack. At first, they accepted Impossibilism. The Ontario locals had always demanded the inclusion of immediate demands in the platform, and, moreover, they were reluctant to accept party discipline. As has already been noted, one of the main reasons for dissent was that many of the members in Central and Eastern Canada, who originally came from continental Europe, had formed part of the reformist social democratic tradition. Allegedly Marxist, they were pragmatists. This was particularly so among the German-speaking members who had been affected by the revisionism of Ferdinand Lassalle and, later, Edward Bernstein, both of whom rejected Marx's analysis of capitalism and argued that society must be transformed gradually. As time went by, many of these members began to realize that there were significant differences between their social democracy and the revolutionary objectives of the Socialist Party of Canada. Also included were the Finns and the Ukrainians, who were often nationalistic and anti-Russian. They were not, however, alone. Some members in Alberta, Manitoba, and even British Columbia had similar tendencies, although they were affected to some extent by British Labourism. Winnipeg was the centre of Labourism in Canada. It was also the centre of British-style trade unionism. Both Keir Hardie and John Burns had a large following in the city. The man who stood out above all was Robert Blatchford, author of Merry England. Most early radicals and reformers were inspired by non-conformist Sunday schools and chapels, Methodism rather than Marxism. As early as 1895, the trade unions in Winnipeg formed an independent Labour Party, which a year later renamed itself the Winnipeg Labour Party. It was a completely reformist party, modelled on the British Independent Labour Party. It even refused to use the word socialist for fear of alienating potential support among conservative trade unionists. The Socialist Party of Canada found it difficult to organise in Winnipeg. The north of the city was a centre of Eastern European social democracy. Two early dissidents within the SPC who did not come from Winnipeg were Ernest Burns and Bertha Merrill, who married Ernest in December 1903 and subsequently called herself Bertha Merrill Burns, like many other socialist women at the time who married socialist men. Ernest Burns was born in Birmingham, England in 1885. He was a founder member in 1885 of the Birmingham branch of the Social Democratic Federation, but in 1899 he left England for Washington State in the United States, where he became active in the Knights of Labour. Shortly after, he went to British Columbia, working in logging and fishing. He was almost immediately elected president of the Fishermen's Union and was prominent in its strikes of 1900 and 1901. By 1902, Burns was actively involved in the Socialist Party of British Columbia. In 1903, he became treasurer of the party. He was, however, a supporter of women's suffrage and later an advocate of reforms. In 1907, Ernest Burns was suspended from membership of the Socialist Party of Canada until he could conscientiously support the platform of the SPC. He refused. Shortly after, he was expelled and formed the nucleus of the Social Democratic Party, of which more later. Bertha Merrill Burns emigrated to British Columbia in 1900, first settling in Nelson and then moving to Vancouver in 1903, where she became the first female executive committee member of the Socialist Party of British Columbia and a member of the editorial board of the Western Clarion, writing a column on women's matters. She was also involved in the founding convention of the Socialist Party of Canada and was elected to the Dominion executive of the party. Nevertheless, like her husband, Bertha soon came into conflict with the SPC's anti-reformist platform and objective. She supported the suffragist movement as well as prohibition and the temperance movement. As early as 1906, she began correspondence with Mrs. Ramsay MacDonald, wife of the British Labour Party leader, advising her that the Socialist Party of Canada was fully controlled by the Impossibilists. In further correspondence with Mrs. MacDonald, Merrill Burns informed her of the founding of their new protest party, the Social Democratic Party, which she admitted was still small. Unlike Ernest, she does not seem to have been expelled from the SPC, but merely resigned following the expulsion of her husband. The move towards social democracy, reformism, and dissension was, not surprisingly, spearheaded by the non-English-speaking groups generally, and the Ukrainians in particular. At the Ukrainian Members' Convention in Winnipeg in November 1909, not only did they call on the Socialist Party of Canada to affiliate to the Second International, but they stated that it was vitally necessary that the Ukrainian branches of the party unite into one autonomous centralized organization, and suggests that this organization be called the Federation of Ukrainian Social Democrats of Canada. This was followed by a resolution, which declared that if the Dominion Executive Committee of the party did not recognize the autonomy of the Federation of Ukrainian Social Democrats, then the Federation would be fully justified if it would begin completely independent organizational activity, disregarding the official party, would begin to take measures to form a new party worthy of its socialist name, together with other dissatisfied groups unhappy with the state of affairs in the present party. Further resolutions at the convention declared it the Ukrainians' moral duty to unite with Ukrainian social democrats in Europe and maintain the closest ties with them, to call on all Ukrainian workers in Canada to join the industrial, which they called International, Workers of the World, and to form cooperative unions among Ukrainian farmers in Canada. A commission was elected to work out details for the Federation of Ukrainian Social Democrats in Canada. Early in 1910, the Federation was founded. On the 24th of July, 4 branches of the Socialist Party of Canada in Winnipeg, the German, Jewish, Latvian, and Ukrainian, met and decided to withdraw from the SPC. In a manifesto, they accused the Dominion Executive Committee of taking a negative stance to a minimal program, of not building up the trade union movement, of being undemocratic in not permitting the Ukrainians to form a social democratic federation within the party. The DEC actually ignored their request, and of throwing mud at other parties. Their manifesto concluded by notifying everyone who may be interested that we are breaking our relations with the SPC and that we will try to form a new party under the title of the Canadian Social Democratic Party. At a convention in August, 26 delegates representing 10 branches of the Ukrainian Social Democratic Federation decided they would join a Canadian Social Democratic Party and pledged to aid the Ukrainian liberation movement in Austria and Russia. In 1909, the Socialist Party of Canada removed the word international from the first sentence of the party's platform. This seemed an odd move, as the SPC continued to call on the workers of the world to unite for socialism. The removal seems, however, to have been made to emphasize that it, in no way, supported the International Socialist Bureau, that is, the reformist Social Democratic and Labourite Second International. The Social Democratic Party of Canada Milne notes, in his History of the Socialist Party of Canada, that the months ahead brought increasing pressure within the party in favour of a programme of reforms. The Provincial Executive Committee of Ontario found its position untenable and resigned, asking the Dominion Executive Committee to administer the province's affairs until such a time as the locals in Ontario shall have demonstrated by useful effort and sound progress to the satisfaction of the SPC as a whole their fitness for organisation provincially. Western Clarion, 9 April 1910. A Winnipeg member, WHS, writing in the Western Clarion of 4th of June 1910, commented, "Not only was it necessary that a fight be carried on against our common enemy, but also against the reactionaries inside the party who were bent on a plan of making the movement attractive and, above all, respectable. The same guerrilla warfare is being carried on now in Ontario and Manitoba, and spasmodically in every other province. It is nothing more or less than an attempt to create a perfumed slavery, aping the morals of respectable bourgeois society, or trying to compete with capitalist politicians in election buffoonery. There is only one way out of the difficulty as far as the opportunists are concerned, and that is to form a party of their own and embody the reforms in their platform which they think necessary to catch the workers' votes. And this is what they did. In October 1910, the Manitoba Ukrainian locals formed their Social Democratic Party, adopting a program of reforms. They were, however, deeply divided. At a convention of the Federation of Ukrainian Social Democrats in Edmonton in May 1911, a number of branches decided to rejoin the Socialist Party of Canada and to rename themselves the Federation of Ukrainian Socialists. At its meeting on 12th of June, the Dominion Executive Committee of the SPC agreed to accept the renamed Federation of Ukrainian Socialists back into the ranks of the party. The Ukrainians were largely split between the FUS, based in Vancouver in the west of the country, and the FUSD, based in the east in Montreal, Ottawa and Toronto. The Ukrainian farmers in northern Manitoba generally supported the Social Democrats. Most of the Finnish members joined the Social Democrats, as did a Russian branch of the SPC, the former in Alberta, the latter in Winnipeg. Even in Nanaimo, on Vancouver Island, a Finnish branch of the SPC joined the Social Democrats. In Ontario, in April 1911, the Finnish branches convened a meeting in Toronto, broke away from the Socialist Party, and formed the Canadian Socialist Federation. Later in the year, the Manitoba Social Democrats, together with the Ontario Canadian Federation, various other non-English-speaking groups, and the tiny Social Democratic Party of Ernest Burns in Vancouver, officially established themselves as the All-Dominion Social Democratic Party of Canada. It had become a national party. By 1913, the SDP claimed a membership of more than 3,500. This was obviously an exaggeration, as all its members were former members of the SPC, which at that time had fewer than 3,500. Moreover, not all the foreign language members deserted the Socialist Party of Canada, and, as noted above, some rejoined the party. Nevertheless, by 1910, the SPC in Winnipeg had largely disintegrated. The Social Democratic Party's platform, which was drafted in Winnipeg by former SPCers Dick Rigg, Jacob Penner, and Herman Saltzman, contained a list of 10 reforms and immediate demands ranging from the 8-hour day to the abolition of the Senate. The SDP was far stronger in Winnipeg than in any other centre, with about 20% of its national membership being in that city. Unlike the SPC, its membership was almost entirely of Eastern European origin. It was little more than a loose federation of national groups. Collaborated with the British-style Laborites, but was forcefully harassed and opposed by members of the SPC in Winnipeg, particularly George Armstrong and Bill Hoop. The Socialist Party lost the support of Cotton's Weekly, which became the official journal of the Social Democratic Party. Bill Pritchard joined the Socialist Party of Canada on 23rd of May 1911, and in the words of Peter Campbell, he joined the party at the low point of its existence. In October 1911, a provincial convention was held in Vancouver, at which, as elsewhere, the party platform, principles and attitude towards reforms came under heavy attack. Although only a member of a few months, Bill Pritchard, together with his father, James, was elected by the Vancouver local as a delegate. James Pritchard was elected chair. A number of delegates criticized the editor of the Western Clarion, D.G. Mackenzie, and some party officials for being too narrow. Pritchard felt, and he was correct, that they wanted the Socialist Party of Canada to be more like Hainban's Social Democratic Federation in Britain. Criticism was also directed at Hawthorne-Thwaite and Parker Williams as members of the British Columbia legislature. Shortly after, Hawthorne-Thwaite resigned from the SPC, as did Williams, who joined the SDP. The Western Clarion of 2 December 1911 announced the resignation of Mackenzie as editor and as party secretary. In the 16 December issue, he gave as the reason for his resignation the utter vapidity and futility of the convention. Owing to the negligence of a number of real SPC locals, the majority of the convention had been members out of sympathy with the platform and principles of the SPC. And of this majority, he wrote, a number of them ostentatiously leaving the party, the wisest thing they have yet done, and certainly the best thing they have ever done for the party. The Dominion Executive Committee, taking office on the 1st January 1912, rejected the right of the provincial convention to make changes regarding the whole party and, insisting on past practices continuing, rejected the convention's decisions. Meanwhile, the Social Democratic Party was establishing itself across the country more solidly than had been possible by parties of a similar kind previously. It issued appeals for unity with the Socialist Party, all of which were rejected by the SPC. Indeed, a number of prominent members of the SDP, such as Ernest Winch, pressurized the SPC to dissolve and become part of the SDP. The SPC's outward display of bravado notwithstanding, the offer must have been attractive to many members of the party, writes Peter Campbell. The Social Democratic Party, however, appealed to members of the Socialist Party who objected to its hostility to religion, although many looked upon themselves as free thinkers, as did Ernest Burns and Bertha Merrill Burns. The SDP, moreover, allied itself with the temperance movement, thus advocating prohibition. The SDP also demanded that the government give women the vote. It is not surprising, therefore, that it soon gained considerable support and increasing membership, but it was not to last. In 1915, however, the Socialist Party lost two of its most able propagandists and organizers. Despite her popularity, the expenses of some of Sophie Muscat's tours often amounted to more than she was able to collect. On one tour, for example, she reported expenses of $200, which exceeded the $108 that she raised. When she finally collected a surplus on another tour, she was criticized for mishandling funds. She was then accused by the Alberta Executive Committee of supporting a prohibition campaign in the province. The Dominion Executive Committee of the party endorsed the Alberta Committee and, after reviewing her activities, expelled her from the SPC. Years later, she was said to have become sympathetic towards the Communist Party, at least for a while. Around the same time, Charles Lestore resigned from the Socialist Party of Canada and joined the Social Democratic Party. The Socialist Party of North America, previously, early in 1911, the entire Toronto local seceded from the Socialist Party and formed the Socialist Party of North America. As noted, the Socialist Party of Canada had been losing, and ridding itself of many social democrats and reformers, and had strengthened its anti-reformist policy and platform, but it was considered, particularly in the east of the country, not to be moving away from reformism fast enough for some of its members in Toronto. Furthermore, around this time, Moses Barrett's, a member of the Socialist Party of Great Britain, had arrived in the city. He strongly influenced many of the Toronto members. Known the comments that Barrett was an aggressive, tail-twisting exponent of SPGB views. Of him, Robert Baltrop in The Monument writes, Barrett's, originally a conservative, became known half round the world as a socialist agitator, a man without political or personal inhibitions. Short and squat, with thick glasses and a terrifying voice, he exuded vitality and passion. Among other things, he had wrestled with George Hackenschmidt. The Socialist Party of North America decided to adopt an object and declaration of principles similar to that of the Socialist Party of Great Britain. As we shall need to refer to them again in this narrative, it will not come amiss to quote them in full. They were, however, preceded by the Manifesto of the Socialist Party of North America, 1911, Emancipation, Not Palliation, and headlined Socialism versus Capitalism. The headquarters of the SPNA was at 18... The Manifesto of the Socialist Party of North America asserts that capitalist society is divided into hostile classes, the owning capitalist class and the working class, whose members possess nothing but their labour power. In return, the workers, in order to live, receive wages, while the capitalists receive profits created by the workers. Here we see laid bare the secret and mysterious source of the wealth of those who, without producing themselves, obtain possession of the wealth of society. This contradiction must be abolished and a new society inaugurated. Therefore, to accomplish their universal freedom, the workers must be organized into a political party of their own class, with the object of establishing a new order of society based upon the ownership of the means of wealth production by and in the interests of the whole community. The manifesto ends with the slogan first proclaimed by Marx and Engels and popularized by the Socialist Party of Canada, "Workers of the world, unite. You have nothing to lose but your chains, a world to gain." The Declaration of Principles then follows. The Socialist Party of North America has for its object the emancipation of the workers from slavery and the establishment of a new order of society based on the ownership of wealth production by and in the interest of the whole community. We hold that society as at present constituted is divided into two classes, the capitalist class and the working class. The capitalist class are the owners of property in the means of wealth production, land, factories, transportation, etc. The working class in this respect are the propertyless class and are therefore dependent upon the capitalist class for their existence. That this ownership of the machinery of production tends, with the development of industry, to greater accumulation of wealth to the capitalist class and a more precarious subsistence for the worker. This creates an antagonism of interest between owners and non-owners, capitalist and wage worker, resulting in a constant struggle over the division of wealth produced. The basis of the class struggle, therefore, lies in the economic foundations of society. The title of capitalist ownership is vested in the state, and all the powers of government are used by the ruling class to protect their interests and legalize their encroachments. All class struggles are, therefore, political struggles, and the workers must organize consciously and politically to gain control of the machinery of government, including the legal, civil, and armed forces, in order to abolish the capitalist form of private property in the means of production and convert it into the common property of the community with democratic control. This is the revolutionary proposition. Therefore, the first step in the revolution of the working class is to raise itself to the position of the ruling class, that it may lay hold of the ready-made state machinery, convert this instrument of oppression and domination into an agent for the emancipation of all mankind from wage slavery forever. The Socialist Party of North America, therefore, enters the field of political action determined to wage war against all other political parties, whether alleged Labour or avowedly capitalist, and calls upon the members of the working class of this country to muster under its banner to the end, that a speedy termination may be brought to the system which deprives them of the fruits of their labour, and that poverty may give rise to comfort, privilege to equality, and slavery to freedom. Whilst much of the SPNA's object and declaration of principles was based upon that of the SPGB, it was not identical in all its sentences and phrases, except for the ultimate paragraph. Nevertheless, the Socialist Party of North America decided that its statement was clearer than that of the Socialist Party of Canada's platform. It was, moreover, the first group outside the United Kingdom to use the SPGB's object and declaration of principles as its own, see note below. The SPNA did not, however, grow, and it dissolved after a few years. Moses Burritts moved on to the United States, and its members, or at least some of them, rejoined the Socialist Party of Canada, feeling that their original differences with the SPC did not justify a separate existence any longer. Note: on the 21st of October 1912, a number of Marxian students met in Petone, New Zealand, and formed the Petone Marxian Club. At its fifth meeting, it adopted the object and declaration of principles of the Socialist Party of Great Britain in toto. It did not last long, holding only 61 meetings. On the 28th of December 1918, a conference was held in Christchurch, at which a New Zealand Marxian association was formed. It too adopted the object and principles of the SPGB. The New Zealand Marxian Association lasted until 1922. In 1930, former members of the Petone Marxian Club and the New Zealand Marxian Association formed the Socialist Party of New Zealand, also adopting the same object and principles. As the World Socialist Party of New Zealand, it continues today. In 1916, a group of socialists in Detroit, Michigan, came together to form the Socialist Party of the United States, which shortly after changed its name to the Workers' Socialist Party of the United States. The party was short-lived, being wound up in 1919. The Workers' Socialist Party was refounded in 1930. Renamed the World Socialist Party of the United States in 1947, it continues its activities. A similar party, the Socialist Party of Australia, was formed in 1924. Since then, a number of small parties and groups have been formed and in some instances gone out of existence in Asia, Africa and Europe, all based upon the same SPGB object and declaration of principles. Revival, despite continuing resignations and expulsions, and more to come, by 1910 there were signs of a revival in the fortunes of the Socialist Party of Canada. On the 22nd of March 1909, Charles M. O'Brien was elected to the Alberta legislature. He stood for Rocky Mountain and polled 555 votes against 520 for an independent and 392 for the Conservative candidate. Charlie had been associated with the Socialist Party from 1903, according to Milne, and spent much of his time as an organizer in the mining camps of Alberta and British Columbia, and some time later in towns and cities east of Winnipeg. Following his election, he addressed scores of meetings, often with police interference, and sometimes spending days in jail. In the legislature, he was accused by the Liberals of not speaking to the question of the debates, but of giving lengthy lectures, which was true. For example, during the Great Debate over the Alberta Railway Company's deal with the government on the 1st of March, 1910, O'Brien commenced his address by outlining the development of society from primitive communism. At that point, a Liberal, J.W. Wolfe, rose on a point of order claiming that O'Brien was not speaking on the question but giving a lecture on socialism, but the Attorney General allowed him to continue, saying it was natural he should wish to define his position as a member of the House. Following further interjections by other members, O'Brien continued to define capitalism, the slave position of the workers, and advocate the cooperative commonwealth, adding that he was proud to be the first representative of the Socialist Party of Canada in the Legislative Assembly of Alberta. He was, he said, here to voice the interests of those who are slaves to the rule of capital, and not the employers. He was, he continued, one of the national organizers of the Socialist Party of Canada, whose mission was a society where production shall be for use instead of profit, and he was authorized and empowered to speak on its behalf. O'Brien did, however, support legislation forbidding women to work underground in coal mines, but pointed out also that women in Edmonton suffered even worse conditions. When a resolution of sympathy for King Edward VII's widow was introduced in 1910, Charlie O'Brien moved an amendment extending condolences to all the widows of all the miners killed in a recent local mine disaster. When he refused to withdraw his amendment, the legislature was reduced to chaos. O'Brien did not merely consider himself a propagandist for socialism, but worked tirelessly on behalf of his constituents. For example, at the beginning of the 1912 session, he put down 24 questions relating to mining on the order paper. He was looked upon as the United Mine Workers' representative in the Alberta legislature. In 1913, he was narrowly defeated, receiving 1,018 votes, with the Conservative candidate polling 1,099 and the Independent 516. Some time later, he moved to the United States and subsequently joined the Proletarian Party, formed by John Kerricher and Dennis Batt in June 1920. Charles O'Brien was twice charged under the criminal syndicalism laws and was once arrested for attacking Woodrow Wilson. During the 1920s, he defended Bolshevism, and in the 1930s became involved in polemics in the Western Socialist, where he continued to defend Soviet policies. In 1910, George Armstrong stood on behalf of the SPC in Winnipeg and polled 246 votes against 2,538 for the Conservative candidate and 2,578 for the Liberal. In 1914, again in the provincial election in Winnipeg, he polled 928 against 6,692 for the Conservative and 8,205 for the victorious Independent. At a provincial by-election in 1915, Armstrong received 804 votes against 2,048 for a Conservative and 6,443 for the Independent. In 1971, the National Secretary of the Proletarian Party, Al Wysocki, died after a long illness. None of the surviving members were prepared to fill the breach. By the end of the year, the party, in the words of Franklin Rosemont, Encyclopedia of the American Left, just faded away. It was an anti-reformist, impossibilist party, which nevertheless defended Bolshevism. The Socialist Party of Canada in 1910 was still a vital and expanding party in Western Canada. Many workers elected socialists to leading positions in the unions. The SPC had emerged as a force in working-class politics in British Columbia, and Alberta. The party also had some influence in Calgary and in the Edmonton Trades Council. But its power base in Alberta was among the coal miners of the Crow's Nest Pass. Prominent executive officers of the United Mine Workers District 18, such as Frank Sherman and Clem Stubbs, were also members of the Socialist Party. There's a close association between the UMW and this SPC at the level of locals in most of the mining camps, and the SPC frequently held its economics classes in miners' halls. In 1909, the UMW's district convention endorsed the party's platform. In British Columbia, in certain unions such as the machinists and longshoremen, support for the SPC was quite strong. It was also very influential in the Vancouver Trades Council at that period, and the hard rock miners of the Kootenays continued to support the SPC, despite the Western Federation of Mine Workers' brief connection with the industrial workers of the world. Indeed, the party was able to rely on the Mine Workers' Union for financial support. The Socialist Party of Canada enjoyed its most solid support among the coal miners of Vancouver Island. At the beginning of the autumn of 1911, the Western Clarion staggered through irregular publishing schedules and in 1912 failed to appear for a number of months. However, the previous splits, expulsions, and the formation of the reformist Social Democratic Party made the SPC more determined. Ross McCormick notes that the SPC remained the revolutionary socialist party in the West, and adds, because it had been disrupted by the split, and a new group of young activists became influential, the party made significant revisions in tactics after 1912. These changes allowed the SPC to gain much ground and a crucially important place towards the end of the Great War. From 1905, the industrial workers of the world had increased its influence and numbers in Canada, and by 1912 it had about 5,000 members in the country. In general, the Wobblies opposed political action. The IWW was committed to the general strike as the means of working class emancipation. It was against voting for parliamentary candidates. Nevertheless, the IWW was committed to free speech campaigns. By 1912, however, the Wobblies in Canada as elsewhere were involved in industrial sabotage, which the SPC opposed. Because of the IW's anarcho-syndicalism, the SPC waged all-out war on it. And because of the IW's obsession with the general strike, the Socialist Party considered it was totally ignorant of the class struggle. The SPC admired the Wobblies' courage, but was convinced that their activities were essentially futile. The IW repaid the SPC in kind. There was, however, some cooperation between members of the IW and the SPC in several Western cities. Socialists joined in the fight against government repression of the Wobblies. Anarcho-syndicalist and Bakuninist ideas did circulate in North Winnipeg, particularly among Italian, Jewish and Russian workers. In 1912, there was even a small syndicalist league in Vancouver. The IW was not alone in promoting the growth of militant industrial unionism in Canada. Despite its attacks on the IWNU, the SPC played an increasingly prominent role. From its inception, the party had a strong tendency supporting industrial unionism, particularly in the Kootenays. By 1912, young members such as Bill Pritchard and Jack Kavanagh in Vancouver, Joe Knight in Edmonton, and Bob Russell in Winnipeg were actively supporting industrial unionism. But they also continued to argue that in a relatively liberal bourgeois state with a parliamentary franchise, the ballot was the means of getting rid of capitalism and introducing socialism. And by the beginning of the First World War, the IW was on the decline in Canada, with its membership falling and its locals disintegrating. This was partly due to government repression, employer opposition, and economic depression. It was also due to the end of railway construction, where the Wobblies earlier had some influence. In 1914, a pamphlet, The Vancouver Island Strike, by Jack Kavanagh, based on a 16-page article in the BC Federationist, written on behalf of the British Columbia Miners' Liberation League, details the 1912-13 Vancouver Island miners' strike. Apparently, a miner named Mottishaw was discriminated against by the owners, Canadian collieries, Dunsmuir Elves, for complying with the law laid down in the Coal Mines Regulation Act. On the 17th of September, 1912, the miners at Cumberland were locked out by the company for taking a one-day holiday in which to consider the matter. Similar action followed at the mines at Extension 2 days later. By the 24th of September, special police were sent into the camps to force the Asian workers to resume work on the company's terms. In October, more police were sent to harass the miners who by then were on a general strike. The provincial premier and minister of mines, McBride, refused to interfere, although the company continued to ignore the Coal Mines Regulation Act. On the 3rd of May, 1913, the Western Fuel Company was given permission to use the courthouse in Nanaimo for the purpose of taking a ballot on the question of returning to work. Shortly after, members of the Miners' Union, while holding a meeting in order to ballot on a similar question, were surrounded by troops, marched out of the hall in groups of 10, and subject to considerable harassment. A number of strikers were arrested following a fracas with 16 strikebreakers brought in by the mine owners. On the 9th of August, a striker living in Ladysmith was stabbed by a strikebreaker. And at the same time, the militia in Vancouver and Victoria received orders to hold themselves in readiness for service. When the miners of Nanaimo notified the Attorney General of their ability to preserve peace if he withdrew the special police, he replied by ordering out the militia. A number of the strikers were later sent to jail, and some time after, the strike collapsed with the miners returning to work. Many of the miners were, at that time, members or sympathizers of the Socialist Party of Canada. One setback for the Socialist Party was the departure of Parker Williams, allegedly the world's first revolutionary socialist parliamentary candidate to the Social Democratic Party, his candidature for the SDP in the British Columbia legislature in 1912, and his subsequent election to that body. Another former SPCer, John Place, was also elected on the reformist SDP platform to the BC legislature. On the other hand, Ernest Winch, who had been an early member of the SDP, rejoined the Socialist Party in 1913. In 1917, Winch returned to reformist politics by joining the newly founded Canadian Labour Party. We shall meet him again years later. According to the electoral history of British Columbia, 1871 to 1986, some of the information regarding the British Columbia 13th general election of 1912 is at best vague and, at worst, non-existent. Amendment 2 of the 1912 election report states, "No official printed results appear to exist, although, according to the Vancouver Province, 29th of October, 1912, page 21, the provincial secretary had prepared a document for the legislature which was described as a table of figures showing votes cast in each constituency and each polling subdivision. There is no record, however, of any such compilation being tabled during the 1913 session. The figures quoted by the province correspond almost exactly to the results printed in the 1913 Canadian Parliamentary Guide, CPG. Party affiliation is given in the CPG, but varies from newspaper results in a few instances which have been noted. The CPG uses Socialist for both the Socialist Party of Canada and the Social Democratic Party of Canada. The Western Clarion, 23rd of March, 1912, page 1, makes the affiliation clear. Since 9 Conservatives were elected by acclamation, i.e. without any polling of votes, the total for the Conservative Party and the overall total, as well as the popular vote, is somewhat misleading. A potential 14,086 voters did not have the opportunity to exercise their franchise. Given the voter turnout of almost 50% in other districts, the total number of votes could have been about 7,000 more. The electoral history of British Columbia, 1871 to 1986, gives the number of Socialist Party of Canada candidates as 17 and the Social Democratic Party only 1. The SPC is reported as receiving 9,366 votes, 11.08%, and with only 1 member of the legislature. The situation was, however, somewhat more complicated than it seemed. John Place won Nanaimo not on the SPC's revolutionary platform, but on an SDP ticket supported, it would seem, by the Western Clarion. And Parker Williams ran and was elected in Newcastle on the SPC platform, but his local switched to the SDP just prior to the election. As noted previously, Williams joined the SDP but also remained a member of the SPC. After the election, he was expelled from the Socialist Party for holding dual membership. In Comox, Wallace Lefaux received 355 votes, 33.84%, for the SPC. In Fernie, William Davidson received 763, 41.69%, but in Esquimalt, George Oliver only got 25 votes, 2.92%. The Socialist Party also stood candidates in Alberta, where in 1912 Joseph R. Knight stood in a by-election for Edmonton. He received 183 votes against 1,802 for the Liberal candidate and 1,733 for the Conservative. In 1913, he was the Socialist Party candidate at Lethbridge, polling 282 votes against 1,371 for the Conservative candidate and 1,033 for the Liberal. Bill Pritchard was appointed editor of the Western Clarion in 1914, although he had been a contributor as early as 1911, soon after he had joined the Socialist Party of Canada. His main function was getting the journal back on its feet, following its interrupted appearance during 1912 and the beginning of 1913. He assisted the editor, John Burrow, until his appointment as editor. The Western Clarion was only published monthly instead of weekly. It became a clear-cut, revolutionary, Impossibilist journal again. Bumstead, in his The Peoples of Canada, says that 1914 was not a good year for Canada. In the west of the country, the wheat economy was virtually dead, and unemployment rates in central Canada had reached 25% before seasonal adjustments, with per capita income nationally shrinking 10% over the year. The coming war was, for the government and most Canadian industrialists, heaven sent. Chapter 3: War, Revolution and Bolshevism. On the 24th of July 1914, the British government received the text of an ultimatum sent from the Austro-Hungarian government to Serbia. Almost a month previously, the Austrian Archduke Franz Ferdinand had been assassinated by Serbian nationalists in the Bosnian capital of Sarajevo. The Austro-Hungarian ultimatum contained demands which the Serbian government would, or could, not accept. Russia, as the champion of the Slav people, according to Denis Judd in the Life and Times of George V, would be obliged to move against Austria. Germany would support her Austrian ally. France would not allow Germany to proceed unhindered, and Britain was the ally of France. Germany invaded Belgium, and, finally, Britain sent an ultimatum to Germany demanding an end to the violation of neutral Belgian territory. Germany declared war on Russia on the 1st of August, and the British government's ultimatum to Germany expired on the 4th of August. Britain declared war on Germany the same day. World War I had commenced. Stripped of the rhetoric, what were the main causes? Europe was divided into two rival imperialistic camps, heavily armed and seeking to expand at the expense of the other. Germany was late arriving in the scramble for markets and spheres of profitable investment. Inevitably, the trade rivalry between Britain and Germany took the form of British attempts to shut Germany out of colonial and semi-colonial areas, and counter-attempts by Germany to break through the British control by a thrust to the southeast, through the Balkans, across the Dardanelles, onto Baghdad and the oil-rich Persian Gulf, and towards British India. The Germans planned to construct a railway from Berlin to Baghdad. Other factors included a Franco-German struggle over coal and iron deposits in eastern France and western Germany. France had large deposits of iron, but little coal. Germany had a lot of coal, but little iron. Furthermore, Russia intended to control the straits connecting the Black Sea and the Mediterranean, which was in direct conflict with Germany's attempt to drive eastwards and to destabilize the Austro-Hungarian Empire with its large Slav and Romanian populations. Canada was a long way from Europe, but Canada was part of the British Empire, and it had a Conservative Party government, headed by Robert Borden, an imperialist from Nova Scotia. His defence minister, Sir Sam Hughes, quickly and enthusiastically raised a large expeditionary force to send to France. According to Robert Bothwell, in his A Traveller's History of Canada, the force was dispatched overseas in scenes of utmost confusion. Moreover, the Canadian soldiers were equipped with Canadian-made hunting rifles which proved useless. At home, the government did its best to provide volunteers, but when these recruits dried up in 1917, introduced conscription. This, however, proved extremely unpopular in Canada. France was nothing more than a distant memory and, to a Catholic population, a country lamentably afflicted by atheism, worse than the English Canadians, who were after all Protestants. Borden was, therefore, forced to call an election. The Liberal Party was split over conscription, with most English Liberals, led by the French-Canadian Sir Wilfrid Laurier, supporting Robert Borden. Sir Robert formed a coalition government without a single elected French-Canadian member. Conscription was passed, but enforcing it proved increasingly difficult. In some parts of the country, the authorities exempted practically everyone, particularly in rural Quebec. The Canadian government found it necessary to introduce income tax and appeal for funds through the issue of bonds called victory bonds, which to its surprise were oversubscribed. Mostly, however, the government paid for the war through debt. Crude economic policies, including printing money, resulted in rapid inflation and, not surprisingly, inflation led to labour militancy and strikes. All told, the Canadian government sent 620,000 men to France, of whom 60,000 were killed. Women's status, however, changed during the war. In 1916, they were given the vote in Alberta, Manitoba, and Saskatchewan, and in 1917 in Ontario, but not in British Columbia. Nationally, the government gave the wives and sisters of serving soldiers the vote, conveniently just in time for Parliament to vote on conscription. All Canadian women were given the vote in 1918. Anti-War Manifesto. On the 6th of August, 1914, 2 days after Britain declared war on Germany, the Dominion Executive Committee of the Socialist Party of Canada met and agreed on a manifesto to the workers of Canada, hastily drawn up earlier in the day. It read, "In view of the European situation, in the efforts of the capitalist press and politicians to stir up a war fever in Canada, to the end that Canadian working men will be induced to take up arms in defence of the interests of their masters, the Socialist Party of Canada, instead of passing futile resolutions of protest, would call your attention to the following facts, where, inasmuch as all modern wars have their origin in the disputes of the international capitalist class for markets in which to dispose of the stolen products of labour, or to protect themselves in the possession of markets they already have, the motive of the anticipated struggle in Europe is of no real interest to the international working class. 2. Further, as the struggle, if materialized, will claim as its victims countless thousands of members of our class in a quarrel that is not theirs, it behoves the workers not to be carried away by the frenzied clamourings of the blare of martial music. In no conceivable manner, shape or form could the interests of the workers of any of the nationalities involved be furthered or protected by their participation in the conflict. 3. Since the international working class produces all the wealth of the world and still possesses nothing, receiving in the shape of wages but sufficient to maintain a slavish existence, and since the international capitalist class occupies the position of a social parasite, producing nothing and possessing everything, which position it is able to maintain by virtue of its control of the powers of the state. The only struggle that can be of vital interest to the working class of all nations is that which has for its object the wresting of this power from the hands of the master class, and using it to remove all forms of exploitation and servitude. To this struggle, the Socialist Party of Canada calls you. The only barrier standing in our way is ignorance in the ranks of our own class. As an international working class, we have but one enemy, the international capitalist class. Workers of the world, unite. You have nothing to lose but your chains. You have a world to gain. Issued by the Dominion Executive Committee, Socialist Party of Canada, Vancouver, 6th of August, 1914, the Western Clarion, 15th of August, 1914, the only other political party in the world which, independently of the Socialist Party of Canada, immediately issued a similar anti-war statement was the Socialist Party of Great Britain, whose manifesto was published by its Executive Committee on the 25th of August, 1914, and printed in the September issue of the Socialist Standard. Shortly after issuing its anti-war statement, the SPC published the 4th edition of its Manifesto of the Socialist Party of Canada, with a new preface also written by the author of the manifesto, Donald Mackenzie, and which has often been quoted since. Mackenzie says that the war is not being waged because an archduke was assassinated in Bosnia or because a treaty was violated in Belgium. It is a war for the world markets. The place in the sun the Germans seek is a place to sell their wares. The British outcry against the peril of Prussian militarism is inspired by the fear of German commercial competition. As a war for world markets, he writes, it is a matter of concern only for the various capitalist interests involved. Yet the workers of each country have flung themselves into the conflict, regardless of the consequences to themselves. Mackenzie states that the SPC was justified in its long-time resistance to any movement to join the International Socialist Bureau, on the grounds that it was neither international nor socialist. If the working class is to be internationalized, it is the capitalist system, not social democratic statesmanship, that will do it, he continued. The Social Democrats have sacrificed sound principles for immediate success. Indeed, they have numbered their adherents by the million and have educated them not at all. They have sown the wind, they are reaping the whirlwind. In conflict with them for a generation are those who would sacrifice immediate success to sound principles, who have been content to be fewer in numbers if clearer in understanding, who have given transient political issues the go-by and have harped upon social revolution, who have expounded economics and the class struggle when the others were shouting against taxes and tariffs, who have earned for themselves the name of Impossibilist and have been content therewith. The war has justified them. Where there are any Impossibilists or near Impossibilists in Europe, they have stood firm. The practical socialists are cutting one another's throats in the trenches. And the outcome? Asks Mackenzie. None can say, he answers. Only one thing is certain, forward to the social revolution. How far forward one cannot see, but the signs are most promising. He argues that, on the face of it, uprisings of a more or less revolutionary character seem not unlikely. Whether they will be successful or not is problematical. And he concludes the preface with these words, one more illusion, indeed, we may put from our minds, if we ever had it, that of a peaceful revolution. A master class capable of sending millions to slaughter in the field for the extension of its profits is capable of making a shambles of an industrial city for the retention of its property in the means of production. To expect them to give up their ruleship with any good grace is to credit them with grace beyond reason. It is only when a social system is about to pass that resistance of its parasites seems to collapse. The slaughter, of which Mackenzie writes, was to continue for 4 more years, only to be followed by a revolution unforeseen by socialists as well as non-socialists, and after that, the misery of mass unemployment for many of the world's working class. Repression at home. As Jim Mill notes in his History of the Socialist Party of Canada, officialdom wasted little time prosecuting the war at home. As early as the 12th of September, 1914, the Western Clarion reported on the situation in Winnipeg. The Winnipeg Police Commission, according to the Free Press, has prohibited the holding of public meetings in the streets or the use of incendiary or inflammatory language in any place. Controller Midwinter expressed the belief that the indiscriminate speech-making on the market square was an abuse of the privilege of free speech, so universally enjoyed in the British Empire. In 1911, the Calgary Trades and Labour Council had declared that the capitalists of the world cause all war. In 1914, the British Columbia Federation of Labour took a strong anti-war line. The industrial workers of the world announced that only suckers support the war effort, and their Edmonton and Vancouver locals expelled those members who enlisted. A number of unions took an anti-war position, although craft unions, particularly in Manitoba and the east of the country, supported the war. In 1915, the convention of the United Mine Workers Union, District 18, declared that the workers of the world have no quarrel whatsoever with one another, according to the British Columbia Federationist of the 26th of February, 1915. Unlike the majority of Social Democrats worldwide, the Ukrainian Social Democrats in Canada came out against the war in Europe and Canada's participation in the war. On the 11th of April, 1915, the Ukrainian Social Democratic Party of Canada held an extraordinary conference at which it characterized the conflict as an imperialist war and stated that the USDPC stood by the principles of international socialism and censured all socialists who support the war. They called on the proletariat of the world to establish a third revolutionary international on the ruins of the Second International. The Socialist Party of Canada opposed the war from day one. Not surprisingly, it was subjected to a certain amount of repression, although it was far from alone in this respect. Indeed, some others fared worse. The holding of outdoor street corner meetings, which had always been the SPC's main propaganda outlet, became increasingly difficult, if not impossible, in parts of the country. Police interference was frequent. Members such as Wilf Gribble were jailed for sedition. In May 1916, all street meetings in Vancouver were discontinued due to opposition of a violent and vicious character, apparently engineered from higher up, according to the local organizer. The year 1915 witnessed an extreme economic crisis in Canada. There was a growing army of unemployed, particularly among foreign, that is, Central and Eastern European workers. The unemployed organized mass meetings and demonstrations demanding food. "Give us bread and work," was the understandable but futile demand. The situation in Winnipeg became so desperate that on the 14th of May 1915, about 1,000 unemployed workers with their wives and children began a march, carrying hand luggage towards the United States border, hoping that the US government would save them from dying of starvation. Their hopes were not realized, because as soon as they reached the city limits, a number of them were arrested, while another 200 men were stopped when they reached the border town of Emerson. The Ukrainian language paper Roboshi Narod of the 19th of May reported that all the fugitives would be inspected, and those among them who came under the category of enemies of the British Empire will be sent to the Brandon concentration camp as prisoners of war. Canadian citizens among them were to be returned to Winnipeg, where they will have the right to die of starvation. Immediately after Canada had entered the war, the government began mass arrests of enemy aliens, especially Germans and those who had come from the Austro-Hungarian Empire. In 1915, there was a further wave of arrests during which alien workers were incarcerated in various camps at Brandon, Kapuskasing, Lethbridge, Spirit Lake, and Vernon. More than 800 Ukrainians were imprisoned in the camp at Spirit Lake, Quebec. Many European workers, including coal miners from Nanaimo, were fired and then sent to camps. However, by 1916, the economic situation had dramatically changed. There was now a shortage of workers because a large number of physically healthy young men were in the armed forces. Thousands of internees were released from the camps. The SDP and the war. The Social Democratic Party of Canada's attitude to the war was not unlike that of the Independent Labour Party in Britain. Initially, the leadership opposed the war, stating that it was a capitalist and imperialist conflict, but within a few weeks divisions soon appeared within its ranks. The fortunes of the SDP changed for the worse. The party was far less successful than the Socialist Party in maintaining discipline against a hostile, pro-war, patriotic environment. Many members abandoned their so-called socialist and anti-capitalist principles. Others, with craft union links, supported and worked for the war effort. Few SDP members opposed the war on pacifist grounds, maintaining that war was unchristian and immoral. The party also split on ethnic grounds, with some of its German members supporting their country of origin, and many of the East Europeans hostile towards Canada's Tsarist Russian ally. In mid-October 1914, the Social Democratic Party had 675 members in British Columbia, a month later only 450. By the end of 1916, the party reported a mere 2,000 members. The Socialist Party of Canada, despite its many problems, probably had more members at this time, and membership was declining rapidly. Members of German background were inevitably subjected to public hostility and government repression, as were non-social democratic Germans. At the beginning of 1917, the majority of members of the SDP were of Finnish origin. Small numbers of Jewish, Finnish, and Ukrainian members reported themselves still active in 1917, and the party complained that there were not enough English comrades to carry on the struggle, says Janice Newton. Even before the end of 1914, the SDP was bankrupt. No English language journal or paper was published by the party until 1916, when the Canadian Forward was issued, but then only as a bi-monthly. Because the members of the party's German and East European locals were regarded as enemy aliens, they were ruthlessly targeted by the state. By the end of 1917, the Social Democratic Party of Canada was virtually finished, although some of its members managed to campaign against conscription. The editor of the Canadian Forward, Isaac Bainbridge, who was of German origin, was charged, convicted, and served a jail sentence for sedition in 1917. In September 1918, the government issued an order in council which effectively outlawed what was left of the Social Democratic Party of Canada, outlawing all its meetings, closing its remaining offices, and raiding its members' homes. Rejecting social revolution and embracing reformism was of no help to Canada's Social Democrats when the chips were down. By the end of the war, many former SDPers were returning to the Socialist Party. By 1920, the SDP had finally collapsed. Conscription early in 1916, the Borden government passed an order in council authorizing the appointment of a National Service Board, with a general power of supervision over recruiting as it affected industries and labour. Late in November, the board announced its intention to determine the manner in which men can better serve the nation at this time, whether in a military or industrial capacity. The subsequent program became known as registration. Such developments alarmed socialists and many trade unionists, as they regarded it, quite correctly, as a prelude to conscription, which they had opposed since the beginning of the war. By the middle of 1916, the supply of volunteers for the armed forces had largely dried up. Most French Canadians were against conscription. The Winnipeg Trades Council established an anti-registration league. The Victoria Trades Council denounced registration. The Vancouver Trades Council, on the 4th of January 1917, advised workers not to support conscription, and the Regina Trades Council urged workers to join the fight against registration. The Machinists' Union was very active in the anti-conscription campaign. In eastern Canada, however, most English-speaking workers supported registration. The culmination of the campaign against registration was the convention of the British Columbia Federation of Labour, held between the 29th of January and the 1st of February 1917. The delegates officially supported the anti-conscription movement. The Women's Social Democratic League also organised rallies in Montreal, Winnipeg, and across Ontario against registration and conscription. In Vancouver, the Socialist Party of Canada and the Trades Council cooperated in the fight against conscription in a vigorous campaign. One particular reason why the trade unions opposed conscription was because they considered that it would destroy the movement. It was, they argued, according to Ross McCormack, a conspiracy between the state and the employers to kill the trade union movement. In Winnipeg, the Trades Council, together with the Anti-Conscription League, was attacked by veterans returning from Europe. Of the situation, Bill Pritchard, in his recorded memoirs, recalls, "The war had dragged on more than 2 years, the Hun proving to be more formidable than expected. The country was now propagandized in preparation for conscription. This was almost immediately opposed by the labour movement generally, and the Socialist Party in particular. Meetings of various groups, including the labour unions, worked together, and the Socialist Party supported them in all the public meetings, although its speakers stressed the socialist position in its opposition to war as a last political resort of rival capitalist powers to grab a greater proportion of the surplus values wrung from the workers' toil. The gallant body of Jimmy Higgins and the party at once organized a bodyguard for the speakers and laid well-organized plans for preventing disturbances at meetings or exhibitions of violence from misguided persons who were inclined to so act. Of all the major cities outside Quebec, Vancouver was the only city which did not experience any real trouble, did not have the party headquarters invaded, and its effects thrown into the street, as happened in Winnipeg. All our meetings were carried out in perfect peace and order. The campaign against registration and conscription made little impact on the federal government, however. On the 18th of May 1917, the Prime Minister informed the House of Commons that his government would institute conscription, and in June the Military Service Act was passed. At the same time, the Royal Northwest Mounted Police, military intelligence, and the bourgeois press began a systematic surveillance on radical organizations, trade unionists and Socialist Party activists. The Regina Police headquarters functioned as a clearinghouse where dossiers on hundreds of unionists and socialists were prepared. The Federationist and, later in November 1918, the Western Clarion were banned. Many active and prominent members of the Socialist Party went on the run rather than be conscripted into the armed forces. Milner recounts how Tom Cassidy went to the Quebec woods where the police could get no assistance in locating him. Sid Rose disappeared in Manitoba, but was caught and, refusing to put on a uniform, was jailed. Dave Aitken and Joe Naylor were arrested and charged with assisting draft evaders. Roy DeVore went to Alberta in a hideaway used by other evaders, known as the Defaulters Camp. Some members of the SPC went to the United States, Alaska, and even to Mexico, but this was not helpful in all cases, as America was by then at war. Alex Shepard walked over the US border only to be arrested in Seattle a few months later. Moses Barretts was also arrested in Seattle and charged with being an anarchist and IW member, which he was not. Charlie Lestor, who, like a number of other former members of the SPC who had joined the SDP, rejoined the Socialist Party and went up to Alaska. The Western Clarion in September 1917 reported that he had been arrested in Fairbanks, charged with seditious utterances, sent down for 1 year and fined $1,000. The report continues, as his wife and 2 children are dependent on the movement and the charges for legal service are especially high in the northern country, a committee has been formed for the purpose of raising funds to conduct his defense. It was to no avail. He went to prison in Fairbanks for 1 year. The case of Albert Ginger Goodwin was the most tragic. Ginger Goodwin had been a coal miner, first in Yorkshire, England, and then in Canada, an active member of the United Mine Workers of America in Cumberland, on Vancouver Island, prominent in the 1913 Island coal strike, and was involved in the work of the British Columbia Federation of Labour. According to Bill Pritchard, Goodwin was admired throughout the local labour movement. During the war, he had become a smelter for the Consolidated Company at Trail on the island. At the time, it was the world's largest smelting corporation. By 1916, Ginger Goodwin had become the organizer of the Smeltermen's Union. This did not suit the company, particularly after he was categorized 4F, unfit for military service due to having tuberculosis. Goodwin was a member of the Cumberland Local of the Socialist Party of Canada. Indeed, he had been a founder member of the Local and was considered to be a knowledgeable socialist and a good speaker. The company was not pleased that Goodwin had been exempted and would remain as union organizer at Trail. The management, therefore, contacted the draft board, who called him for a further medical examination and reclassified him as fit for military service. Like many other socialists, Ginger Goodwin hurried back to Cumberland and went out into the almost impenetrable woods high in the mountains behind Lake Comox, where he stayed for quite a while. Shortly after, on the 26th of July, he went down onto a narrow trail, carrying his hunting rifle, looking for a bird or game for food. As he moved along the trail, he was shot by Constable Daniel Campbell, higher above the trail, who was searching the area for draft evaders. The police report accepted that Goodwin had not fired his gun and had been shot from above. Constable Campbell was exonerated from blame. The killing of Ginger Goodwin shocked the British Columbia Labour and Socialist movement, and at a meeting of the Vancouver Trades and Labour Council, the delegates passed a resolution calling on all affiliated bodies to stage a general strike on the 2nd of August, 1918, which they did. Bill Pritchard and Wallace Lefaux represented the Socialist Party at the funeral in Cumberland, attended by hundreds of mourners who marched to the cemetery 2 miles away in Happy Valley. Meanwhile, in Vancouver, chaos reigned. Some 300 returned soldiers, filled with booze and encouraged by overzealous ladies of the better class, attacked the Labour Temple, smashing the windows and doors and destroying books and furniture. Victor Midgley, the secretary, was forced by the rioters to kneel and kiss the flag, and George Thomas, a little but wiry longshoreman, was caught in a nearby alley and had to be rescued by a policeman. The Chamber of Commerce and Mayor Gale ordered Pritchard, Kavanagh, Midgley, Joe Taylor, and 3 others to leave Vancouver until the war finished. In October 1918, a government ordering council made strikes illegal in a large number of industries. Violators of the law would be drafted into the army. Protests were often violent, comments McCormack. Loggers rioted at Big River, Saskatchewan, when military authorities arrived to collect draftees. Vancouver dock workers walked off the job and went on strike when an army policeman challenged a stevedore who was not carrying his registration papers, and whole colonies of draft evaders grew up on Vancouver Island and on Indian reservations in southeast Manitoba. Inflation and industrial unrest conscription was not the only cause of unrest in Canada between 1917 and 1919. Far from it. The main cause was inflation, and with it, the dramatic increase in the cost of living. Between 1914 and 1918, the cost of living rose 60%. Some groups of workers, such as machinists and skilled workers in the Winnipeg railway shops, managed, often through industrial pressure and action, to keep pace with inflation. In contrast, the wages of carpenters increased by a mere 10%. David Berkerson, in his Confrontation at Winnipeg, observes that the greatest increases went to the very group who usually led the most militant strikes and provided the most radical leadership, the contract and railway shop machinists. Nevertheless, by 1918 and the early months of 1919, most workers were profoundly worried by inflation and the continuing deterioration of their real wages, and, after November 1918, by the reality of increasing unemployment. However, membership of unions increased in 1918 by more than 20%. Workers fought back for higher wages. Militancy increased, as did the number of strikes, despite most of them being declared illegal by the government. Revolutionary socialists became more influential. Of the situation, Professor Kenneth McNaught, in his Penguin History of Canada, comments, more than purely economic balances were disturbed by the war. Most important was the imbalance of sacrifices and a complex, yet widespread, feeling that the government was unconcerned with any interest save that of a purely military victory. Farmers and urban workers felt the pinch of an uncontrolled inflation that increased the cost of living by 2/3 between 1914 and 1918. Neither wages nor farm-produce prices kept pace with the spectacular profits of business, and by the end of the war, a cumulative mood of disillusionment broke out in massive labour strikes and independent farmer politics. While socialism, and to some extent syndicalism, inspired many union members, there is no doubt that most, including the leaders, fought for immediate and non-revolutionary goals. They genuinely feared the effects on the labour market of returning soldiers and had no need to propagandize the suffering resulting from inflation. Business leaders and their colleagues in government feared that unionization would get out of hand and kill the prospects of profit in a country newly equipped with industrial capacity. Their reaction to union demands was similar to that of government and business in the United States during the Red Scare of 1919. Wartime censorship and repressive legislation were continued, and more of the same called for. And when the general strike broke out in Winnipeg in May, it was portrayed across the country as being led by Bolsheviks who aimed at nothing less than the establishment in Canada of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Indeed, revolution was in the air, but not in Canada. It was in Russia. Again, a brief digression is necessary. The Russian Revolution. On the 28th of July, 1914, Austria declared war on Serbia and bombarded the capital, Belgrade, the following day. Russia began partial mobilization of its 4 military districts on the Austrian border the same day, and ordered general mobilization of its armed forces the next day. The Tsar said he wanted peace, but Germany declared war on Russia 3 days later. There can be no doubt that the German challenge raised a great wave of genuine patriotism all over Russia. Comments Bernard Pears in his The Fall of the Russian Monarchy. But it was not to last. Moreover, the Russian Empire would prove too weak economically, politically, and socially to defeat Germany and the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Despite rapid changes and economic advances during the previous 20 years, Tsarist Russia was still predominantly feudal. Despite his Stalinist sympathies, Maurice Dobb, in his Soviet economic development since 1917, provides an accurate account of the Russian economy prior to the war. This is supplemented to a lesser extent by History of the USSR by Andrew Rothstein, an even more fanatical Stalinist, and by the French bourgeois historian Anatole de Monzier in his Petit Manuel de la Russie Nouvelle, from which the following brief account is taken. Dobb notes that in its economic development, Russia in the first decade of the 20th century was intermediate between the undeveloped lands of Asia and the industrially developed regions of Western and Central Europe. In some regions, there had been quite a remarkable degree of industrial development, particularly in the Donets and around St. Petersburg. Much of it was fairly modern and was marked by a high level of concentration of both production and control. For example, according to Dobb, the proportion of all workers in factories who were employed in enterprises with more than 500 workers was 53% in 1914. By 1914, almost 50,000 miles of railways had been constructed, 2/3 of which were state-operated, but despite these achievements, Russia's railway development in relation to area, or to population, was the lowest of any European country. Road development, however, was strikingly primitive, with less than 20,000 miles of roads, of which only 3,000 miles were surfaced. According to Anatole de Monzi, the wretched proletariat, worn out by long working hours and living in dreadful surroundings, only represented between 7 and 8% of the total population as late as 1917. Nevertheless, in the words of Rothstein, the Russian economy was extremely backward, or, as Dobb remarks, In general, it can be said that industrialization had as yet touched little more than the hem of Russia's economic system. The patches of factory industry in St. Petersburg, Moscow, and in parts of the south were no more than industrial islands in a vast agricultural sea. Fewer than 15% of the population lived in towns, and less than 10% derived their livelihood from industry. The total numbers employed in factory industry, says Dobb, lay between 2 and 3 million, to which was added 2 million railwaymen and 750,000 miners. The output of coal, in proportion to the population, was 5 times less than that of France, 15 less than that of Germany, and 30 times less than that of Britain, notes Rothstein. Russian output of iron per head of population was 3 times less than that of France. Of a population of 170 million, only 8 million children had any schooling. Approximately 28% could read, and fewer than 3 million daily papers were produced throughout the Russian Empire. Farming was at a very low primitive level. According to Rothstein, Russian agriculture on the eve of the war showed the lowest yields in Europe. Its peasants still used 10 million wooden ploughs, and 30% of them had no working animals and had to hire a horse, often at an extortionate rate, from a kulak farmer, of whom there were about 1 million. The feudal three-field system continued to predominate in much of the country, which necessitated 1/3 of the arable area lying fallow each year. Many village communes practiced periodic redistribution of their land among their members, and sometimes the peasant strips were very numerous. To these factors in low productivity was added the chronic deficiency of capital among all the peasants except a thin upper stratum of kulaks. An important result was an increasing tendency for the poorer peasants to seek additional earnings, either by working for wages or by undertaking domestic handicraft industry. For example, in the Black Earth Belt, by 1900, a quarter of the males of working age took employment as agricultural labourers for some period of the year. Thus, says Maurice Dobb, in addition to the industrial proletariat proper, there existed a large rural semi-proletariat drawn from families who were unable to support themselves from their holdings of land, since they lacked the animal power and equipment to work it. Of the situation, Andrew Rothstein comments, "The fact was that the survivals of feudalism in the Russian countryside, with the paramount domination of the Russian landowners in political life, which they perpetuated, hung like a crushing millstone round the neck of Russia's economy long after 1861. They prevented her full capitalist development and the growth of a large home market, retarding the accumulation of capital and its free flow into industrial productive enterprise. Such was the state of the Russian Empire in 1914, when Germany attacked the country. The war placed a grave strain on the resources of the Russian Empire," notes Dobb. By 1915, Russia had lost Poland, and the occupation meant that much of the country's industrial potential had also been lost. By the winter of 1916, economic disorganization had already reached an advanced stage. The army was short of guns and ammunition. Both iron and steel production was well below the already low levels of 1914. Moreover, agricultural production had declined by more than 1/3. Growing food shortages, increased distress among workers in the towns and cities during the winter of 1916-17 to the point of desperation. And it was soon to get worse. The extreme cold of that winter did not help either. In March 1917, a number of factories closed down due to a scarcity of fuel, and by mid-March, more than 100,000 workers, a third of the workforce, were on strike in Moscow. On the 11th of March, the president of the State Duma Parliament telegraphed the Tsar, "Transport and fuel absolutely disorganized, anarchy in the capital, general dissatisfaction growing, riots in the streets. The following day the Tsar abdicated and a provisional government formed, which attempted to stem the tide of economic decline. It was to no avail. Bread prices, where there was any bread, had increased 3 times over pre-war prices, and by August the official bread ration in Petrograd, formerly St. Petersburg, had been reduced to half of what it had been 3 months previously. The railway system had almost completely collapsed. By the beginning of October 1917, the economy had largely disintegrated, yet the provisional government tried to continue the war against Germany. Meanwhile, throughout the summer and autumn, hundreds of thousands of peasants were seizing the land of the landowners and aristocracy. On the 25th of October, 7th of November by the new calendar, a military revolutionary committee of the Petrograd Soviet Council, largely controlled by a group calling themselves Bolsheviks, had staged a coup d'etat in the capital. The next day, the whole town was in their hands, and all the troops on their side, writes Bernard Paz. The Winter Palace had been stormed, and the provisional government overthrown. Russia had a new government called the Council of People's Commissars. The abdication of the Tsar and the fall of the Russian monarchy in general was welcomed by liberals, radicals, and social democrats throughout the world, including Canada. Socialists generally, however, had fewer illusions. They also welcomed the end of Tsarism, but saw it as an attempt to sweep away the remnants of feudal autocracy and an attempt to form a system of government in line with modern capitalist needs. Most émigré workers in Canada who had come from the Russian Empire, as well as Ukrainians from the Austro-Hungarian Empire, greeted the news of what was called the February Revolution, the abdication of the Tsar, and the proclamation of a republic in Russia with, in the words of Peter Krawchuk, joy and enthusiasm. A large number of meetings and demonstrations were held across Canada in which immigrants of Finnish, Jewish, Polish, and Ukrainian origin expressed their happiness at the victory of the revolution in Russia. In Toronto, on the 18th of March 1917, a joint meeting of Polish and Ukrainian social democrats, as well as Russian social revolutionaries, was held to commemorate the fall of the Russian monarchy. The events in Petrograd in October and November 1917 and the establishment of a Soviet government would, however, give rise to considerable controversy within not only social democratic parties worldwide, but also the Socialist Party of Canada. Bolshevism was in the air. Bolshevism, the first social democratic organization to be formed within the Russian Empire in 1883, was the party of Russian Social Democrats, which was soon discovered by the Tsarist police and suppressed. During the same year, a group of Russian émigré Social Democrats, headed by Georgy Plekhanov, formed the Emancipation of Labour Group in Geneva. Although it attempted to popularize what it considered to be socialist or social democratic ideas in Russia, it had little direct influence on developments in the country. A number of small social democratic organizations came and went in Russia during the 1880s and 1890s. The only organization with a large membership claimed at up to 10,000 was the Jewish Bund, which operated largely among artisans in the west of the country, within the Pale of Settlement, and underground in a few large cities and the capital St. Petersburg. One of the cities where there was a group in the university was Kazan. Unlike in Western Europe and North America, however, so-called social democratic and Marxist groups and parties in Russia developed and emerged from populist, pro-terrorist groups, such as the Narodnaya Volya, People's Will. Many Russian radicals and rebels who claimed to be social democrats or even democratic socialists found it extremely difficult under the Tsarist autocracy to rid themselves entirely of pro-terrorist ideas and forms of organization. Even Plekhanov admitted this. One such individual who never completely abandoned such ideas, attitudes and organization, while at the same time claiming to be a social democrat, socialist and communist, and who later fanatically promoted them, was a young student lawyer from Kazan University, Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, who in 1901 adopted Lenin was born in April 1870 in Simbirsk. His father, Ilya, was part Russian and part Tatar. He was neither a peasant nor a worker in the generally accepted sense of the word. By the time that Vladimir was born, his father had become the director of schools for the whole Simbirsk region and, the previous year, had received the decoration of St. Vladimir, which raised his status to that of a hereditary nobleman. He was a devoted servant of the Tsar. He died in 1886. His eldest son, Alexander, entered the law school in St. Petersburg the following year and immediately joined the terrorist Narodnaya Volya group. Shortly after, the group, which included Alexandra, attempted to assassinate the Tsar, but failed and were captured. Together with 4 other members of the group, Alexander Ulyanov was hanged. Meanwhile, Vladimir Ulyanov entered Kazan University, where he too joined a similar populist, pro-terrorist, anti-Tsarist group. Among this group, however, were some who considered themselves to be Marxists and social democrats. Young Vladimir was one of these. He began to read some of the mainly earlier works of Marx, such as the Communist Manifesto. He probably also read Bakunin's Russian translation of the first volume of Capital, published in 1872. In December 1887, he was expelled from Kazan University, but in 1892 he graduated in law. In 1893 he went to St. Petersburg, where he joined the main circle of social democrats in the city. In 1895, Ulyanov visited Plekhanov in Switzerland, following his return to St. Petersburg, where he first met Yuri Martov. He, Martov, and another comrade were arrested and sentenced to 5 years' exile in Siberia. In 1898, the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party was formally established in Minsk, attended by only 9 people. Shortly after, 3 of them were arrested. The man who was to become Lenin later claimed that this first Congress of the RSDLP had never really founded the party. Lenin was released from banishment in Siberia in 1900, from where he left for Western Europe. He settled in Switzerland and with Martov began to publish a paper, Istra, in December 1900. Between May 1901 and February 1902, Lenin wrote, "What is to be done," which, in the words of S.V. Utekin in his 1963 introduction to the book, became a guidebook for his followers in matters of organization, strategy, and tactics, and which has been adhered to by communists ever since. Lenin's main criticism was of a group of social democrats known as economists and their defense of workers' spontaneity. In his view, unlike that of Marx, the workers, by their own independent efforts, were incapable of organizing for their emancipation. They were only capable of a trade union consciousness. He argued that a highly centralized political party run by a vanguard of so-called professional revolutionaries of bourgeois origin, with their own ideology, was necessary to lead the masses to socialism. Such a party was not just necessary in Russia, but universally. Moreover, Lenin's idea of socialism was state ownership, that is, nationalization of the land and means of production, which, 20 years later, he would admit was state capitalism, albeit administered by the party of the proletariat. Many of Lenin's opponents in Russia and elsewhere would contend that his ideas and proposals for organization had more in common with those of the French revolutionaries of the 18th century than with those of Marx and Engels of the late 19th century, see note below. The Second Congress of the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party was held first in July 1903 in Brussels and then following the expulsion of the delegates from Belgium in August in London. Altogether, there were 50 delegates, including Lenin, Martov, Plekhanov, and one other, who later was to become well known as Leon Trotsky. Stalin had been sentenced to 3 years' exile in Siberia and did not visit London until the Fifth Congress in 1907. We are not concerned here with the factional fighting between the various members, other than that Lenin was able to obtain a majority over Martov's minority, Mensheviks, largely through trickery and the ousting of the Bundists for his vanguardist party instead of a loosely organized federal party which was prepared to ally itself with the liberals. Neither faction of the RSDLP, however, had just socialism as its objective. The explanatory notes of the Little Lenin Library edition of Lenin's 2 Tactics of Social Democracy in the Democratic Revolution states, the program of the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party, adopted at the Second Congress, consisted of 2 parts, a maximum program setting forth the ultimate aims, the dictatorship of the proletariat and the building of socialism, and a minimum program containing the immediate demands of the proletariat, which could be realized even under capitalism, and the purpose of which was to destroy the relics of feudalism and to remove the obstacles to the development of the proletarian class struggle. Over the years, numerous unity conferences were held to no avail. The Executive Committee of the Second International, to which both factions belonged, attempted to bring the 2 factions together, but encountered Lenin's opposition to any arrangement short of capitulation by the Mensheviks. In 1914, a special commission of the International prepared a resolution. The outcome was prevented by the outbreak of war and the demise of the Second International. In March 1918, the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party, Bolsheviks, renamed itself the Russian Communist Party, Bolsheviks. From then on, the word Bolshevism spread worldwide, although very few people had any real idea of what Lenin and the Bolsheviks stood for. This included Canada, where the censorship of the press was almost absolute. Many workers, of whom some should have known better, imagined that the Bolsheviks had established socialism in Russia. Many Canadian workers of Russian, Finnish, and Ukrainian origin welcomed the Great October Revolution and the Bolsheviks as they had the fall of the Tsar and the establishment of a republic. The Canadian government took an opposite view and acted accordingly, and the Socialist Party of Canada, the April 1916 issue of the Western Clarion, printed the following statement: "Our comrades in Great Britain are having a very strenuous time in face of the present crisis, but they are nobly upholding the working-class position in spite of Prussian militarism and jingoistic sneers. It's times like these that draw the revolutionists of every country closer together for united action against the common enemy. And may we in the near future be united together with the revolutionists of other lands who have expressed the aims and principles of that part of our class, who, realizing that they are slaves, express a desire to be free in an international which, founded on the firm rock of proletarian science, shall withstand all the storms that may assail it." In the same issue, the Clarion reported the Dominion Executive Committee of the Socialist Party of Canada as stating that "we are all heartily in accord with the attitude of the SPGB and hope that before long we will be affiliated with them in a new international." The editorial committee of the Socialist Standard, the official organ of the Socialist Party of Great Britain, commented in its June 1916 issue, "Comrades, a toast. Here's to the coming Socialist International." Under the heading "An Open Letter to the Socialist Party of Great Britain," the editorial committee of the Western Clarion, official organ of the SP of C, published a long article in its August 1916 issue in which it welcomed the Socialist Standard's riposte. The article noted that for several months now, well-intentioned efforts have been directed by us along the line of placing the Socialist Party of Canada upon a firm and impregnable basis. It cites the fact that the SPC had endorsed the SPGB's pamphlet Socialism and Religion as its own policy. The Clarion's open letter mentions that in 1905, the Socialist Party of Great Britain took the clear and unmistakable stand of refusing to affiliate to the International Socialist Bureau on the grounds that it was not an expression of working-class interests, and that, in 1909, the Socialist Party of Canada likewise stated its opposition to the Second International because it had seen fit to admit to membership certain non-socialist bodies, particularly the British Labour Party. The Western Clarion concluded by reiterating that the SPC has made many strides in the matter of organisation and accepted that still more work would have to be accomplished before our international arose. An exchange of views respecting this most desirable attainment would perhaps be conducive to much good. In 1915, the Socialist Party removed the last two paragraphs of its platform, Western Clarion, 24th of May, 1915. These regarded when the party was in office and its pledges to promote the interests of the working class alone. Moreover, the original platform included the paragraph, "The irrepressible conflict of interests between the capitalist and the worker is rapidly culminating in a struggle for possession of the power of government, the capitalist to hold, the worker to secure it by political action. This is the class struggle." In 1913, the word power had been replaced by reigns, Western Clarion, 24th of May, 1913. In 1915, the paragraph was shortened to "The irrepressible conflict of interest between the capitalist and the worker necessarily expresses itself as a class struggle." Western Clarion, May 1915. In 1918, the paragraph was yet again amended to "The irrepressible conflict of interest between the capitalist and the worker necessarily expresses itself as a struggle for political supremacy. This is the class struggle. Western Clarion, September 1918. It was not changed again. Political action and the capture of the state was central to the SPC, despite the support and indeed advocacy of industrial unionism by many of its members. Opposition to leaders also remained an important aspect of party policy. In an article in the May 1915 issue of the Western Clarion, Pritchard refers to Antonio Labriola's criticism of the great man theory in his essays on the materialistic conception of history, wherein Labriola argues that the mass of proletarians no longer holds to the word of command of a few leaders, and that the socialization of the means of production cannot be the work of a mass led by a few. Pritchard returned to the subject in an article entitled "The Philosophy and Policy of a Revolutionary Party," in which he claimed that central to social evolution and revolution was the capturing of state power. However, how the socialist society would actually be created and what character it would take was up to the workers themselves. They were the revolutionaries, and leaders could not tell them what to do. Only a fool, in Pritchard's view, could believe that the transformation from capitalism to socialism could be accomplished without suppressing the capitalist masters who controlled the politicians, Western Clarion, 16th of December, 1916, and if the masters refused to acknowledge the workers' political mandate, so much the worse for the masters. Previously, in February 1916, Donald Mackenzie predicted that the coming revolution could not be peaceful. Nevertheless, Pritchard stressed that a revolution was of necessity a political act, and that a socialist society could not be established by Soviets, the unions, or a general strike. He was no syndicalist. The workers had to be educated to socialist ideas before they could, as a majority, emancipate themselves, even if, as he said many years later, it took 500 years. In the 1916 British Columbia provincial general election, the Socialist Party of Canada contested 4 constituencies. British Columbia provincial general election, 1916. None were elected. Bill Pritchard, Comox, 246 votes, 11.57%. John MacDonald, Fernie, 218 votes, 11.20%. Albert Goodwin, Trail, 262 votes, 19.07%. John Harrington, Vancouver, 1,380 votes, 1.44%. In addition, John McInnes contested Fort George as an independent socialist and gained 492 votes, 42.82%, only 7 votes less than the Conservative winner, Roderick Ross. Alberta provincial elections, 1917, none were particularly successful. Joseph R. Knight, Lethbridge, 786 votes, 22.02%. Sydney Keeling, Edmonton East, 243 votes, 3.66%. John Reed, Edson, 203 votes. 11.44%. Federal elections, 1917, Joseph R. Knight, Red Deer, 701 votes, 6.54%. George Patton, Medicine Hat, 460 votes, 4.22%. Not for the first time, or the last, all was not well for the Socialist Party of Canada. During 1917, a reformist Labour Party was formed in British Columbia and Manitoba, in an attempt to forge a broad electoral opposition to the Canadian government, according to Peter Campbell in his Canadian Marxists and the Search for a Third Way. Former members of the SPC, including Hawthornthwaite, Petterpiece and Kingsley, who became its vice president, threw in their lot with the new party. They became Labour leaders. Some of them, including a number of members remaining in the Socialist Party, were soon to embrace Bolshevism. The Canadian Bolsheviks, according to Ross McCormack in his Reformers, Rebels and Revolutionaries, when the February Revolution broke out in Russia, some socialists considered the struggle in Russia simply another bourgeois revolution. Kingsley, no longer a member of the Socialist Party, explained that the modern proletariat has yet to become a sufficiently powerful factor in the Russian state to ensure that the new order shall be dominantly impressed with its aspirations and ideals. The Western Clarion of May 1917 observed that although events in Russia were encouraging in that they were moving the proletariat towards emancipation, the historical juncture for the inauguration of the cooperative Commonwealth had not yet arrived. As previously noted, the Russian and Ukrainian Social Democrats in Canada gave the movement in Russia unqualified support. The Bolshevik coup in October, says McCormack, had a profound effect on the Western Canadian radical movement. Laborites, Social Democrats, Wobblies, and even Socialists considered this victory the most important event in European working-class history since the Paris Commune. They rushed to follow the Bolshevik lead. The Socialist Party of Canada was, to some extent, caught up in the excitement generated by the Bolshevik victory, though strong reservations persisted in the party about a proletarian revolution occurring in an economically backward country such as Russia. Nevertheless, the March 1918 issue of the Western Clarion reported the Dominion Executive Committee of the SPC informing the Petrograd Soviet that we had yet to note an error of tactics or a violation of working-class revolutionary principles. They expressed pleasure in the progress of their revolution. In March 1918, the largely defunct Social Democratic Party of Canada renewed its attempts at reconciliation with the Socialist Party and proposed a union on the basis of the Bolshevik program. The SPC was not impressed, and when a few locals responded favourably to the SDP initiative, Chris Stevenson, who had replaced Pritchard as the Dominion Secretary, reminded them that Lenin and Trotsky had denounced socialists who failed to keep the revolutionary faith. In January 1918, the Clarion reprinted an article by Trotsky, and, according to Milner in his History of the Socialist Party of Canada, articles by various Russian revolutionaries became frequent in its pages. The Provincial Executive Committee of the Socialist Party in Manitoba published as a leaflet the preface to Trotsky's Bolsheviki and World Peace, and one by Lenin, Ideas on the Russian Revolution. In January 1919, Robert Russell, a prominent member of the Socialist Party of Canada, who in 1920 was to be jailed for his part in the Winnipeg General Strike, ordered 500 copies of the pamphlet Soviets at Work from the party headquarters with the intention of distributing them to returned Canadian soldiers. It is not known whether he received them, but he considered at the time what was happening in Russia as a possible model for Canada, although he became increasingly opposed to the Bolsheviks and the Canadian Communists after 1922. On the 11th of November 1918, the World War ended. The same month, the government banned the Western Clarion. The Socialist Party of Canada was not suppressed, but the government saw bomb-throwing Bolsheviks in all directions and took appropriate measures against the menace. On the 18th of December 1918, the Socialist Party published a new journal, The Red Flag. An editorial in its 11th of January 1919 issue stated, "The official organ of the party has been suppressed, and representations to Ottawa are so far without results. Leaflets have been confiscated and complaints ignored. Almost every letter bears unmistakable signs of having been tampered with, though no censorship mark to that effect is on them." There was extensive interference with the mail, both coming into the office and going out. The mail of individual members of the party also suffers from the same despicable censorship. The Red Flag continued to be published twice a month until the 11th of October 1919. Then it too was suppressed by the government. On the 18th of October, the Socialist Party published the Indicator. In January 1920, the ban on the Western Clarion was lifted, and the paper appeared again on the 15th of January with the following comment: "When the Clarion was banned, and after several attempts to get the ban lifted had failed, the Red Flag was issued." This name was under pressure, and later changed to the Indicator, which we have continued to publish as a weekly to this date. The Indicator is now discontinued. By an order in Council in September 1918, the government had banned more than a dozen organizations and many publications. The ban applied to any association, organization, or corporation which, while Canada is engaged in the war, should have for one of its purposes the bringing about of any governmental, political, social, industrial, or economic change within Canada by the use of force, violence, or physical injury to person or property, or threatening such injury in order to accomplish such change. The Socialist Party of Canada did not advocate or support violence, but its publications were nevertheless banned. Moreover, as in the past, the bourgeois press encouraged patriotic citizens to attack Socialist Party offices and members. The Winnipeg Free Press was particularly guilty of such incitement. On the 31st of January 1919, The Winnipeg Trades Council Journal, Western Labour News, reported that on the previous Sunday, between 1,800 and 2,000 returned soldiers, of whom 700 were in uniform, marched from their headquarters to Market Square, where they broke up a meeting of the SPC. In scores of cases, men were seriously hurt, homes entered, and buildings raided and demolished. Among the latter was the Winnipeg headquarters of the Socialist Party, where the destruction was complete. Although the war had been over for more than a year, some wartime restrictions had not been relaxed, but strengthened. For example, all publications of Care and Company of Chicago were still banned in Canada, and it was an offence to even possess a book or pamphlet published by the company. Almost all actions of an industrial or political nature engaged in by workers to improve or protect their conditions of existence were seen by the government, the employers and the press as evidence of a conspiracy to impose Bolshevism on Canada, Russia, the Socialist Party and the SLP. In 1920, the Socialist Party of Canada published the 5th edition of its manifesto. The preface, written by Jack Harrington and under the imprint of the Dominion Executive Committee of the party, was then, and later, much criticised for its comments on Russia. Many in the Socialist Party did not agree with his or the executive's analysis. The preface to the 4th edition drew attention to the war which had just begun, its causes, and the prediction that the outbreak of peace would be as cataclysmic as the outbreak of war. Harrington, in the 5th edition, asserts that we have been carried forward toward the social revolution requires no proof, and continues, the Russian Revolution has been carried through, and the working class of Russia are the masters of that country. They have retained mastery after almost 3 years of warfare against both the victors and vanquished of the Great War. They have overthrown the national autocracy which was suited to early capitalism, have conquered the seat of power from the capitalists, have put down a dozen counter-revolutions of formidable character, which were strongly supported by foreign powers, and have, isolated from the civilized world, evolved an economy which has fed and clothed and armed the men who accomplished this amazing feat. It is a working-class achievement and harbinger of the accomplishment possible when the workers take control of social life. At the time of writing the above, it is unlikely that Harrington was aware of the real situation in Russia. He, like most people in Canada and elsewhere, had to rely mainly on the Canadian press, which was still largely censored and, of course, controlled by its capitalist owners, who saw the hand of Bolshevism everywhere, and the statements, proclamations and propaganda of the Soviet government, who were, in fact, the real masters of Russia. The working class in Russia, who were only a minority of the country's population, were not the masters of that country. Far from it. On the 6th of January, 1918, the Bolshevik government supported the dissolution of the democratically elected Constituent Assembly because the Bolsheviks were in a minority. The government established the Red Terror of its not-so-secret police, the Cheka, who imprisoned and executed not just right-wing counter-revolutionaries, but Mensheviks, social revolutionaries, anarchists and dissident Bolsheviks. Trotsky, as Commissar of Military Affairs, established the death penalty for disobedience under fire in the newly established Red Army and restored the saluting of officers, of whom many were former Tsarist officers. In December 1919, Trotsky submitted a proposal for the militarization of labor, wherein he, with Lenin's approval, stressed that coercion, regimentation and the militarization of labor were not merely emergency measures, but that the Russian state had the right to coerce any citizen to perform work at the time of its choosing. In Russia, the Bolsheviks crushed, or attempted to crush, all strikes by workers whose conditions, like those of workers in Canada and elsewhere, had deteriorated since the end of the war. The Bolshevik regime was not, as claimed by its supporters, a dictatorship of the proletariat, but a dictatorship over the proletariat and peasants of Russia. Its nationalization of the banks, land, and much of industry was not socialism, but a form of state capitalism which Lenin had to admit. In spite of the claims of some, socialism was not on the cards in Russia in 1917 or 3 years later in 1920. This was a view initially held by the Socialist Labour Party of America and its supporters in Canada, as well as the Socialist Party. In an article in the 24th of November 1917 issue of the Weekly People, under the title "The Russian Revolution," Arnold Peterson, the National Secretary of the Socialist Labour Party of America, argues that socialism is not possible until capitalism has developed all the essential forces of production, and where the exploited proletariat has divested itself of the notion that the two main classes in society are identical, and that this system of production is God-ordained and the only possible one. Furthermore, he contends, even in a highly developed capitalist country, until the working class organizes in industrial unions, supplanting the political state by the industrial representative councils of workers, socialism cannot be established. Turning to Russia, he writes that the country is woefully behind in capitalist development. By far, the majority of the population is composed of peasants, a large number of whom are illiterate and wholly ignorant as regards the object of the labour movement and the nature of the social revolution. Consequently, a class-conscious proletariat is largely absent. Last but not least, they do not have the benefit of industrial unions, the condition sine qua non of the socialist republic. The Bolsheviks are, therefore, a failure, according to Peterson. However, within a few months, the SLP changed its views on Russia. Following his return from Russia, John Reed, the author of 10 Days That Shook the World, informed the Socialist Labour Party that Lenin was a great admirer of Daniel DeLeon, and that in Lenin's opinion, Russia would have to establish an industrial state as conceived by DeLeon. The SLP was much impressed by Lenin's admiration of its former leader, and from that time considered Russia to be a proletarian state and socialist commonwealth, despite some minor criticism of the Bolsheviks. It is also true that the ideas of DeLeon continued to influence some members of the Socialist Party of Canada at the time. For instance, in an article entitled "The OBU and Class Struggle," published in the New Democracy of August 1919, Charles Lester approvingly quotes old Dan DeLeon for stating that the working class and the capitalist class have nothing in common. The 21st of June issue of the Red Flag had also sympathetically quoted Daniel DeLeon on the burning question of trades unionism. The Comintern and the Communist Party of Canada, the Communist, or Third, International, generally known as the Comintern, was founded in March 1919 in Moscow. It was supposedly an international organization of all the world's communist parties. Its primary aim was to create a world party with national sections under the control of the Bolsheviks, with the ultimate goal of an international Soviet republic and the replacement of existing socialist and social democratic parties by pro-Bolshevik parties. As early as 1914, following the collapse of the Second International, Lenin advocated a Third International to be based on parties of a new type, meaning highly disciplined parties led by professional revolutionaries. His attempt to impose this concept on an international conference of anti-war groups at Zimmerwald, Switzerland, in September 1915 came to nothing. In April 1917, Lenin returned to Russia, and the following month, the Bolshevik-dominated 7th Congress of the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party passed a resolution directing its Central Committee to proceed immediately toward the founding of the Third International. On the 19th of December 1918, a meeting, chaired by Maxim Gorky, was held in Petrograd to prepare for the founding Congress of the Third International. In January 1919, representatives purporting to represent 8 communist and socialist parties issued an invitation to various organizations and parties in 39 countries to the founding Congress of the Communist International. Despite the international appearance of the invitation, all of them were Russians or other nationals residing in Russia at the time. The first Congress of the Comintern was held in Petrograd from the 2nd to the 6th of March 1919 and was attended by 51 delegates claiming to represent 30 countries. Only 33 delegates had voting rights, and of these 13 were members of various pro-Bolshevik parties within Soviet Russia, and 8 were officials of the Soviet government's Commissariat of Nationalities. The 5 delegates representing Finland were all residents of Petrograd who had previously fled from Finland. Thus, only 7 delegates actually attended from abroad, 2 from Austria, and 1 each from France, Germany, Norway, Sweden, and Switzerland. There were no delegates from Canada or the United States. Although a much larger Congress, the percentage of foreign delegates to the Second Congress of the Comintern, also held in Russia between the 19th of July and the 7th of August 1920, was much the same. It was at this Congress that Lenin imposed his 21 conditions for admission to the Comintern, which caused much controversy in Canada and elsewhere. The conditions included democratic centralism, strict party discipline, and the subordination of all member parties as sections of the Communist International to the Comintern executive, whose majority at the time were Soviet officials. A number of delegates refused to accept the 21 conditions and withdrew from the Congress. Trotsky said after their adoption that we have created one solid international party of communists which has branches in various countries. In Canada, the first pro-Bolshevik groups joined one of the 2 illegal and mutually antagonistic communist parties in America, the Communist Party of America, or the United 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 The decision to form the Communist Party of Canada was taken at a convention at Guelph, Ontario in May 1921. In February 1922, the illegal underground Communist Party created an open, legal Workers' Party of Canada, which operated for 2 years. In September 1925, it once again became the Communist Party of Canada, a name it retained until 1943, when it was reorganized as the Labour Progressive Party. Most of the early leaders of the Communist Party of Canada were young skilled workers, mainly of British origin, such as Jack MacDonald, not to be confused with the Socialist Party member Jack MacDonald, Florence Custance and Tim Buck, who led the party for 30 years. Many of the Communist Party's staunchest supporters, particularly during the 1920s, were Canadian workers of Finnish and Ukrainian origin. Membership of the party throughout the 1920s fluctuated from about 2,000 to 5,000. What effect did the founding of the Communist International and, later, the Communist Party of Canada have on the Socialist Party? L. Gambone, in his The Impossibilists, notes, by 1921, the SPC was again in trouble. A major headache was the communist tendency. The party initially viewed the Russian Revolution favourably, albeit sceptical as to the extent that socialism could be achieved in such a backward country. The question of affiliation to the Comintern was raised by pro-Bolshevik elements, and this caused serious disruption within the party. Many members were hostile toward the Comintern's infamous 21 demands of affiliation, which gave the Russian party virtual carte blanche control of all the others. Many socialists, including most of the revolutionary unionists and direct actionists, mesmerized by the apparent success of the October Revolution, ignored the authoritarian nature of Bolshevism and left the party to form the new communist movement. There is some truth in what Gambone writes. Milne, in his History of the Socialist Party of Canada, has a section on the Third International and its effect on the SPC. Referenda on affiliation occurred in organizations throughout the world, says Milne. There was a referendum in the Socialist Party. The party survived, but large numbers of members supported affiliation, and the communist breakaway depleted party ranks, even properties being lost where local votes favoured affiliation. The party had taken a battering. Opposition to the Third International and the Communist Party was, however, fierce and vocal within the Socialist Party. Peter Campbell, in both his Canadian Marxists and The Search for a Third Way, and Making Socialists, Bill Pritchard, the Socialist Party of Canada, and the Third International, discusses the opposition to the Comintern and the Communist Party within the SPC in some detail. Harrington, Pritchard and Chris Stevenson all criticised the Bolsheviks, while Jack Kavanagh joined the Communist Party. In 1925, Kavanagh emigrated to Australia, where he became one of the leaders of the Communist Party of Australia and, shortly after, its General Secretary. He was expelled for alleged Trotskyism in 1934. Wallace Lefau, who joined the Independent Labour Party in 1925, visited Russia in 1920 and defended the militarization of labour in the context of the external threat to the country's survival and the need to strengthen the Russian economy. Pritchard, particularly, put great stress on the working class emancipating itself and was a continual and vociferous critic of the reliance on leaders. He considered the Russian Revolution a bourgeois, not a socialist revolution. But to an orthodox Marxist like Pritchard, says Campbell, the bourgeois nature of the revolution still made it historically necessary, not some kind of mistake. He did not condemn Lenin. He simply pointed out that the level of productive forces in the Soviet Union would force him into the world market and into the capitalist system. Indeed, for Pritchard, the dictatorship over the proletariat, rather than the dictatorship of the proletariat, was a product of the conditions Lenin had to deal with, not a result of the autocratic tendencies inherent in Bolshevism itself. Pritchard argued that the Russian Revolution could not build a socialist society on a feudal dunghill. Generally, writes Campbell, members of the Socialist Party of Canada who did not support or join the Communist Party remained faithful to Marx's view that a bourgeois revolution had to precede a socialist revolution. They applied this to Russia in their critique of the Bolsheviks, who, in their view, had tried to leap an essential stage in history. They, therefore, defended the Russian Revolution as historically necessary, but argued that it could not lead to socialism. Such arguments were very similar to those of the German Marxist Karl Kautsky, who claimed that he knew that socialism could not be created in Russia in 1917 because all countries had first to go through a stage of capitalist development. Members of the Socialist Party, such as Jack Harrington, Bill Pritchard, and Charles Lester, were also critical of the Comintern and the Communist Party of Canada. They considered it and its legal front party to be undemocratic, unnecessary in a country like Canada with at least limited democratic traditions and led by a small minority that dictated policy to the membership. Pritchard considered the Comintern's 21 points required for affiliation to be an insult to Canadian socialists. In July 1921, he said that the decision to create an underground communist party was ludicrous in a country like Canada, and referred to the Comintern as our friends of the rat-hole persuasion by choice. In December 1921, at a Socialist Party meeting in Vancouver, he had a near fight with his old comrade Jack Kavanagh, who had recently joined the Workers' Party. Harrington and Chris Stevenson also argued that the Communists put the party before the interests of the workers. Bill Pritchard, in his recorded talk in 1974, remembers that in the summer of 1921, certain members, entranced by the new Russian state, insisted that the local hold a meeting forthwith to consider the matter of affiliating to the Third International. I remember Harrington's studied and logical argument against our party having anything to do with it. Many others were completely opposed, he says. Indeed, in August 1918, a writer, name unknown, in the Western Clarion noted, "We venture the assertion that the nucleus of a new international is today in the making, composed of the Workers' Socialist Party, the Socialist Party of Great Britain, and the Socialist Party of Canada. The Workers' Socialist Party was the United States equivalent of the Socialist Party of Great Britain." Chapter 4, General Strike and One Big Union. In 1918, Canada, and particularly British Columbia, was badly affected by the worldwide outbreak of Spanish influenza. In Vancouver, for example, it struck down many longshoremen. But, as previously noted, Western Canada was also seriously affected by industrial unrest, caused largely by rapidly increasing inflation, culminating in the 19 General Strike in Winnipeg. Bitter class conflicts continued for some time, until the beginning of, in the words of Robert Bothwell, the onset of a savage depression at the beginning of the 1920s. In the cities, bread lines formed outside welfare offices. In the country, families struggled to make ends meet in a world that had no use, or at any rate no price, for their products. Government grudgingly doled out money, as little as possible, to meet need. A traveller's history of Canada. But before the onset of mass unemployment, workers in Canada, as elsewhere in the industrial world, were determined to fight back. Almost every action of an industrial or political nature engaged in by the working class in Canada, as elsewhere, was seen by the government and the employers as evidence of a conspiracy to impose Bolshevism. Milner notes that there was undoubtedly an overall plan operating within the country. With the ending of the war and the return of tens of thousands of soldiers to civilian life, the employers saw the clamour for jobs as an opportunity to destroy Union power built up during the war years. Winnipeg was the centre of the industrial crisis which shook Canada in the early summer of 1919. At the beginning of the year, 3/4 of the city's workers had voted overwhelmingly in favour of secession from the craft union-dominated Trades Council. The security agencies, both military and civil, including the Mounties, were convinced that a bloody revolution was imminent and prepared to suppress it. The Army General Staff ordered their commanders to prepare contingency plans for the outbreak of civil war. Prominent citizens urged veterans to save the city. On the 26th of January, a mob of mainly returned soldiers prevented the Socialist Party from holding a memorial meeting for Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg, and a mob of veterans hunted Sam Blumenberg, an active member of the Socialist Party, through the north end of Winnipeg and wrecked his wife's cleaning shop. 2 days later, soldiers attacked a number of companies which employed European workers and beat up suspected enemy aliens in the streets. They also attacked the German club. On the 1st of May, May Day, metal and building trades workers went on strike in defense of the right of collective bargaining. In the words of Professor Kenneth McNaught in his Penguin History of Canada, it began as a strike in the building and metal trades whose masters refused to implement collective bargaining or raise wages. Within 2 weeks, the Winnipeg Trades and Labour Council voted overwhelmingly to strike in sympathy. On the 15th of May, Winnipeg was paralysed by a general strike as more than 35,000 men and women came out in sympathy with the metal and building workers. The tremendous solidarity which had been developing since the end of 1917 caused thousands to rally in support of their Winnipeg comrades, notes McCormick. On the 9th of May, the Winnipeg Trades and Labour Council held a referendum of union members. The response was overwhelmingly in favour of a general strike, with 11,112 in favour and only 524 against. The Trades Council appointed 5 of its members to the Central Strike Committee, including Robert Russell as its main spokesman. Some time later, the committee was joined by another 195 members, 3 from each striking union, to form a Central Strike Committee of 200. Not surprisingly, this committee proved to be far too cumbersome, and on the 22nd of May it was reduced to a much smaller strike committee of 15 members, with Russell as the main negotiator accepted by the Mayor, Charles Grey, and Premier Norris. Robert Boyd Russell was born in Glasgow, Scotland, in 1888. He was apprenticed as a machinist in the John Brown shipyard, and he became a member of the Independent Labour Party. He emigrated to Canada in 1911. In 1914, after a few months in the Social Democratic Party, he joined the Socialist Party of Canada, soon becoming an active member. As a machinist, Bob Russell joined the International Association of Machinists, IAM, immediately after arriving in Canada. In 1918, he became a delegate to the Winnipeg Trades and Labour Council. In February that year, he had become a full-time, paid official and organizer for the IAM. He vigorously opposed the IAM's policy of excluding Asiatic workers as members. The International Association of Machinists was an American-based craft union, but unlike many such unions, its members, particularly in Winnipeg, influenced as they were by the SPC, were both militant and generally anti-war, despite the fact that numbers of them were employed by plants producing war material. In April 1918, Russell was appointed editor of the IAM's official bulletin. Bob Russell did not look upon himself as a leader in the generally accepted sense of the word. At a meeting in Winnipeg on the 18th of May, 1919, before an audience of more than 5,000 striking workers, he argued that so-called leaders were merely mouthpieces of the rank and file. Peter Campbell, in his Canadian Marxists and the Search for a Third Way, claims that Russell's views were virtually identical to those espoused by the Polish revolutionary Marxist Rosa Luxemburg, in which she argued that the struggles of the masses are the chorus, and the leading bodies merely the speaking parts. The role of the leaders was to act as the interpreters of the will of the masses. Whether Russell had read Luxemburg's writings on the subject in, for example, the mass strike, is not known. Workers outside Winnipeg, after some hesitation, supported the Winnipeg strikers. Indeed, there were sympathetic strikes throughout Western Canada. At the beginning of June, 10,000 workers in Vancouver struck. They were joined by workers in most British Columbian cities, as well as the generally non-unionized loggers in the interior. Early in 1919, Bill Pritchard had been involved with the recently formed Loggers and Camp Workers Union and had become editor of its paper, The Camp Worker. His involvement, however, was cut short by him being delegated to visit Winnipeg and his subsequent activities and arrest following a speech he gave in Victoria Park on behalf of the strikers. He was not alone in being arrested. There were many others. Repression, Bloody Saturday. The strike committee members, as well as propagandists such as Pritchard, continually exhorted the workers to remain calm and non-violent, and McCormick notes that the general strike was non-violent. However, the government, he says, was, not surprisingly, aligned with the upper classes and was convinced that the general strike, as well as the sympathetic strikes elsewhere in Western Canada, was the product of Bolshevism and a revolutionary conspiracy. It and the upper classes resolved to fight the Red Menace to the bitter end. Although it was not until the 17th of June that 6 of the strike leaders and 2 Socialist Party propagandists were arrested, the employers had been calling for the arrest of the agitators almost immediately after the commencement of the strike in early May. And in late May, many other strikers had been arrested, and one socialist agitator, Sam Blumenberg, fled to the United States to escape arrest. Larry Tickner, writing in the journal World Socialist, has given a dramatized but reasonably accurate account, somewhat telescoped, of the Winnipeg general strike and its outcome. Nevertheless, he provides useful information, particularly with regard to those arrested, and their backgrounds and motives. George Armstrong was an active member of the Socialist Party of Canada and a representative of the United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners of America. Although not arrested, George's wife, Helen, was also an active member of the SPC and was a member of the strike committee representing the Women's Labour League. Murray Bray was a soldier and a member of the strike committee. He was not a socialist, but claimed to be a pacifist who subsequently became an active union organizer. A.A. Heaps was an upholsterer by trade, a Labourite alderman in Winnipeg, and a committee member. William Ivans was a former clergyman who had been expelled from the Methodist Church for his pacifist views. At the time of his arrest, he was editor of the Western Labour News and was later elected to the Manitoba legislature on behalf of the Independent Labour Party, where he served for 16 years. Richard Johns had previously been an active member of the Socialist Party and was a railroad machinist. He was, in fact, not in Winnipeg during much of the strike, but in eastern Canada, being arrested on return to the city. John Queen was a Labour leader and an alderman in Winnipeg. During the strike, he was the advertising manager of the Western Labour News. Bill Pritchard was not a member of the strike committee, but the Mounties in Vancouver had been monitoring his speeches and activities for some considerable time. His arrest seemed almost inevitable. Bob Russell was, in the words of Tickner, esteemed to be the leader of the strike. Nevertheless, he was arrested later, on the 12th of August, 1919. His request for bail was initially denied, but together with the others was granted bail on the 10th of September. On the morning of Saturday, the 21st of June, the Central Strike Committee prepared to hold a mass meeting in and a parade from Market Square opposite Winnipeg City Hall. Previously, the city police of 200 men had voted in favour of striking. On the 9th of June, the government dismissed them and replaced them with 1,800 specials, the boss's goon police, recruited and paid for by the Citizens' Committee, representing the city's business elite, Mounties and local militia units from the Winnipeg Rifles, Winnipeg Grenadiers, and soldiers from the Winnipeg Rifles and the Cameron Highlanders, including 20 machine gunners. The state was taking no chances. That day, known as Bloody Saturday, thousands gathered at Market Square to protest the arrest of strike leaders. The mayor read the Riot Act, and the Royal Northwest Mounted Police, along with special constables, charged the crowd. Shots were fired into the crowd, killing 2 and injuring dozens more. Strikers and bystanders fled down side streets and through alleys, only to encounter special police lying in wait with batons. Military personnel arrived with bayonets and machine guns mounted on vehicles, taking control of the streets. The crowd dispersed, running in various directions. The troops and specials then took over the streets and the empty square. Trucks with mounted machine guns patrolled the streets. Bloody Saturday was over. Of the situation, Professor McNaught writes, although the policy of the strike leadership was firmly non-violent, the entire city police was dismissed and replaced by specials, while militia and mounted police were assembled. When, after nearly 6 weeks, the strike had still not been broken, the federal government authorized the arrest of the leaders. This provoked the one major incident in which violence occurred, a peaceful march, in defiance of the mayor's ban on parades, which was broken up by Mounties and returned soldiers. In the melee, 1 spectator was killed and 30 wounded, with the leaders in jail on charges of seditious conspiracy and the city patrolled by the military. The remainder of the strike committee called off the strike after receiving a promise from the Premier that a royal commission would investigate the causes of labour's unrest and the conduct of the strike. After 6 weeks, the Winnipeg general strike collapsed. By the end of June, workers in other western towns and cities drifted back to work. The employers established open shops and blacklists. In Winnipeg, the unions in the contract shops and the civic employees were forced to sign no-strike pledges, and the men in the Vancouver docks were forced, literally, to tear up their union cards and sign yellow dog contracts. The report of the Commission on the Strike sustained the view that its goals were those of collective bargaining, better wages and social justice, and that its methods had in fact been non-violent. There had been no Bolshevik conspiracy, seditious conspiracy. But the government did believe, despite its own commission's findings, that there had been a conspiracy, Bolshevik or otherwise. There had been a seditious conspiracy, it claimed. Independently of the others, F.J. Dixon was charged, in part, of writing and circulating articles in the Western Labour News, and of seditious libel. Dixon was a Labour member of the Manitoba legislature who undertook to edit the Western Labour News following the arrest of Ivans and Queen. He conducted his own defence, and despite hostility from the judge, after 40 hours of deliberation by the jury, was found not guilty. Russell was also charged and brought to trial in November 1919 separately. He was charged on 6 counts of seditious conspiracy and 1 count of common nuisance. He was defended by a lawyer, Robert Cassidy. The jury comprised 12 largely prosperous farmers from rural Manitoba. The charges against Russell as well as the others were, briefly summarized, as follows. Count 1. A general form of seditious conspiracy to bring hatred and contempt, to excite disaffection against the government, the laws and constitution, and generally to promote ill will and hostility amongst the people and between the classes. Count 2. Seditious conspiracy in overt acts, in calling of seditious socialist meetings and distribution of seditious socialist literature. Participation in the founding of the One Big Union with syndicalist objectives, the prosecution of an illegal strike to discommode and inconvenience the inhabitants of Winnipeg, and the paralysing of all industries and businesses in Winnipeg and endangering the lives, health safety and property of said inhabitants. Count 3, seditious conspiracy to carry into effect a seditious intention to endanger human life and to cause serious bodily injury, and to expose valuable property to destruction and serious injury. Count 4, seditious conspiracy to organize an unlawful combination or association of workmen and employees to get demands by unlawful general strikes, which were intended to be a step in a revolution against the constituted form of government in Canada. Count 5, seditious conspiracy to undermine and destroy confidence in the government, laws, and institutions. To persuade workmen to form unlawful associations for the purpose of obtaining control of all industries and of obtaining the property rightfully belonging to other persons. Count 6. Seditious conspiracy to unlawfully bring about changes in the Constitution and to enforce the Soviet form of government in Canada through means similar to those in Russia. Count 7. Committing a common nuisance by use of an unlawful general sympathetic strike in which various employees walked out illegally and which endangered the lives, health, safety, property, and comfort of the public and obstructed the exercise and enjoyment of rights to all of His Majesty's subjects. Bob Russell never stood a chance of being acquitted. The state was not really interested in what he was actually doing during the strike. His lawyer attempted to detail Russell's activities as a union organizer. The Crown was not, however, interested. The prosecution refused to let his defense lawyer introduce his previous union involvement as evidence. The Crown was only interested in what he had said, particularly at recent Socialist Party meetings to large audiences in Winnipeg theatres, as well as SPC propaganda and literature. Indeed, the prosecution lawyer Andrews stated that he was mainly concerned that Russell was an advocate of revolutionary socialism. Robert Boyd Russell was found guilty on all 7 charges and was sentenced to 2 years' imprisonment in Stony Mountain Penitentiary. Of him, Campbell comments, Russell went to prison with the satisfaction of knowing that the vast majority of workers of all ethnic and religious backgrounds supported his actions. Fellow SPCer Max Tesla held a party at his home for Russell just before he entered prison on the 26th of December, 1919, indicating the respect and affection Jewish socialists in Winnipeg had for Russell. Bob Russell served 350 days in the penitentiary. On his release, he was welcomed by a crowd of 4,000. George Armstrong, Socialist Party member, was found guilty on all 7 counts and was sentenced to 1 year in Manitoba Prison Farm. Dick Johns, also a Socialist Party member, was found guilty on all 7 counts and was sentenced to 1 year in Manitoba Prison Farm. John Queen, the alderman, was found guilty on all 7 counts and was sentenced to 1 year in Manitoba Prison Farm. The pacifist and former Reverend William Ivans was found guilty on all 7 counts and was sentenced to 1 year in Manitoba Prison Farm. Bray, however, was found not guilty of the 6 conspiracy charges, only of the charge of committing a public nuisance. He was sentenced to 6 months in Manitoba Prison Farm. William Arthur Pritchard was tried in January 1920. Campbell writes that he was charged with a crime against which there was no real defence. Even the charge itself was a spur-of-the-moment, trumped-up amendment to the Criminal Code. The prosecution was aware that he was not a member of the Central Strike Committee, but had travelled from Vancouver to speak on behalf of the striking workers. The prosecution lawyers merely linked him with every piece of Socialist Party literature confiscated in police raids across the country. Unlike Russell, however, Pritchard was able to speak to the court on various subjects unrelated to the general strike. Bill Pritchard, therefore, made the most of it. His speech to the jury has become part of Canadian socialist and union folklore. He spoke for 2 days, from 10 o'clock in the morning to 10 o'clock at night, without notes, with reference to working-class history, science, socialism, the trade union movement in Canada and elsewhere, and current affairs. He criticized French utopians such as Saint-Simon, German social democrats and Bolsheviks, and he defended Marx, Marxism, and the Socialist Party of Canada. He concluded his address with, "The fight I carry on amongst my fellow workers is a fight with ideas." Tickner notes that Pritchard was also found guilty of sedition and was sentenced to 1 year in Manitoba prison farm. And Campbell says that he was sent to prison not so much because of who he was or what he did, but for what he represented. Pritchard did not waste his time in jail. He was put in charge of the prison store. He taught European immigrant workers who were in the jail to speak and write English, and he pursued his interest in Gilbert and Sullivan operas. He was, on one occasion, visited by Adolf Cohn, a member of the Socialist Party of Great Britain, who was speaking on behalf of the SPC, and Cohn was able to pass volumes 1, 2, and 3 of Capital to Pritchard through the cell bars. "We had an economics class in jail," said Pritchard. He was released on the 28th of February 1921. The same day he spoke to an audience of 7,000 people, with a similar number turned away. One big union. According to Larry Gambone in the Impossibilists, the SPC's long-held criticism of conservative craft unionism created a climate for the growth of a revolutionary union current within Impossibilism. Shortly after this trend appeared, a wave of radicalism swept across the labour movement of Western Canada. The OBU was a child of Impossibilism. Indeed, almost all of its leaders were also members of the Socialist Party of Canada. The Social Democrats had little influence. The preamble and constitution of the One Big Union were written by SPCers, as were most of the other influential documents, and in Campbell's view, the OBU was an attempt to unite the politics of Karl Marx with the economic power of the trade union movement. After the Winnipeg General Strike, the OBU became the main expression of the SPC emphasis on worker education and initiative. Surprisingly, Milner, in his History of the Socialist Party of Canada, does not mention the One Big Union in this context. At the British Columbia Federation of Labour convention in early 1919, Bill Pritchard and Jack Kavanagh supported the idea of workers organising on the basis of industrial unions. And at the Western Labour Conference held from the 13th to the 15th of March, a number of resolutions were passed criticising those unionists who were prepared to lobby Conservative and Liberal members of the provincial legislature, criticising existing political forms, clearly showing the capitalist nature of the present parliamentary machinery, and even endorsing a system of Soviet control. Following the conference, Pritchard and Vic Midgley visited Seattle in the United States in an effort to obtain support for a One Big Union from the Seattle Trades and Labor Council. In May, Pritchard, together with Alf Budden, addressed a meeting of unionists in Butte, Montana. The actual founding of the One Big Union took place at another union convention on the 4th of June, 1919, 3 weeks after the commencement of the Winnipeg General Strike. A referendum was held, and a further conference was held in Calgary from Wednesday, the 11th of June, to Monday, the 16th of June, with representatives from Alberta, British Columbia, Manitoba, Ontario, and Saskatchewan, which drew up the constitution of the One Big Union of Canada. The preamble was as follows: modern industrial society is divided into 2 classes, those who possess and do not produce, and those who produce and do not possess. Alongside this main division, all other classifications fade into insignificance. Between these 2 classes, a continual struggle takes place. As with buyers and sellers of any commodity, there exists on the one hand of the buyer to buy as cheaply as possible, and on the other of the seller to sell for as much as possible. So with the buyers of labour power. In the struggle over the purchase and sale of labour power, the buyers are always the masters, the sellers always workers. From this fact arises the inevitable class struggle. As industry develops and ownership becomes concentrated more and more into fewer hands, as the control of the economic forces of society becomes more and more the sole property of imperialistic finance, it becomes apparent that the workers, in order to sell their labour power with any degree of success, must extend their forms of organisation in accordance with changing industrial methods. Compelled to organise for self-defence, they are further compelled to educate themselves in preparation for the social change which economic developments will produce whether we seek it or not. The one big union, therefore, seeks to organise the wage worker, not according to craft, but according to industry, according to class and class needs. We therefore call upon all workers to organise, irrespective of nationality, sex or craft, into a workers' organisation, so that we may be enabled to more successfully carry on the everyday fight over wages, hours of work, etc., and prepare ourselves for the day when production for profit shall be replaced by production for use. Workers of the world unite. There then follows the Constitution, naming the organisation the One Big Union. Membership of the OBU was open to all wage workers. A General Executive Board, comprising a chairman, a secretary and representatives of the various industries within the organisation, was to be elected for a period of 6 months by and from the accredited delegates attending the conventions. The wages of the members of the General Executive Board were to be $40 per week, plus expenses when away from home of $4 per day, not a princely sum. Initiation fees would be a maximum of $1 per new member. Conventions of elected delegates from the local labour councils must meet every 6 months, one delegate for 2,000 members or less, and one additional delegate for each additional 2,000 members. Furthermore, whenever a strike in any district or industry takes place, no member of the One Big Union shall handle directly or indirectly any produce of the industry on strike. The preamble and constitution of the One Big Union was first published on the 26th of June, 1919, in the New Democracy, a pro-union newspaper published in Hamilton, Ontario, from which the above is taken. Mixed response under the headline, The OBU and Class Struggle, writing in the 14th of August, 1919 issue of the New Democracy, Charles Lestor notes that the working men of this Western country are now discussing the OBU, and a few words from the standpoint of a would-be read may be of interest. He then quotes with approval Daniel DeLeon's statement that the employing class and the working class have nothing in common. Lestor asserts that the working class is an enslaved class. This is a fact, he says, and the question that confronts it is, how will the OBU help the working class to escape from its bondage? The function that the union fulfills, in addition to maintaining the value of labour power, he continues, is that of nourishing, protecting and defending those revolutionary spirits that endeavour to arouse their fellow working men to a realization of their degraded position and try to unite them into a political force, powerful enough to crush their enemies. The class struggle is a struggle for freedom from ownership. He argues that the American Federation of Labor, the largely craft union organization, is controlled by such a reactionary element that not only retards the revolutionary movement, but has been used against the workers in Europe and the world over. In the flowery language for which he had become famous, Charles Lestor writes, "The imprisonment of Debs is due to the support the leaders of the AFL give to capitalism. The horrible torture inflicted upon the working men and women in the states who dare to espouse the cause of labor are made possible by the fact that Gompers and Co. are behind the judges and condone also the actions of those brutal cowards who tar and feather, lynch and beat up those noble-minded men and women who refuse to bow to the yoke of capital and try to educate the members of their class to a realization of their position. The AFL is daily cursed by every political prisoner in the land of the free. Why is education, working-class education, in the United States so far behind? The economic conditions are rotten ripe, but ye gods and little fishes that wag their tails in the mighty deep, did you ever see anything like the ignorance of the slaves of God's country? In his view, the OBU would protect propagandists against discrimination and would provide facilities for educating the workers along class lines. The one big union, he says, is our sustaining faith. He was a true believer. Gambone writes that the OBU grew like a mushroom overnight, taking in most of organised labour west of Ontario. But in 3 years, the OBU had lost most of its support. Although an exaggeration, there is some truth in both statements. Because the Winnipeg General Strike interrupted the planning and launching of the One Big Union, together with the subsequent jailing of such people as Bob Russell, George Armstrong and Bill Pritchard, it was not particularly well organised. Nevertheless, within less than a year, the OBU had more than 100 locals and 40,000 members. Indeed, it took almost the entire union membership of Western Canada, and more than half of them were in British Columbia, the Socialist Party of Canada's stronghold, where the largest number, at least initially, were among the lumber workers. Organising the lumber workers was extremely difficult. Before the war, the IWW had attempted to organise them, but with little success. So had the AFL-affiliated Timber Workers Union, also without success. Many of the lumber workers were transient and worked on the prairie farms during the spring and summer. It was not until January 1919 that the Loggers and Camp Workers Union was successfully organised, mainly by two Liberites, Bert Scholer and Helena Gutteridge. The initial organiser of the LCWU was an IWW member, Harry Allman. In 1919, Ernest Winch became the LCW organiser, and by the summer, the union had more than 8,000 members. In July, it affiliated to the One Big Union and changed its name to the Lumber Workers Industrial Union. It was the largest union in the OBU and its biggest provider of funds. But it and the OBU was soon to be beset by both organisational and personality problems and conflicts. 10 days after his release from prison, Bob Russell was appointed organiser for the Winnipeg district of the One Big Union. At the time, it had around 4,500 members in the city, but Russell, like other OBU activists and organisers, had a difficult task. As already noted, the post-war slump was beginning to cause mass unemployment. The OBU was under attack from the state, the employers and American Federation of Labour officials. It was also subverted by the communists, of whom more later. But the conflict between Winch and Allman caused the main problem during the first year of the organisation's existence. Peter Campbell, in his Canadian Marxists and the Search for a Third Way, describes the controversy in considerable detail. In the November 1919 issue of The Worker, Harry Allman published a list of 16 demands, at least half of them directed at the power and control of Ernest Winch. He demanded that full-time union officials within the OBU should not have a vote on the General Executive Board, that they refrain from participating in any political movement, presumably aimed at the SPC, without the consent of the full membership, that no paid position be held for more than 6 months, that all union officials return to work as loggers for a period of at least 1 year before running for office in the union again, that the officials salaries be capped, and moreover, all decisions by union functionaries be under the strict control of the executive. Allman also argued that the loggers' union dues be paid directly to the OBU head office in Winnipeg, and not to Winch's office in Vancouver. Such a move would have effectively destroyed Winch's job as the LWRU General Secretary and organizer. According to Campbell, during 1920, therefore, the conflict between Winch and Allman evolved into the dispute between the OBU and the IWRU. The issue became one of centralization versus decentralization, geographical versus industrial forms of organization. Winch, given his record of maintaining a firm grip on the organizations he was part of, and regional rather than national focus, was headed for a showdown with Victor Midgley and other OBU leaders. By the summer of 1920, almost 45% of the One Big Union's funds were from the LWIU. A confrontation between the IWIU and the OBU was almost inevitable. It came at the OBU convention in Port Arthur, Ontario, in September 1920. Initially, the LWIU was charged with not having paid its dues for June and July, which was true, but other unions had not paid theirs either. Next, it was argued that the LWIU credentials were invalid, but this charge was dropped. Lastly, it was claimed that Winch's credentials, which were from Cranbrook, were not from the area where he actually worked, which again was true. The OBU leadership were out to get Winch and the LWIU delegation. By the time that the Credentials Committee had decided that the LWIU's credentials were acceptable, all but one of its delegates had left the convention. Nevertheless, following a referendum in which the LWIU members supported Winch, the union quit the One Big Union. Communist sabotage. During 1921, Bob Russell and Richard Johns embarked on a long speaking and organizing campaign in Alberta and Saskatchewan on behalf of the One Big Union. But the withdrawal of the Lumber Workers' Industrial Union from the organization had weakened it considerably. Even Russell, who had become its undisputed leader, threatened to resign at least twice during 1921 and 1922. Gambon, in his The Impossibilists, writes that the membership of the OBU was, by 1923, down to only 5,000 members. It was probably twice that number, but well down on its 40,000 membership in the summer of 1920. The communists didn't help either, comments Gambon. Like revolutionary unions worldwide, the OBU was to suffer at their hands. Early in 1921, the OBU was invited to the founding of the International Congress of Revolutionary Labour and Industrial Unions, generally called the Profintern, to be held in July that year in Moscow. Russell declined the invitation, but delegated Joe Knight instead, who reported on the Congress at the OBU's third annual convention in Winnipeg that September. Apparently, Russell and Knight were sympathetic towards affiliation to the Profintern by the OBU, at least at first. As mentioned previously, the illegal Communist Party of Canada had, in February 1922, formed a legal front organization, the Workers' Party. A number of members of the One Big Union joined the Workers' Party, as did some former members of the Socialist Party of Canada, including Tim Buck, Joe Knight, Maurice Spector, and Bob Russell's old friend and comrade, Jack Kavanagh. But, as both Campbell and Gambon note, the Profintern and, therefore, the Communists opposed breakaway unions such as the OBU. The Communists and their supporters within the Union OBU began a campaign of disruption as they followed the Comintern's orders of forcing the OBU members back into AFL unions or destroying the organization outright, observes Gambon. Attacking Russell, the SPC, and the OBU, Maurice Spector claimed that we are not confronted with the question of educating the workers today. That is not necessary. The OBU rejected affiliation to both the Profintern and the Workers' Party, and in November 1922, the OBU expelled Workers' Party members from the organization. The Communists, therefore, concentrated on attempting to get control of the AFL-affiliated unions with little success. Of the situation at the time, Local 109 Winnipeg of the Socialist Party of Canada issued a leaflet, which stated, among other things, that since the close of the World War, a tremendous struggle, expressing itself as a war of ideas, has convulsed the organizations of the working class. This struggle of ideas leaves the position of the Socialist Party of Canada untouched. For us, the road is both straight and clear. Socialism is our object. To the purpose of making socialists, we direct our energy. The cause for the split in the ranks of the SPC must be laid at the door of the Third International, for laying down worldwide tactics in 21 points to be adopted and rigidly adhered to. The split in the ranks of the party was inevitable, resulting in a minority of members in Winnipeg still maintaining that the position of the SPC is correct. The result of the split was the formation of a new party, the Workers' Party of Canada. The leaflet notes that the Workers' Party claims to be a party of action and continues, "This latest arrival states that the present need is for a party of strength, of action of feeling, which included attacks on socialists in the One Big Union, as well as the SPC." However, Timbuk advised communists in the west of the country to ignore them, the OBU, and concentrate on those organizations and individuals who were the real menace. OBU fight back and demise. During 1921 and 1922, the miners of Nova Scotia were in conflict with the British Empire Steel and Coal Company, BESCO. The company, which was the largest employer in Nova Scotia, wanted to cut wages by 1/3 because of falling markets and company losses, a decision supported by the miners' own union, the United Mine Workers of America. And in January 1922, the company did cut the miners' wages by 1/3. In mid-August, against the wishes of the UMWA leadership of John L. Lewis, the miners went on 100% strike, returning to work on the 5th of September, achieving a wage cut, not of 33%, but of 19%. It was a victory of sorts, but the miners were far from happy with their union's lack of support for their action. In the summer of 1923, the steel workers, who were also members of the UMWA, were faced with the same problem. They too went on strike, as did other miners in Nova Scotia early in 1924, following a similar wage cut. The One Big Union soon moved in to take advantage of the situation, much to the annoyance of the UMWA leadership in the United States and the communists locally, who insisted that the workers remain in the UMWA. The OBU flooded Nova Scotia with leaflets charging the UMWA with selling the workers out. The OBU then sent in organizers. The outcome for the OBU was mixed. During another bitter strike of Nova Scotia miners in 1925, the OBU sent large sums of money and food and hundreds of tons of clothing which it had collected from workers throughout Western Canada. The British Empire Steel and Coal Company refused to give in to the OBU, and the miners were forced to return to work in 1926 and to sign a check-off agreement with the United Mine Workers of America. And the OBU lost most of the members it had gained in Nova Scotia. Although the membership of the One Big Union, as with almost all organizations in Canada and elsewhere at the time, was predominantly male, the union managed to organize numbers of female workers in Winnipeg during 1925. Campbell comments, "There was a determined, albeit paternalistic effort to protect female employees in restaurants from sexual harassment, many young women became actively involved in union work for the first time, and the Hotel and Restaurant Workers Unit of the OBU engaged in effective strikes and boycotts, cleaned up conditions, shortened hours, and procured one day's rest in 7 for workers in almost 40 establishments. Said the OBU Bulletin of the 15th of January, 1925, "These girls are members of the working class, and that's what counts." Despite its weaknesses, the OBU had, according to Gambone, increased its membership to 17,000 by 1925 and to 24,000 by 1930. In 1927, the One Big Union participated in the creation of the All-Canadian Congress of Labour. In August of that year, Russell wrote to the Governor of Massachusetts on behalf of the OBU, charging that the state of Massachusetts would be legal murderers if it executed the anarchists Sacco and Vanzetti. They were, however, executed. Charles Lestor was in Boston at the time. The latter was appointed editor of the OBU Bulletin in January 1928, following in the footsteps of fellow Socialist Party members John Houston and Frank Woodward. Charlie Lestor had been a member of the Industrial Workers of the World, in and out of the Socialist Party a couple of times, and was an admirer of Daniel DeLeon. But he was an able writer, an energetic organizer, and a first-rate soapbox orator. He was particularly hostile towards the increasingly Stalinized Soviet Union. In his first article as editor of the OBU Bulletin, Lestor writes, "The sending of Trotsky into exile is causing a number of students of socialism to ponder, and many who heretofore have been enthusiastic supporters of the Soviet government are now realizing that things are not what they seem in the land of the Muscovite. Those who have carefully studied the French Revolution will observe a parallel between the Russian and French upheavals and classify Trotsky as the Russian Danton. In many features, the bourgeois revolution and the Russian Revolution are the same. Labor power is a commodity in Russia and sells at the cost of production. Any attempt on the part of the Russian proletariat to raise itself will be ruthlessly suppressed by the Stalin outfit, because within the framework of the capitalist society, the working class cannot raise itself without springing everything into the air. This man who proved his worth in the days of trial and error, who stood by Lenin in the hour of danger, this man who created the Red Army, who did the best by his writings and great organizing ability to help the workers win, is now sacrificed to the gods of the capitalist world. Trotsky has his faults, who does not, but all through he has proved himself a true soldier of the revolution. Let his traducers, the so-called Communist Party, revile him. Let his enemies, who have no other objective in view but to sell Russia to the highest capitalist bidder, persecute him. The more they do this, the better from the standpoint of his honor. Trotsky stands higher in the estimation of the revolutionary proletariat than at any other time since the revolution. It is up to those who are class-conscious to stand by him, and so long as he continues to maintain those principles, to defend him against his treacherous enemies, the so-called Communist Party, OBU Bulletin, 9th of February, 1928. Daniel DeLeon and Leon Trotsky were apparently Lestor's great unsung heroes. Unfortunately for the One Big Union, it was unable to establish permanent large industrial or even general unions. Nevertheless, it increased its influence as well as its membership during the early 1930s. It fought against increasing layoffs of workers, holding mass meetings and calling on both employed and unemployed workers to unite against the bosses. At one meeting on the 15th of April, 1932, in Winnipeg, Russell argued that unless the employed workers acted together with the unemployed workers, it would not be long before one section was used against the other, to the detriment of the working class as a whole. By the beginning of 1934, Russell was not only General Secretary of the OBU, but also Secretary of the Labour Council and editor of the OBU Bulletin, due to Leicestre's sudden resignation and return to England. The formation of the Congress of Industrial Organizations, CIO, in the United States in 1935, together with the founding of similar unions in Canada, adversely affected the OBU. In its early days, the CIO was both militant and successful in organizing unskilled workers in mass production industries. The one big union, therefore, continued to lose ground, and CIO-affiliated unions merely replaced the OBU, particularly during the Second World War. In 1956, the Canadian unions affiliated to the American Federation of Labour and the Congress of Industrial Organizations united to form the Canadian Labour Congress. The OBU decided to join on the understanding that it would remain an autonomous union within the CLC. However, at a unity conference, the OBU delegates voted to break up the organization and allow its former members to become members of CLC locals. Gumbo notes, Impossibilism's child had a rather ignominious death. At its demise, the one big union had about 12,000 members. Robert Boyd Russell died in 1964. Was the OBU a syndicalist organization? Larry Peterson writes, the major historians of the Canadian OBU repeatedly call this union a Canadian version of syndicalism, but nowhere do they show how the OBU was syndicalist or why this term is specifically. They could easily have left off the label without affecting their overall analysis of the OBU. Labor power is a commodity in Russia and sells at the cost of production. Any attempt on the part of the Russian proletariat to raise itself will be ruthlessly suppressed by the Stalin outfit, because within the framework of the capitalist society, the working class cannot raise itself without springing everything into the air. This man who proved his worth in the days of trial and error, who stood by Lenin in the hour of danger, this man who created the Red Army, who did the best by his writings and great organizing ability to help the workers win, is now sacrificed to the gods of the capitalist world. Trotsky has his faults, who does not, but all through he has proved himself a true soldier of the revolution. Let his traducers, the so-called Communist Party, revile him. Let his enemies, who have no other objective in view but to sell Russia to the highest capitalist bidder, persecute him. The more they do this, the better from the standpoint of his honor. Trotsky stands higher in the estimation of the revolutionary proletariat than at any other time since the revolution. It is up to those who are class-conscious to stand by him, and so long as he continues to maintain those principles, to defend him against his treacherous enemies, the so-called Communist Party, OBU Bulletin, 9th of February, 1928. Daniel de Leon and Leon Trotsky were apparently Leicestre's great unsung heroes. Unfortunately for the one big union, it was unable to establish permanent large industrial or even general unions. Nevertheless, it increased its influence as well as its membership during the early 1930s. It fought against increasing layoffs of workers, holding mass meetings and calling on both employed and unemployed workers to unite against the bosses. At one meeting on the 15th of April, 1932, in Winnipeg, Russell argued that unless the employed workers acted together with the unemployed workers, it would not be long before one section was used against the other, to the detriment of the working class as a whole. By the beginning of 1934, Russell was not only General Secretary of the OBU, but also Secretary of the Labour Council and editor of the OBU Bulletin, due to Leicestre's sudden resignation and return to England. The formation of the Congress of Industrial Organizations, CIO, in the United States in 1935, together with the founding of similar unions in Canada, adversely affected the OBU. In its early days, the CIO was both militant and successful in organizing unskilled workers in mass production industries. The one big union, therefore, continued to lose ground, and CIO-affiliated unions merely replaced the OBU, particularly during the Second World War. In 1956, the Canadian unions affiliated to the American Federation of Labour and the Congress of Industrial Organizations united to form the Canadian Labour Congress. The OBU decided to join on the understanding that it would remain an autonomous union within the CLC. However, at a unity conference, the OBU delegates voted to break up the organization and allow its former members to become members of CLC locals. Gambo notes, Impossibilism's child had a rather ignominious death. At its demise, the One Big Union had about 12,000 members. Robert Boyd Russell died in 1964. Was the OBU a syndicalist organization? Larry Peterson writes, the major historians of the Canadian OBU repeatedly call this union a Canadian version of syndicalism, but nowhere do they show how the OBU was syndicalist or why this term is specifically. They could easily have left off the label without affecting their overall analysis of the OBU. Labour, les Travailleurs, number 40. Peterson notes that such historians equate syndicalism with support for the general strike, although even a cursory knowledge of Canadian labour history would show that highly political socialists, such as members of the Socialist Party of Canada, supported general strikes if necessary. Says Peterson, although many syndicalists supported industrial unions, industrial unionism itself was never universally accepted as part of syndicalist philosophy. Larry Peterson describes the OBU thus. Revolutionary unionists in Canada carried centralized organization to its logical extreme by founding the One Big Union in 1919. All workers were organized in one union without regard to craft or industry, either in mixed locals or in central labor councils in larger towns. To be sure, there were strong movements for separate industrial unions within the OBU, especially among lumber workers in British Columbia and Northern Ontario. However, the core of the OBU recognized only general local unions, not unlike the unions locales of the CGT. The One Big Union in international perspective, Revolutionary Industrial Unionism 1900 to 1925. Labour et les Travailleurs, Spring 1981, Peter Campbell, also notes that to describe the OBU as syndicalist is to disguise the overwhelming Marxist orientation of the leading theoreticians in the organization. All the editors of the One Big Union Bulletin were or had been members of the Socialist Party of Canada. Canadian Marxists and the Search for a Third Way. Chapter 5. The decline and fall of the Socialist Party of Canada. Between 1905 and 1910, the Socialist Party of Canada was the country's third largest political party. Only the Conservative and Liberal parties were larger. The Socialist Party had considerable support and influence in the West, particularly in British Columbia. It also had many supporters in Alberta, Saskatchewan and Manitoba, although the city of Winnipeg was, some time later, to become the centre of Labourism in Canada. The SPC had fewer members and sympathisers in Ontario, and almost none in Quebec, New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. Although the Socialist Party of Canada was nominally a revolutionary, impossibilist party during the first 5 years or so, it had many reformers within its ranks. Over the years, however, Most of them either resigned or were expelled from the party. The anti-reformist platform, first drawn up in Nanaimo in 1903, remained the solid anchor of the party and reflected the revolutionary aspirations of its membership far more from 1911 onwards. Its views on Asian and women workers also became more clear-cut than previously. They were all wage slaves together. The SPC opposed the World War and suffered accordingly, with its meetings banned or broken up by the police, the Mounties, or by pro-war mobs. The party was not actually banned, but its members were harassed, spied on, hunted down, and jailed when they refused to be conscripted into the army. One member, Ginger Goodwin, also the organizer of the Smelters Union, was shot dead while on the run. Most members of the SPC were active and sometimes prominent union members. With increasing unemployment, they were often the first to be fired from their jobs. After November 1917 and the Bolshevik coup, many radicals, including Socialist Party members, were subject to anti-Red propaganda and persecution, whether they were sympathetic to the Russian upheaval or not. In 1921, an illegal Communist Party of Canada was founded, following the creation of the Comintern in 1919. In 1919, the general strike in Winnipeg resulted in a number of members of the SPC being jailed for treason. During the same year, the One Big Union was founded, largely by members of the Socialist Party. All this had a profound, indeed devastating, effect on the party. Last but not least, the Canadian state closely monitored the activities of prominent members of the SPC and OBU. Some of them left the country either for a few months or, in some cases, permanently. Monitoring Mounties. One of those who was closely monitored by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, the Mounties, was, not surprisingly, Charles R. Lester. On 11th of January 1920, a Mountie agent reports, according to Item 9, individual agitators of the 29 January Bulletin, an official Mountie publication, that at a meeting of the Socialist Party in Vancouver, Charles Lester gave another of his violent speeches. The agent claims that one of Lester's utterances was that when the working class came into its own and the capitalist class was overthrown, there ought to be judges, and he hoped to be one. If a capitalist lawyer came before him, he would give him 20 years. The 16 September Bulletin states, under miscellaneous notes, that Charles Lester is leaving for England in a few weeks. He has no official backing and is paying his own way. The 23 September Bulletin reports from an outside source that the Mounties are informed that Charles Lester, socialist agitator of Vancouver, has secured about $500 for his transportation to Moscow and is leaving for England en route to Russia. The 7 October Bulletin reports that on 26 September, Lester had stated that he would be absent from Canada for 3 to 4 months. He had read that the Daily Herald had refused Soviet gold worth £75,000. Lester, according to the Mounties, said that when I heard that the paper had refused the gold, I knew I must go. If we, presumably the SPC, can get this or any other Soviet money, we won't hesitate to take it, knowing that we are going to put it to good use. In the spring of 1920, Soviet commissars Leonid Krasin, Nikolai Klitschko and Viktor Nodjin met George Lansbury, the then editor of the Daily Herald, to discuss the possible funding of the paper. As no agreement was reached, Francis Meynell, a director of the Daily Herald, visited Maxim Litvinov in Copenhagen, where Litvinov handed Meynell a tobacco pouch containing a string of pearls, which he handed to Theodore Rothstein. On a further visit, Meynell secured from Litvinov the $75,000 worth of jewels to finance the Daily Herald, but the directors of the paper unanimously rejected the offer, and Meynell resigned as a director. Lester did not get the jewels or any money either. Ultimately, the Communist Party of Great Britain and Sylvia Pankhurst's magazine, Dreadnought, received a sum of money, said to be nearly £2 million following the sale of various jewels and precious stones. See Hostile Action, the KGB and Secret Soviet Operations in Britain by Peter Shipley, pp. 14, 15, London, 1989. In conversation, Lestor is reported to have said that he would be travelling via England to educate his ignorant fellow workers. In Russia, he intended to form an opinion whether Bolshevist methods are applicable in the Western world. The report ends, "He has about $500, not a large sum for so ambitious a project." We know that Charlie Lestor arrived in Britain. Harry Young, who at that time was an enthusiastic young pro-Bolshevik, wrote many years later in the Socialist Standard that Lestor had just arrived in this country after 20 years in Canada and the USA. His Canadian style, accent and rig made him remarkable enough. His address to the large audiences of unemployed ex-servicemen was extraordinary. When most of the ILP and communist unemployed organizers devoted their attention to personal invective against individual ministers, or the usual temporary nostrums for increase of dole, or much more prevention of its decrease, Lestor never failed, in my hearing at least, to go straight to the root of the matter. He just could not speak to an audience without dealing with the capitalist system. In clipped and rugged terms, without a wasted word, he would grip a large audience from the first phrase and proceed to build up a vigorously logical exposition of surplus value. Unlike Young, Lestor never reached Moscow. When the money ran out, he returned to Canada. In July 1926, a Mountie agent reported that Charles Lestor had been very busy addressing audiences in the marketplace and at the railway shops in Winnipeg. To some extent, he had been occupied in denouncing religion. When speaking on economics, while he avoided mentioning the one big union, he follows the general line taken by that body. The agent says that, while in Winnipeg, Lestor's course is an example of underhand campaigning. Officially, says the bulletin of 6 August 1926, Lestor has no connection with the OBU. He is a socialist, but he speaks along OBU lines. A further report, dated 30 July, says Lestor is still on the job. He was in Transcona yesterday. This man is undoubtedly speaking on behalf of the OBU. He travelled down in the OBU organizer's car. Lestor never mentions the OBU in his speeches, but the men are fully aware of whom he speaks. Charles Lestor was not the only socialist who was monitored by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Far from it. Others included George Armstrong, Bill Pritchard, Jack Harrington, W.W. Defoe, Vic Midgley, and John Jack MacDonald. Moses Barretts was, of course, a marked man. It did not seem to worry him, however. After being released from jail and expelled from America, he went first to Australia and then to New Zealand, from where he was also deported in January 1920. He was not the only socialist to arrive from North America. A number of members of the Socialist Party of Canada had made their way to Australia and New Zealand during and after the war. Some, like Barretts, did not stay long. Others were seamen who came and went, whilst some settled permanently in Australasia, joining the socialist movements there. One such member of the Socialist Party of Canada, who spent a few months in New Zealand, was John Amos MacDonald. His visit and political activities have been chronicled by Kerry Taylor in Labour, Le Travail. Formerly a member of the Industrial Workers of the World, MacDonald, who joined the SPC around 1911, was a regular contributor to the Western Clarion and a member of the Dominion Executive Committee during the First World War. Peter Campbell notes, in his Canadian Marxists, that MacDonald was born in 1889 into a family of 8 on a Prince Edward Island potato farm. He was, writes Campbell, a major figure in the history of socialist thought and activism in Western Canada, New Zealand, and the United States. Jack MacDonald arrived in New Zealand via Australia on 3rd of October 1921. He was invited not by the New Zealand Marxian Association, which had recently adopted the object and declaration of principles of the SPGB, but by the newly formed Communist Party of New Zealand. It is not known if he was aware that the invitation had come from the CPNZ and not the NZMA. Nevertheless, MacDonald was considered a socialist teacher and propagandist of international repute. The Communist Party was anxious to extend its propaganda activity. The sad reality, writes Taylor, was that very few people even knew that it existed. Total membership throughout the country was probably fewer than 50, and dynamic speakers were scarce. The New Zealand communists greeted MacDonald with great enthusiasm. The New Zealand police were aware of MacDonald's arrival in the country, as reports of his activities in Canada. On arriving in Wellington, MacDonald spoke at a number of meetings. He was also the main speaker at a large meeting to celebrate the 4th anniversary of the Russian Revolution. In communism, he suggested, lay the great hope of the oppressed masses of the world. However, Taylor notes, MacDonald articulated a very particular view of the revolution, suggesting that Russia had yet to achieve communism. This, argued MacDonald, was only possible when the means of production had developed to a higher stage, and Taylor adds, this analysis reflected the philosophy of the Socialist Party of Great Britain, whose ideas he had absorbed while active in the Socialist Party of Canada, SPC. That this analysis did not send alarm bells ringing through the minds of New Zealand's communists suggests a certain theoretical simplicity on their part. Later, in November, Jack MacDonald travelled to Auckland, where the first controversy of his tour erupted. The Auckland Communist Group asked him to speak from the platform of the local Labour Party, which he refused to do, again reflecting the philosophy of the SPGB, who saw all other parties, other than themselves, as bogus tools of the master class, says Kerry Taylor. MacDonald was supported by the Wellington group of the CPNZ, some of whom had been former members of the New Zealand Marxian Association and who at the time formed the national executive of the Communist Party. This resulted in open conflict between the Auckland and Wellington groups. MacDonald then moved to the West Coast, where he spoke at 11 meetings at 8 different locations. Most were in mining communities. Throughout his stay in New Zealand, the police attended all his meetings, as they had with Moses Burritts previously, making notes of his comments. Taylor adds that among the miners of the West Coast, there had been an attachment to the particular philosophy of the Socialist Party of Great Britain. This did not augur well for the Communist Party of New Zealand. For example, continues Taylor, the New Zealand Marxian Association, NZMA, which had been formed at the end of 1918, adopted the principles and objective of the SPGB. The majority at the NZMA's foundation conference were from the West Coast mining communities. Equally significant, several influential figures on the coast had previously been members of the Socialist Party of Canada. By getting MacDonald to visit the West Coast, the CPNZ had hoped to bring about greater unity. It was not to be. In March 1922, members of the militant Marxist economics class suggested a West Coast organisation of workers to be formed outside and opposed to the Labour Party. A conference was arranged for Easter. The CPNZ expected new branches to be formed. Its hopes were dashed. The conference was held in the Miners' Hall in Blackball. A motion was proposed that the organisation be linked to the Communist Party. 2 counter-motions were tabled, one calling for the formation of a Marxian education and propaganda league, the other favouring a separate West Coast Communist Federation, opposed to both the Labour Party and the Communist Party. MacDonald, much to the disgust of the Communist Party, favoured a separate Communist or Socialist Federation, arguing that the Communist Party in Wellington was effectively defunct. The outcome was that delegates voted 11-1 in favour of a West Coast federation. The newly formed federation immediately attacked Harry Holland, the leader of the Labour Party, and ran a candidate against the Labour Party in the 1922 general election. Taylor comments, MacDonald argued that the Labour Party was scarcely different from the Conservative, Reform and Liberal parties. He reflected the essential impossibilism of the SPGB-SPC tradition by suggesting that the only immediate demand should be the overthrow of capitalism. A little over a month later, Jack MacDonald left New Zealand and settled in San Francisco, where he again took up his trade as a house painter. Later, he opened a small bookshop, which finally expanded into a huge bookstore, which became world famous. He never returned to Canada, although he continued to write for the Western Clarion. He joined the Workers', later World, Socialist Party of the United States. John Amos MacDonald died in 1968 in an automobile accident in Oakland. Decline. On 16 July 1920, the Western Clarion reported that George Armstrong had been elected to the Manitoba legislature for Winnipeg City. Armstrong received 2,767 votes. Held under a proportional representation system, Armstrong came 8th of 37 candidates. 6 were elected. Bob Russell also ran, but was not elected, which is difficult to explain as he received 1,535 votes to 1,500 votes for William J. Tupper, the Conservative candidate, who was elected at number 10. George Armstrong's wife, Helen, also stood in Winnipeg City, but only received 433 votes. Milner notes that the election of Armstrong was less an evidence of increasing socialist activity than trade union compensation for his prison term in the following All-Dominion election in 1921. Many trade unionists turned in other directions. On 18 July 1922, the Winnipeg Local 109 of the Socialist Party of Canada again adopted George Armstrong as candidate in the provincial Manitoba election. The party manifesto, complete with a photograph of Armstrong, did not advocate palliatives, but claimed that the organization will still fly the flag of the revolution. No compromise, no surrender. This time, Armstrong was not elected, although he received 1,273 votes, coming 11th. This despite the fact that Richard W. Gregg, a United Farmers candidate who was elected, only received 1,179. Something was clearly amiss in the electoral system. In the British Columbia election of 1920, the Socialist Party of Canada fielded 7 candidates. John Barrow, Prince Rupert, 676 votes, 19.68%. John Dennis, Vancouver, 1,451 votes, 0.72%. Sid Earp, Vancouver, 1,694 votes, 0.84%. John Harrington, Vancouver, 2,956 votes, 1.46%. William McCoy, Vancouver, 1,524 votes, 0.75%. James Smith, Vancouver, 2,267 votes, 1.12%. Christopher Stevenson, Vancouver, 1,818 votes, 0.90%. The election results were not good for the Socialist Party. More and more workers were turning to various leftist reform parties, and in many instances, such parties were being led by former members of the SPC. An independent Labour Party had been formed in Ontario in July 1917. A federated Labour Party was also founded in British Columbia also in that year, and a Dominion Labour Party in Manitoba in 1918. In British Columbia, an independent Labour Party was founded by a former member of the SPC, Angus MacInnes, at the end of 1925. We shall meet this independent Labour Party again in 1932. Political reformism, often masquerading as Marxism or revolutionary socialism, was now on the agenda. In 1921, the Liberal Party came to power in Canada under the leadership of William Lyon Mackenzie King, who remained in power except for 2 short intervals, when there was a Conservative government, until 1948. A small, pudgy, colourless individual, King used spirit mediums to allegedly commune with his dead mother, who made most of his political decisions for him and the country. Bill Pritchard was released from jail on 28 February 1921. He had, according to his recorded statement, been separated from his family for almost 2 years. The evening following his release, he debated, somewhat shakily, he admits, with Professor Osborne, to a packed house estimated in excess of 2,000 in the vast hall of the Industrial Bureau. He was in a weakened condition, having spent the last few weeks in the prison hospital unconscious, a victim of an epidemic which had affected a number of the inmates. A few days later, Pritchard was asked to debate with another professor on the subject of free trade at the Strand Theatre, also in Winnipeg. He was, however, too sick to speak. Fortunately, Adolph Cohn was still in town, and he debated with the professor on behalf of the Socialist Party. Back in Vancouver, Pritchard's health soon improved. His first speech was at the Royal Theatre in February 1922. He continued to speak, on average once a month, at the Empress and Star Theatres until the latter part of 1924, often to audiences of 2,000. He also wrote articles for the Western Clarion. The Socialist Party of Canada stood 2 candidates in the 1921 Alberta provincial elections. Frank Williams, Calgary, 1,745 votes. Murray Mellard, Edmonton, 883 votes. In 1924, Bill Pritchard was one of only 2 candidates nominated by the Socialist Party of Canada at the British Columbia provincial election. William Pritchard, Nanaimo, 1,083 votes, 31.14%. John Harrington, Vancouver, 3,281 votes, 1.73%. Canadian Labour Party had 11 candidates, another sign of increased Labour reformism. Nevertheless, the Labour Party candidates received, on average, less than 20% of the votes and less than 4% in Vancouver. That the Socialist Party of Canada was concerned by the advance of reformist Labour parties is demonstrated by a number of articles on the subject in the Western Clarion and other journals sympathetic to the SPC. On the 1st of March 1921, for instance, the Winnipeg Socialist, published on behalf of the party in that city, features on its front page an article by Adolph Cohn entitled The Socialist Party or the Labour Party. He begins by stating that the Socialist Party has for its object the ownership of the means of living and their democratic control by the whole community. He says that before socialism can be established, the working class must desire it. He is critical of both the Labour Party and the Independent Labour Party. Of the Independent Labour Party, Cohn argues that it has a platform which states its object is the cooperative commonwealth. That this declaration is a pious phrase. It is followed by no statement of the conditions necessary to the realization of socialism. It does not explain the material basis of modern society and the struggle between the owning and the working class from it. It does not lay down a policy line with the facts of working class subjection. It does not indicate in any way whatever the interests of those in power is to keep the working class poor and prevent any improvement in their status. It does not tell the workers that socialist ideas must spread among workers and be accepted by the masses before we can expect any attempt to change conditions to the cooperative commonwealth. Of the Labour Party, Cohn argues that it panders to the workers' ignorance. It dangles reform bait before their eyes and keeps their attention from the real path to emancipation. Moreover, this Labour Party comprises elected candidates who deplore talk about class conflict and begin their session by explaining that now they are elected, they represent all classes and will act like any other party's aldermen. He reminds his readers that the capitalists are ready to extend the suffrage where they have the voters with them, as with the women's franchise in 1917. The Labour Party, says Cohn, is ignorant of economics. They ask for equal pay for equal work, irrespective of sex. Legislation to fix wages has always been honoured more in the breach than in the observance. Wages depend upon economic conditions and revolve around the cost of existing as a worker. Minimum wage laws and administration have generally worked out as maximum wage laws, and administration of the laws takes care of the employer's interests. Such is the depth of Labour Party ignorance. They do not know that a worker's wage and his product are quite different things. In conclusion, he claims that the programme, policy and outlook of the Labour Party will be very useful to the capitalists when they wish to throw sops to the workers. Writing in the 2 February 1925 Western Clarion, Jack MacDonald, now living in San Francisco, says that the British Labour government came, stayed for 10 months, and departed without even knocking a splinter off the social base. Capitalism was never challenged. On the contrary, claims MacDonald, the Labour leaders soon proved themselves to be adroit champions of the very system they were supposed to rout, or at least modify. Even many members of the nobility and aristocracy were agreeably surprised at the conservative attitude taken by the heads of the new administration. MacDonald then quotes from an article in the 16 May 1920 issue of the Western Clarion, which reports that the Dominion Labour Party was surprised that the Winnipeg local of the Socialist Party of Canada refused to cooperate with the DLP in the Manitoba provincial elections held that summer. Sometimes it is very hard to distinguish the difference between the right wing of Labour and the left wing of the bourgeoisie. The Dominion Labour Party occupies what is to us an uninhabitable house. MacDonald concludes, as we have seen, the appellation, Labour, does not signify that the party is carrying on behalf of the working class in opposition to those who own and rule. It is merely a fascinating title made use of by political adventurers to secure the continued enslavement of the workers and consequently maintain intact the present mode of exploitation. Nevertheless, the onward march of Labourism worried and concerned the much battered Socialist Party. By the summer of 1921, even Robert Russell had become estranged from the SPC, resigning from the party in February the following year, although he remained friends with Alex Shepard and other members. Russell concentrated on the one big union, whilst some of his former comrades accused him of no longer being a socialist. Others who had previously been active in the SPC became organisers and propagandists of the OBU to the detriment of the party. And there was apathy, particularly among the growing numbers of unemployed workers, both members and non-members of the SPC alike. By the beginning of 1924, the Socialist Party of Canada probably had fewer than 500 members. There does not seem to be any records extant to confirm this. Mill notes that the Western Clarion, formerly enlightened by controversy, exuberant and forward-reaching, became depressed by weighty theses now turning backward. Pritchard, of course, was no longer the editor. Jack MacDonald objected to the tone of many of the articles. He also expressed his dismay that it was no longer the official organ of a revolutionary party. Its circulation declined steadily, its expenses being largely met by money from the Whitehead estate, the financial legacy of George Whitehead, a former SPC member and writer who died in 1919. Anne Fall, The July-August 1925 issue of the Western Clarion was its last. Bill Pritchard was no longer speaking to audiences in Vancouver, and Campbell notes in his Canadian Marxists and the Search for a Third Way that most telling, however, is the fact that when the Western Clarion died in the summer of 1925, Pritchard did not seem overly concerned. In an article in the last issue called The Curtain Call, he attributed the demise of the paper to the reaction and conservatism of the age, citing Mussolini, the Palmer raids, the Ku Klux Klan, and the American Legion. There was a tone of defeatism, a sense of being controlled by overwhelming forces that was rarely in evidence in the pages of the Clarion prior to 1919. Over the next few years, Pritchard drifted towards nationalism, and by 1927 was speaking on behalf of the Independent Labour Party, although he continued to defend the OBU. He was elected councillor of North Burnaby and some time later Reeve. In 1930, Pritchard, as mayor of Burnaby, organised unemployed workers into gangs in order to pay off their local taxes. These labour crews helped build much of Confederation and Robert Burnaby parks, as well as trails, bridges and gardens in Central Park, and the clearing of municipal roads until the money ran out. Hundreds, if not thousands, of people who could not pay their taxes worked on that project to save their homes, said Jim Wolfe, Burnaby's heritage planning assistant. By 1933, he was heavily involved with the newly established Cooperative Commonwealth Federation, CCF. In 1937, Bill Pritchard left Canada for California. We shall meet him again in this narrative. The Socialist Party of Canada ceased to exist as an organized party in 1925. The December 1933 issue of the Western Socialist, published in Winnipeg, states that the socialist movement in this country received a setback in 1925, when the executive of the old Socialist Party of Canada in Vancouver decided to dissolve the party, this being done in view of an apparently hopeless situation, without consulting the membership. We admit the party was very weak at the time, but to quit and disorganize was a tragic step, the folly of which we all recognize in the difficulties we are having to again restore the organization to its former footing. Nevertheless, socialist activities did not cease entirely. There is evidence that a number of small locals continued to function. According to some old-time members during the 1970s, there were no organized activities in Vancouver after 1925 for about 7 years. Bill Pritchard claimed that he was a member until 1927. There is, however, evidence that some British Columbia locals continued to hold meetings and publish pamphlets throughout the 1920s. Jim Milner comments, "Several years passed. A proletarian club came into being in Vancouver, a science study club in Winnipeg, similar groups elsewhere, as some of those who had been in the Socialist Party of Canada sought ways of keeping alive the purpose for which the party had existed." Jim Brownrigg, in an undated c. 1975 letter to George Jenkins, states that following the discontinuation of the Western Clarion, former members of the SPC founded the Political Economy Club in Vancouver, which published a number of pamphlets including a hardback edition of the first 9 chapters of Karl Marx's Capital, complete with Marx's original footnotes. In November 1926, Chris Stevenson, who had been the Dominion Secretary of the Socialist Party throughout the difficult period of the Winnipeg General Strike and the founding of the One Big Union, died a painful death from cancer. And, as he lay dying, he commented to Bill Pritchard that the real task of the socialist movement was to rid Marxism of its Hegelian weaknesses. In the words of Peter Campbell, a worker intellectual to the last, on his deathbed Stevenson's heart, mind and soul remained dedicated to finding a way forward for Marxian socialism. The battle was still a battle of ideas. Canadian Marxists and the search for a third way. The Socialist Party of Canada object and Declaration of Principles adopted June 1931 object. The establishment of a system of society based upon the common ownership and democratic control of the means of producing and distributing wealth by and in the interest of society as a whole. Declaration of Principles. The Socialist Party of Canada holds that society as at present constituted is based upon the ownership of the means of living, i.e. lands, factories, railways, etc., by the capitalist or master class, and the consequent enslavement of the working class, by whose labour alone wealth is produced. That in society, therefore, there is an antagonism of interests, manifesting itself as a class struggle between those who possess, but do not produce, and those who produce, but do not possess. That this antagonism can be abolished only by the emancipation of the working class from the domination of the master class, by the conversion into common property of society of the means of production and distribution, and their democratic control by the whole people. That, as in the order of social evolution, the working class is the last class to achieve its freedom, the emancipation of the working class will involve the emancipation of all mankind, without distinction of race or sex. That this emancipation must be the work of the working class itself, that, as the machinery of government, including the armed forces of the nation, exists only to conserve the monopoly by the capitalist class of the wealth taken from the workers, the working class must organize consciously and politically for the conquest of the powers of government, in order that this machinery, including these forces, may be converted from an instrument of oppression into the agent of emancipation and the overthrow of plutocratic privilege. That as political parties are but the expression of class interests, and as the interest of the working class is diametrically opposed to the interests of all sections of the master class, the party seeking working class emancipation must be hostile to every other party. The Socialist Party of Canada, therefore, enters the field of political action, determined to wage war against all other political parties, whether alleged labour or avowedly capitalist, and calls upon all members of the working class of this country to support these principles to the end, that a termination may be brought to the system which deprives them of the fruits of their labour, and that poverty may give rise to comfort, privilege to equality, and slavery to freedom. Chapter 6. No New Beginnings. The Great Depression really hit Canada hard. In 1933, in the depth of the Depression, unemployment reached 25% of the workforce. Prices for Canada's primary products of wheat, timber and minerals plummeted on the world market. Mining communities in Ontario became ghost towns. Thousands of Western farmers were bankrupted, and many families evicted by the banks. Years of drought, combined with the erosion of formerly rich prairie topsoil, caused by poorly fertilized wheat mining, turned their holdings into dust bowls. The government of R.B. Bennett attempted to copy Roosevelt's New Deal policy with programs of public works, with little effect until the inevitable worldwide economic upturn years later. George Woodcock, a former anarchist pacifist, in his A Social History of Canada, says that socialism had appeared as a political philosophy represented by a number of rather dogmatic and sectarian groups like the Socialist Party of Canada and the Social Democratic Party of Canada. These parties, he contends, tended to reflect the socialism of Europe rather than the North American experience, and there was room for a movement that reflected real urges for reform in Canada. This was the Co-operative Commonwealth Federation, CCF. In July, a group of farmers, intellectuals, small businessmen, and a few workers launched a broad-based coalition in Calgary, which, at its first convention in Regina in 1933, became the Co-operative Commonwealth Federation. Milner observes that Canada now had a national party of sorts intended to serve the underdog. But Woodcock remarks that the CCF avoided the obvious emphasis on socialism, as well as the appearance of a political party on the established liberal conservative model. It adopted a manifesto which, in his words, was mildly social democratic, calling for the nationalization of key industries, including the Canadian Pacific Railway, but otherwise envisaging a mixed economy. The membership of the Communist Party of Canada had increased to around 5,000 by 1928, but this declined in the early stages of the Great Depression. Furthermore, government repression, including the arrest of 8 of its leaders in August 1931, drove the CPC underground from 1931 to 1934, when it was able to hold its 7th convention in July. After that, the Depression and its subsequent mass unemployment gave it much support. The growing threat of fascism also increased its popularity. Again, the Impossibilists, in June 1931, in the words of Jim Milne, the Socialist Party of Canada began again in Winnipeg, or alternatively, as the Socialist Party of Canada was organized in June. As we shall see later, the words began again and was organized are of interest to the observer of the Socialist Party of Canada. The organization or reorganization of the SPC was quite a modest affair, however. Preliminary meetings were held in the One Big Union's plebs building, which Bob Russell provided free of charge. Russell was fairly sympathetic and remained friends with Shepherd, but considered the OBU to be more important than a socialist party. Among those taking part were George and Helen Armstrong, Shepherd, who had been living in Chicago for a number of years, and Charles Lestor, then editor of the OBU Bulletin, who also brought in a number of OBU members. Other former members of the old SPC soon joined. Once established, the party rented a hall and commenced holding public meetings, as well as outdoor meetings on Market Square and on street corners. Lestor was one of the speakers, but after 5 months, he and a number of OBU members who had joined with him resigned from the party. Members of the SPC claimed that Lestor had joined the party with a view to controlling it. After some discussion, in March 1932, the Socialist Party of Canada adopted the object and declaration of principles of the Socialist Parties of Australia and Great Britain, and the Workers' Socialist Party of the United States, as the members decided that this was a clearer statement of their aims than the original platform drawn up at the beginning of the century. Some of the wording was very slightly altered or omitted. Despite the fact that Bob Russell had been an active member of the SPC, had remained friends with Alex Shepherd and other socialists, and had permitted the socialists to use the OBU premises in Winnipeg, there emerged a deepening rift between the One Big Union and the Socialist Party of Canada. In May 1932, when the SPC announced that it intended to adopt George Armstrong as the party's candidate in the upcoming election, Russell said that whilst he would support his old friend personally, he would not support the Socialist Party, which was doing everything to destroy the effectiveness of the OBU, presumably because of Armstrong's membership of an American Federation of Labour affiliated union, and the SPC's emphasis on political action by the working class. Over 100 propaganda meetings were held in the 2 months preceding the election, and more than 16,000 leaflets were distributed. In his Canadian Marxists, Peter Campbell chronicles the events in more detail than is necessary here. At the centre was Ernest Winch, who, like Charlie Lester, had been in and out of a number of parties and groups. By 1931, Winch was the leader of the Independent Labour Party, formed as previously noted in Vancouver in 1925, as a coalition of former members of the Socialist Party such as Ernest Burns and Wallace Lafaux. By the 1960s, Lafaux had apparently returned to Impossibilism and was in contact with the SPC again, the Federated Labour Party and the Canadian Labour Party. The ILP's ultimate aim was supposed to be a socialist revolution, but in the meantime, the party advocated numerous reforms and palliatives. In November 1931, it ran a number of candidates in a local municipal election. Its 8-point programme included the municipal control of public utilities and the efficient organisation of our relief department. Shortly after, its Vancouver District Council instructed the party's representatives to be non-committal on the question of sweepstakes. There was no mention of socialism. By the end of 1932, it had between 1,400 and 1,800 members, with about 30 locals. Many of its members, however, were over 50, and most of the locals were little more than social clubs. At the 5th annual conference of the Independent Labour Party, it was decided to add the word Socialist, i.e. the Independent Labour Party Socialist. This was ratified by its Executive Committee in February 1932. The ILPS was also in touch with the Ontario Labour Party, and Winch cooperated with the Communists. In July 1932, following a referendum of the membership, the Independent Labour Party, Socialist, changed its name again to the Socialist Party of Canada. The Socialist Fulcrum, No. 3/4 of 1981, takes up the story. Because of its socialist name, the Vancouver branch of the bogus SPC attracted some former members of the original Socialist Party of Canada to its public meetings. They soon discovered that this Socialist Party of Canada accepted the reform and not the abolition of capitalism despite its name. The ex-old SPCers decided to join the Vancouver local of the non-socialist Socialist Party to persuade it to either abandon its new name or to reject its reformist approach and adopt the revolutionary principles upon which the Manitoba Group and its international companion parties were based. With an intensive education program, this tiny nucleus persuaded a majority of the Vancouver branch of the spurious SPC to secede and become the Vancouver local of the real Socialist Party based in Winnipeg. Not surprisingly, such activities gave rise to considerable friction. The bogus Socialist Party put up a contest for the headquarters hall and furniture which the old SPCers had acquired, but to no avail. The new Vancouver local had about 50 members, including 9 speakers. They met every night of the week. Sunday was for discussions on socialist principles, Monday was a business meeting, Tuesday an economics class, Thursday consisted of an open forum with invited speakers, Friday was history class, and Saturday was for a social. Towards the end of 1933, the Vancouver local ran 5 candidates in the British Columbia provincial election. The results were James King, constituency, Burnaby, votes, 29 votes, percentage of total, 0.25%. William Black, constituency, Vancouver Burrard, votes, 109 votes, percentage of total, 0.27%. Sydney Earp, constituency, Vancouver Centre, votes, 71 votes, percentage of total, 0.25%. Rodney Young, constituency, Vancouver Centre, votes, 98 votes, percentage of total, 0.24%. Not a very good start. Ernest Winch was elected for Burnaby with 4,548 votes, so 39.27%. The CCF vote averaged about 25%. But the Liberals swept the board. Ernest Winch, meanwhile, had taken his bogus Socialist Party into the recently founded Cooperative Commonwealth Federation. To the east in Ontario, another Socialist Party was founded in February 1932, mainly by Arthur Mould, who had been a leading member of the Ontario Labour Party. Referred to as either the Socialist Party of Canada, Ontario, or just the Ontario Socialist Party, it did not adopt the object or principles of the SPC reconstituted in Winnipeg in 1931. Nor did it have much in common with the Socialist Party of Ontario, founded in 1903, which became part of the SPC in 1905. The Ontario Socialist Party claimed to be a Marxist party, with a commitment to the class struggle and working-class emancipation, but it advocated reforms like the ILP-SPC in British Columbia, as well as attracting expelled members of the Communist Party of Canada and various Trotskyists. Again, like the ILP-SPC, by 1934 it had largely disappeared into the CCF, and Arthur Mould became an apologist for the Soviet government and a supporter of the Communist Party, which he later joined in 1943. Towards the end of 1933, Charles Lestor suddenly resigned as editor of the OBU Bulletin and returned to England. On an 8th of February 1934, he applied for membership of the Leighton branch of the Socialist Party of Great Britain and was accepted by the branch. On the application form, under remarks, Lestor wrote, "An old member of the Socialist Party of Canada," but did not mention all the other organizations to which he had, at various times, belonged. When his application to join came before the Executive Committee of the SPGB, all hell was let loose. Robert Baltrop, in The Monument, dramatically writes, "There was a spectacular debate, of course. Moses Barretts pounded the table and roared that this man was a spy from a counter-revolutionary camp. Charlie did not contest the allegation, probably because he was the only man in the room besides Barretts to whom it might have appealed. To his dying day, he believed strongly that capitalism was protected by an army of conspirators and secret agents everywhere." Which was not surprising, really, as the Canadian Mounties had indeed monitored his every movement for years. Less dramatically, the Executive Committee minutes state that, owing to certain objections raised against his membership of this party by comrades who had known him in Canada, it was suggested that the SPC, of which he was one time a member, should be approached and its opinion asked to his fitness for membership of this party. The report continues that the reply from the Socialist Party of Canada explained that Lestor, with other members of the OBU, had assisted in the formation of the SPC in June 1931, that he was one of the ablest exponents of socialism in North America, but that he was undisciplined and acted all the time as a freelance. After 4 or 5 months, he and the other OBU members had dropped out of the SPC, it being the opinion of the Canadian members that Lestor had come into the organization with a view to controlling it on behalf of the OBU. While editor of the OBU Bulletin, he gave prominence to the reform organization known as the SPC in British Columbia, which practically amounted to endorsement. The letter from the Socialist Party of Canada concludes by stating that while recognizing Lestor's ability as a propagandist, it would not admit him as a member of this party. It was moved that Lestor's application form not be accepted, but the resolution was defeated by 9 votes to 2, and Charles Lestor thus became a member of the Socialist Party of Great Britain, of which he remained until his death in 1952. Baltrop comments, "Had Lestor's political reputation been made in Britain and not Canada, the SPGB almost certainly would have refused to have him." The Western Socialist, the Socialist Party of Canada, now had no journal or newspaper. The Western Clarion had died in 1925. In Winnipeg it had produced a few leaflets, including one outlining a brief history of the SPC since 1905, and another supporting Armstrong's candidature in the provincial election. In 1933, the SPC discussed the desirability of producing a party journal. The Vancouver local decided to publish a journal in time for the provincial election in October. The journal was launched that month, and it was agreed to call it the Western Socialist. Beneath the title was the phrase Journal of Scientific Socialism in the Western Hemisphere. Its title was probably inspired by the original Western Socialist, a predecessor of the Western Clarion, first published in October 1902 by R. Parmenter Petterpiece. The first issue of the Western Socialist states that, following a lapse of several years, we reorganized in Winnipeg in June 1931, and, in the editorial, another arbitrary division, marked off by time, has been traversed since the last publication of the Western Clarion, the old official organ of the Socialist Party of Canada, and the first issue of our new paper, the Western Socialist. This first issue analysed in detail the Regina Manifesto of the Cooperative Commonwealth Federation and, in the words of Jim Milne, a foundation member of the reorganised SPC, found it wanting. The second issue exposed the Communist Party as an anti-socialist organisation. There were times, particularly during the Depression years, when the Western Socialist was not published or had to be mimeographed because of lack of funds. In the April 1935 issue, attention returned to the CCF when a correspondent asked, "As the CCF is a federation of working-class parties having for their object the overthrow of capitalism and the building of a socialist society, why does the Socialist Party, which claims the same objective, continually make attacks upon it, confusing the minds of the workers?" The editorial committee of the Western Socialist replied that the Cooperative Commonwealth Federation carefully avoided any mention of the class struggle between employers and workers, whilst its leaders flatly deny its existence. It has, says the Western Socialist, a vague ultimate aim and an immediate program of public works, the regulation of wages and hours of labor, the right to work, and a decent standard of living. Indeed, if elected to office, the CCF would have no mandate to proceed with socialist reconstruction, but would be compelled to carry on with the administration of capitalism. Reform policies do not advance the case of socialism. On the contrary, they retard it. In the July issue, the editors criticized the Funny Money Alberta Social Credit Party for advocating a basic dividend of $25 to all workers in the province if it gets into power. Social credit argues that there is a deficiency of purchasing power and that the solution would be to create and distribute more money. The editors reply that there is no shortage of money. All the wealth in existence represents at the same time all the purchasing power in existence, and every dollar in wealth produced is also a dollar in purchasing power. Money acts as a medium for circulating commodities, but only in proportion to the amount of value contained within it or represented by it. Value is determined by labor time. In the same issue, Jack MacDonald explains the uses and limitations of unions. In typical impossibilist language, he writes, "The price which the worker gets for his labor power is closely associated with the cost of production of the commodity. This labor power is itself a product of labor, as it requires a certain amount of food, clothes, and housing to maintain it in marketable condition. As every brand of labor power needs must possess a considerable degree of skill, the expense of this training becomes embodied in the value of the product. Also, to ensure a continuous and ample supply of labor power, the big slaves must keep on producing little slaves to take their places when their years of usefulness have ended, and the expense of raising these recruits gets entangled in the cost of producing labor power. When this worker commodity reaches the market, continues MacDonald, it becomes subject to the same laws that govern the purchase and sale of oats, bricks, or macaroni. If the supply is small and the demand big, then wages are certain to rise above the bare cost of subsistence. This condition, however, seldom obtains, argues MacDonald. The market is invariably glutted with anxious sellers and by no means overpopulated with buyers. This keeps the price of labor power in a chronically submerged status. In such a situation, the workers should combine together in unions instead of separately, and by threatening the boss with strikes, boycotts, or go-slows, and by means of these formidable means of persuasion, attempt to get better wages, less hours, and more favorable conditions around the job. Real victories have been won by organized workers in unions, but only in favorable circumstances where demand was extraordinarily large, such as in wartime. But, concludes MacDonald, in looking over the pages of modern history, we cannot find a great deal to boast about in the way of results. When we pause and consider the time and energy expended, even the most optimistic mortal could scarcely contend that any important successes have been recorded, strikes can be broken, boycotts evaded, and go slow suddenly develops into go fast when the rulers of the state call their reserves into action. In 1938, Tim Buck, the longtime leader of the Communist Party and a one-time member of the Socialist Party of Canada and the Socialist Party of North America, issued a leaflet inviting workers to join the Communist Party. In the June issue of the Western Socialist, the editors replied. In the first paragraph of the leaflet, Buck announces that our country is facing grave times. The editors ask, since when have the working class owned anything more than their labor power, that this land in which we live should be designated ours? Tim Buck, who should have known better, condemns the poverty of the workers, but ignores the cause. Buck, says the Western Socialist, is critical of the anti-democratic actions of the governments of Ontario and Quebec, but wholeheartedly approves the savagery and mass slaughter in Russia over the past several months. How do you account for it, Tim? Demands the Western Socialist. He doesn't. Slow progress. The Socialist Party of Canada, as reconstituted in 1931, was not a mass party. A Dominion Executive Committee was established in Winnipeg from among the members in that city. The actual number of members who originally comprised the Winnipeg local is not known, but it was recorded as 24 in March 1934. There were 6 members in the North Battleford local and an unknown number in the Edmonton local. According to the Socialist Fulcrum, no 3/4 is not founded in Victoria until May 1939. This latter was largely the work of Chris Luff. Although almost all members of the SPC in the early 1930s had been members of the SPC between 20 and 25 years previously, Luff was not among them. Chris Luff was born in 1882 and, before emigrating to Canada in 1920, had attended meetings of the Socialist Party of Great Britain in London. He heard Alex Anderson speak in Hyde Park as early as 1907. At one time, Luff spoke regularly in Beacon Hill Park in Victoria. He died in 1981, almost 100 years old. As already noted, the membership of the Vancouver local in 1933 was around 50. It was officially recorded the following year as 45. Its headquarters, taken over from the bogus Socialist Party of Canada, was a two-story, converted house at 600. A large sign reading Socialist Party of Canada was erected across the front of the building. According to John Ahrens in 1990, who first saw the building in 1934, it had a speaker's platform, seats, tables, and a large first-class library upstairs. Enclosed with a letter to a comrade, probably George Jenkins, dated 13 September 1974, Jim Brownrigg lists all active members of the Vancouver local between 1933 and 1935 whom he could remember. They were Jack and Mrs. Aird, William Black, James Blackwood, Jim Brownrigg, Jack Burrow, Thomas Connors, William Coombs, George Craig, Sid Earp, Ellen Fairclough, Morley Ferguson, Bob and Mrs. Gardner, James Jenkins, James King, Cecil Linder, Ray McLeod, George Moran, George Palmer, William Petterpiece, Jim Pritchard, William. There were, in addition, at least half a dozen whose names he had forgotten. At least 20 of these had died by 1974. During the 1930s and into the 40s, the Socialist Party of Canada had many more sympathetic former members than actual members. And, of course, some former members had joined and were active in the Communist Party and the Cooperative Commonwealth Federation. For example, in October 1933, Bill Pritchard became the British Columbia organizer of the CCF and was editor of its paper, the Commonwealth. And during the same period, Ernest Winch often cooperated with the Communists. In 1937, Pritchard moved to California, where he remained, except for short visits back to Canada, for the rest of his life. He returned to Impossibilist politics when he joined the Workers' Socialist Party of the United States, a companion party of the SPC. He died in 1981, still an active member of the socialist movement in the United States. Winch remained a member of the CCF, but during the 1950s supported the Communist Party's so-called peace fronts. Winch died in 1957. In 1931, the Socialist Party of Canada was able to espouse a much clearer picture of the kind of society which had been developing in Russia since the Bolshevik coup d'etat. Most members of the SPC, even at the time, did not think it a socialist revolution, even if a number of them were sympathetic towards the Bolsheviks and the withdrawal of Russia from the war in Europe. Those who did not shout, "Throw away your books, the time for action has come," argued that the upheavals in the Russian Empire prior to the Bolshevik coup and following the establishment of a Soviet government were the manifestations of a bourgeois revolution which would ultimately force capitalism on Russia. Just what kind of capitalism, predominantly private or state, was not always clear to them. By the beginning of the 1930s, despite Communist Party claims that socialism existed in the USSR, it was more than obvious to socialists and the Socialist Party of Canada that the Soviet Union was rapidly developing a highly bureaucratic and dictatorial form of state capitalism. Hundreds of thousands of peasants had been forced off the land and driven into the factories which were being constructed throughout Russia, Ukraine, and Siberia. They had become propertyless wage slaves. They were not just creating profits, but by 1930, extremely high profits which were being used for further capital development and very high salaries for an emerging and privileged ruling elite. Proclaiming such truths would soon bring the Socialist Party of Canada into conflict, in more ways than one, with the Communist Party of Canada. Despite having its leading members arrested and officially being driven underground by the government, the Communist Party was still able to disrupt and, on occasion, break up Socialist Party meetings, particularly in Winnipeg, where the SPC regularly held forth at its University of the Streets on Market Square. Communist opposition was not just verbal. One Sunday afternoon in the One Big Union Bulletin of 18 June 1931 reports, the Socialist Party of Canada was again subjected to a violent and unprovoked attack at the hands of the choicest scum of the Communist Party on Sunday evening last. A group of organised ruffians made the attack when the speaker was inviting questions, the gangsters being led by one who stood in front and gave signals to the rest. During question time, a rush was made and the speaker pushed off the box onto other thugs who had worked in behind, one of whom aimed a vicious kick at him and then ran away. A wild fight followed, the communist gang making desperate efforts to get Lestor, the speaker, on the ground, but although surrounded by the latter, and with the aid of one or two friends fought his way through and escaped. Indeed, it was somewhat ironic that early in the century the Mounties, police and even the army would attack and break up socialist meetings, yet during the 1930s the police would warn the SPC that the communists were likely to disrupt its meetings, as well as on occasion rescuing socialists from communist disruption and attack. There is less evidence of communist disruption of socialist meetings in the Pacific West, where the Communist Party had fewer members and the Socialist Party more support. Despite some progress and an increasing membership in Winnipeg, Vancouver, Victoria, Toronto, Calgary, Moose Jaw, North Battleford, and even in Montreal and St. John's, all was not well within the Socialist Party of Canada. In his report to the 1935 annual conference of the Socialist Party of Great Britain, the then Foreign Secretary, Frank Evans, states, "In Canada, an unfortunate dispute arose in the party, leading to the breaking up of a group which controls the Western Socialist. The present position and future probable developments are obscure. Details as to the cause of the dispute are of a complicated nature and are in the hands of the Executive Committee. As soon as matters are cleared up, a report will be made to branches. A letter was received from Fred Newell, General Secretary of the Socialist Party of Canada, dated 12 March 1935, reporting that a group in Winnipeg had split from the SPC. The split resulted in the formation of two rival SPCs. The main bone of contention was Clause 6 of the Declaration of Principles. The official Socialist Party, who were in a minority, was represented by the General Secretary Neill and Shepherd. The unofficial SPC, who were in the majority, included Jim Milne, George Armstrong of Winnipeg, and Jack Burrow in Vancouver. Basically, the Milne faction was in favour of amending Clause 6, and the Neill faction opposed any such alteration. Apparently, the official minority faction was far from happy with material published in the January 1935 issue of the Western Socialist. Although virtually none of the voluminous explanations and correspondence survives, the nature of the dispute which caused the split is clear. The only contentious article in the January 1935 issue of the Western Socialist is What Next? What Next?, in which the writer A.P. Alex Paterson concludes, "Let the communists get their barricades ready, arm themselves with bows and arrows, pick handles and demands of one idiotic kind or another, and see if the state will intervene. You are darned right it will, and its power and ruthlessness may make the necessity of the first step needed to achieve emancipation for the workers and the human race self-evident to all reformers and quasi-revolutionaries, whether they be CCFers, communists, or just plain dumb liberals and Tories. That first step is to capture those state powers with the avowed intention of using them to crush the opposition of those minorities who object to social ownership and democratic control of the means of and for producing wealth. Now, Clause 6 of the Declaration of Principles of the Socialist Party of Canada states, as does that of the Socialist Party of Great Britain, that, as the machinery of government, including the armed forces of the nation, exists only to conserve the monopoly of the capitalist class of the wealth taken from the workers, the working class must organize consciously and politically for the conquest of the powers of government, in order that this machinery, including these forces, may be converted from an instrument of oppression into the agent of emancipation and the overthrow of plutocratic privilege. The principle does not claim that the proletarian state would or should be used to crush the opposition of those minorities who object to the establishment of socialism, unless those minorities, generally assumed to be former capitalists and or their hangers-on by socialists, use or attempt to use violence against the wishes and actions of the majority. Then, according to the logic of Clause 6, it could be used. Peaceful opposition would be considered quite acceptable in the view of socialists generally, but presumably not by the writer of the article. What next? What next? Following the establishment of socialism, the Socialist Party of Canada says, echoing Engels, that the coercive state would rapidly die out or wither away to be replaced by an administration of things. Initially, the SPGB, through its EC, adopted a policy of neutrality, but a few weeks later, it instructed the editors of the Socialist Standard to omit adverts for the Western Socialist. On the 2nd July 1935, the EC of the SPGB resolved that it was opposed to amending Clause 6 of the Constitution and bylaws, i.e. the D of P, of the Socialist Party of Canada. Newell wrote to the SPGB complaining of the undemocratic action of the Dominion Executive Committee and General Secretary of the SPC in September, but the SPGB EC stated that we are not in a position to give judgment on SPC internal affairs. The SPGB, however, refused to send copies of the Socialist Standard to the Milner faction. By the 13th of October 1936, the Workers' Socialist Party of the United States resolved that Milner be written to and asked if there was any chance of the SPC dispute being settled. In April 1937, as the dispute in Canada had not been settled, the WSP-US proposed a conference, and this was taken up by the SPGB. It was supported by Shepherd, but rejected by Newell, who refused to consider any reconciliation. Efforts were made by the WSP-US and the SPGB to hold a conference, but this apparently never took place. In November 1937, the Boston local of the Workers' Socialist Party of the United States criticized the stand taken by the SPGB and called on it to recognize the majority SPC, not the minority. The SPGB, however, again adopted a policy of neutrality between the two factions. And in January 1938, a committee of the SPGB examined all the correspondence which it had received and resolved that no fresh facts had been uncovered. A draft on these lines was therefore prepared, despite the fact that in 1936 the Vancouver local of the SPC stated that, in the opinion of its members, the differences in the party were irreconcilable. By the beginning of 1938, in the words of the General Secretary of the SPGB, unity had now been re-established. By June 1939, 2 months before the commencement of the Second World War, locals of the Socialist Party of Canada were reported in Edmonton, Moose Jaw, Nanaimo, Toronto, Vancouver, Victoria, and Winnipeg. Locals in Montreal and St. John came and went probably before the beginning of the controversies in 1935, or at the latest, February 1936. In March 1938, the SPGB agreed to take copies again of the Western Socialist on an exchange basis with the Socialist Standard. Comradely relations were restored between the Socialist Party of Great Britain and the reunited Socialist Party of Canada. Elections. In 1935, the Edmonton local of the SPC allegedly ran 4 candidates in the Alberta election. They were G.A. Brown, Frank J. Campbell, C.M. Christensen, and Roy W. DeVore. They produced a leaflet in which they asked, "Mr. Working Man, are you tired of the capitalist system yet? Would you prefer it dished up on a different platter with new seasoning, or are you ready to break with it altogether and set up a new system of society? Continues, socialism is the only logical alternative to capitalism. Socialism has never been tried, anywhere, at any time. Does this statement strike you as being strange? Do you immediately think of the Russian dictatorship, of Labour governments, or the CCF? Socialists have nothing in common with these. They are not alternatives to capitalism. The Socialist Party was here before these were ever heard of. We will be here when they are forgotten. The Socialist Party advocates socialism without qualification, without equivocation, and without subterfuge. There can be no halfway ground. All other parties in this election advocate capitalism with certain variations. Their purpose is to mend and not end capitalism. Ours is the exact opposite. Is it not far more consistent to vote for something you want, even though you do not get it, than to vote for something you don't want and get it? The Socialist Fulcrum, No. 340, 1981, relates how one of the Socialist Party candidates, Roy DeVore, managed to inveigle his way onto the platform of a large Social Credit Party rally, whose main speaker was Bible Bill Aberhart, a proponent of Major Douglas's funny money theories. Not realizing that DeVore was an opponent, they allowed him to speak. He then proceeded to expose the Socrates monetary reform program, and the audience, assuming that DeVore was some kind of Socrate, applauded. According to the Socialist Fulcrum, as the Socialist stated his case, he kept an eye on the Bible puncher seated across the platform from him. A red hue appeared on the back of Aberhart's neck and slowly progressed upward and toward the front of his bald head. The great leader knew what was happening and must have feared disruption in the thinking of his flock. He needn't have worried. After many years of running capitalism in Alberta, that once powerful and conservative voice of the capitalist class is now extinct, and the outcome of the election, it is something of a mystery as regards the Socialist Party of Canada. The Socialist Fulcrum gives no results. Under Summary of Results, by Electoral Division, General Election, Thursday, August 22, 1935, in a report on Alberta elections 1905 to 1982, Edmonton 1983, Kenneth A. Walk, Chief Electoral Officer, lists the candidates of various parties, including Conservative, Liberal, Labour, Social Credit, United Farmers of Alberta, and a handful of Communists and Independents, but no Socialist Party candidates are listed for Edmonton or elsewhere. Peter Campbell, as well as a number of other writers, comments that the SPC candidates may have been withdrawn just prior to the election. In the same year, the Vancouver local fielded a candidate, John Jack Taylor, in the federal election. He was opposed by the Liberal Ian Mackenzie, who won with 7,658 votes. Wallace Leffo, a former member of the SPC, representing the CCF, received 7,552 votes. A. Sherwood polled 5,187, and an independent, Mahon, who polled 1,872 votes. Jack Taylor of the SPC came bottom with a disappointing 251 votes. Undeterred, in October 1936, the Vancouver local contested a by-election in Vancouver-Burrard, in which its candidate, Christopher R. Walker, polled only 45 votes, 0.22%. The general election of 1937, the Vancouver local stood two candidates. James King stood as a candidate in Vancouver Centre, where he received 234 votes, representing 0.68% of the total. John Burrow was the candidate for Vancouver East, receiving 53 votes, or 0.13% of the total. In Vancouver East, Burrow was opposed by former Socialist Party member Bill Pritchard, who was standing for a breakaway group from the Cooperative Commonwealth Federation, the British Columbia Social Constructives. He polled 464 votes. Harold Winch, another former SPCer, received 11,350 votes on the CCF ticket and was elected. There was another by-election in Vancouver Centre in 1939, at which the by now United Socialist Party of Canada nominated John Burrow as its candidate. He received 74 votes, 0.67%, from a total of almost 11,000. The three other candidates achieved more than 3,000 each. Obviously, the workers of Vancouver, as elsewhere in Canada, were not interested in or prepared to vote for socialism. For the Manitoba provincial election of 27 July 1936, the Socialist Party fielded its General Secretary Fred Newell as its official candidate in Winnipeg. A leaflet was distributed headed Manifesto of the Socialist Party of Canada, which reprinted the SPC's object and principles and contained a section headed Other Political Party Positions, which briefly commented upon the policies of the Liberal, Progressive and Conservative parties, Social Credit, the Independent Labour Party, the Cooperative Commonwealth Federation and the Communist Party. This stated in part, the Liberal Progressives and the Conservatives are avowedly capitalist parties and stand for the preservation of the existing private property relationships. The workers, therefore, should know what to expect from these parties which openly stand for the present system of exploitation, knowing that socialism is the only solution to the poverty problem, and that it can be brought about only when the electors become socialists. We have consistently opposed the ILP, CCF and Communist Party, all of which practice the dishonest political manoeuvre of seeking election on a program of reforming capitalism. It is dishonest because some, at least, of those who do it know that the reforms will not solve the problem. The leaflet concludes, "Our candidate, Fred Newell, stands for socialism. If you want socialism, vote for it." The workers of Winnipeg did not, however, want or vote for socialism. Somewhat surprisingly, there is no record of Fred Newell having run as a candidate for the Socialist Party of Canada in any Manitoba provincial election during the 1930s. It might be that, as in earlier cases, the candidate was withdrawn before polling day. A Frederick Newell, contractor, is, however, officially listed as a candidate for Wellington South in the federal election on 14th of October 1935 as a Reconstruction Party. What was the Reconstruction Party? It was a small party which emerged in the early 1930s as a West Coast variant of the League of Reconstruction, according to Peter Campbell in his Canadian Marxists. It was reformist, semi-Fabian, and had much in common with the CCF from which it broke away. Almost all of its members were former members of the Socialist Party. Indeed, Bill Pritchard was for a short while chairman of the Reconstruction Party in British Columbia. Whether the Reconstruction Party's Frederick Newell is the same as the Socialist Party's Fred Newell is not known. It certainly shouldn't have been, as dual membership of this type was, and is strictly forbidden. The Reconstruction Party soon faded away. Racism and the Klan. As described in Chapter 1, there were Asian workers in Canada, mainly in British Columbia, as early as 1880. They included Indians, Chinese, Koreans, and Japanese. In the main, they did not migrate to Canada by choice. Hostility over racism, as well as anti-Asian riots, began almost immediately following their arrival in British Columbia. Most of the opposition came from workers, including trade unionists of British origin. Many workers from Britain looked upon Asians, as well as immigrants from Southern and Eastern Europe, as inferior. Such racism did not abate during the 1920s and 1930s, particularly in British Columbia, but also in Saskatchewan. Bumstead, in his The Peoples of Canada details the situation during this period. Immigration from Asia continued during the post-World War decades, mainly from China and Japan, says Bumstead. As the province through which immigration from Asia was bound to come, British Columbia felt itself particularly threatened. Much of the criticism of the Oriental menace was economic in nature, although underlying this objection was a general concern for the racial integrity of the province as a white civilization. Exclusion of Asian immigrants continued to be a major goal, and attempts were made to limit both the amount of land held by Orientals, particularly in the agricultural sector, and competition in retail trade, especially from small stores run by Chinese grocers and their families. The general argument was that the newcomers would not assimilate, although there is considerable evidence that the Japanese were acculturating rapidly. The increasing territorial expansion of Imperial Japan in the 1930s only increased concern in British Columbia regarding Japanese residents. Another, much more sinister problem in Canada following the war was the revival of the Ku Klux Klan in the United States and its appearance and activities in Canada, particularly in Saskatchewan. In the US, the Klan was devoted to spreading anti-black as well as anti-Catholic propaganda. According to Bumstead, its secret rituals, fundamentalist Protestantism, and operations appeared to some Canadians little different from a host of other secret societies. It posed as the defender of British nationality against the alien hordes. Many of its supporters were conservative Protestant ministers. By 1929, there were more than 125 Klan chapters in Saskatchewan alone. Promoting extreme Canadian nationalism, the KKK was often supported by powerful conservative politicians. Explains Bumstead, its appeal was plainly to a beleaguered conservative Protestant population in Saskatchewan, heirs to the old spirit of waspishness so prevalent in large sections of rural Canada. Like the Orange Order, it was unabashedly racist and exclusionist in its rhetoric, appealing to popular fears of various sorts. A minority of Canadians of German and Italian origin supported Hitler and Mussolini. The Canadian government representative, in 1932, spoke sympathetically at the League of Nations in support of Japanese claims to Manchuria, and, surprisingly, at the Berlin Olympic Games, the Canadian athletes were the only Commonwealth contingent to give the Nazi salute at the opening ceremony. Moreover, of the 800,000 Jews who escaped from Nazi-controlled Europe, the Canadian authorities accepted fewer than 4,000. Most Canadians of Ukrainian origin were anti-fascist, but a sizable minority were anti-Jewish and supported the pro-Nazi Ukrainian National Federation of Canada, a front for the organization of Ukrainian nationalists based in Europe. Both racism and anti-Jewish prejudices were not unknown among other sections of the Canadian population during this period. Indeed, in 1939, anti-Jewish views, possibly most overt in Quebec, were also prevalent among English-speaking Canadians as well. Jewish quotas existed in various professions, universities, medical schools, and industries. Jews were restricted from buying property and in some areas from holidaying at some resorts, from joining many private clubs or using their recreational facilities, and even from sitting on the boards of various charitable, educational, financial, and business organizations. Anti-Jewish sentiments were being voiced regularly and with impunity by many respectable newspapers, politicians, businessmen, and clergymen, and by leading officers of such groups as the Canadian Core Association, the Orange Order, the Knights of Columbus and Farm and Business. Some is too many. Canada and the Jews of Europe, 1933 to 1948. Ayabella and H. Troper, Toronto, 1982. As has previously been noted, the Socialist Party of Canada at its foundation in 1905 and for a number of years thereafter was not unanimously anti-racist, despite calling on the workers of the world to unite for socialism. Some members, including Hawthornthwaite, were anti-Asian. By 1910, however, the SPC declared that it looked upon all workers equally, irrespective of their origins. And by the early 1930s, the Socialist Party had a clear-cut anti-racist viewpoint and policy. The claims that there are pure or inferior or superior races or unchangeable racial characteristics is unscientific and therefore groundless, asserts the SPC. Racism is largely a social problem which cannot be solved or eradicated in isolation or within capitalist society. Only socialism will finally put an end to racist attitudes and prejudices. In the words of Clause 4, the Socialist Party of Canada's principles, the emancipation of the working class will involve the